welcome to the 2026 PACE NSC. My name is Aiden Leahy, and this weekend we will be bringing you coverage of pretty much the whole tournament from this desk right here. Between exciting games and awesome questions, we've got a real show in store for y'all. Joining me in the booth this weekend is my excellent co-host, a good friend and PACE editor, Forrest Weintraub. How are you, Forrest?
I'm really excited. I mean, I've personally, put a lot of heart and soul into the PACE NSC. I'm really excited to see these kids get a chance to play the questions that we've, put so much effort into. I think it's going to be a really great set, and they're going to have a really fun time.
I'll take your word for it. We've got 72 teams here, some of the best in the country. 28 of the top 50 Quizbowl teams in the nation are here, as well as 40 of the top 100. And we'll be doing Quizbowl pretty much the whole weekend. So for the audience who may not be fully familiarized with how the PACE NSC operates and how Quizbowl in general works, Quizbowl, similar to many academic bowl, scholastic bowl, or various television programs you've heard of, is a academic knowledge-based competition where teams compete to answer pyramidal questions. That meaning questions that start out pretty difficult and get easier as they go on. In a 4 versus 4 format, so 4 players on each team. And at some point, we will have an opening meeting that will better explain via video format all of the different minutiae of the game in a way that was already decided.
Yes, we will. The NSC is a very special tournament because we've also got a few differences from normal Quizbowl format. So the main difference we have is something called 20-point powers. Powers are a part of many Quizbowl formats where if you answer in roughly the first half of each toss-up, you get a few bonus points. Usually it's 5 points. Here it's 10 bonus points. So you get 20 points for powering a toss-up instead of 15. This basically provides an extra incentive for people to buzz more aggressively, and it makes games more exciting, in my opinion. For another incentive for people to buzz more aggressively, there's also no penalty for answering a toss-up incorrectly. Other formats might penalize you 5 points. Now, you still really don't want to be answering a toss-up incorrectly. You do want to be correct. That's true.
As not letting the other team be correct.
Yes, I mean, if you answer incorrectly, your team's locked out. You're basically gift wrapping the toss-up for the other team, and they can score a lot of points. But it isn't counted in the stats, so it doesn't detract from your individual score. It doesn't make you look as bad. And also, the point penalty is not quite as severe. We see games, maybe not like super frequently, but there will definitely be some games at this tournament that do come down to the amount of powers and the amount of incorrect answers. So this format difference really does change how players are thinking about buzzing.
Absolutely, and we have some close competitive games between our teams this season. As mentioned, a lot of highly competitive, highly driven players this year, and so I guess we'll talk about sort of how do you think that these players are feeling right now in this atmosphere? If we turn the camera around, probably about 500 players, parents, coaches waiting for us to get started. How do you think the emotions are in this room? Because I can definitely feel them from here.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you can tell there's a lot of nervous energy. Of course, they've got their fight or flight systems locked in. I mean, everybody is ready to get started from the start of toss-up 1.
Yeah, and especially us.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. I think the players are a little bit more locked in, but you can sort of feel the room buzzing with excitement. I mean, I know it's cliche, but there's a constant low murmur of energy where I think these kids really want to get going.
Yeah, and then they'll definitely be buzzing with excitement in about 45 minutes at the start of round 1.
So true.
I'm shocked that pun wasn't intended.
It wasn't?
Maybe it was. I don't know.
Who's to say?
We're just sort of spiritual lyrical miracles that way. And, to best prepare for the NSC, yesterday I had the chance to interview and talk to a bunch of teams, talk about their perspectives, talk about what they're looking for. And it's really interesting to see all the different ways that players have prepared for and been studying for this tournament. Everyone's got a different method that they use. Some people prefer to just read packets, and some people prefer to get their flashcards out. We're going to take a quick break before the opening meeting starts to do some technical work, and we'll be right back to you after this.
National Scholastic Championship. We have 72 teams competing at this year's event. Those teams come from 51 schools in 23 different states. We are very excited. Our team has been hard at work over the past year putting this event together. We are looking forward to a fun and exciting weekend of competition. I want to speak a little bit about what PACE is and what PACE does before I hand the tournament director the microphone. PACE is a 501c3 nonprofit. We were founded in 1998 to promote high-quality Quizbowl across the United States. While the NSC is by far our flagship program, we also support other year-round outreach events and initiatives, including the Quizbowl Resource Center, some of you may know as the forums. We operate a coach hotline to support both new and experienced coaches. And we award the Morgan Costa Rhodes Memorial Scholarship, as well as the Benjamin Cooper Academic Ambassador and Young Ambassador Awards each year. A couple of friendly reminders before we get too far into the rules refresher. Please practice good sportsmanship with your teammates, with your opponents, with your game room officials and other tournament staff, as well as with the hotel staff. Please be respectful. If there is a protest that you need to make during a game, please make it calmly. We want to keep the tournament fair and enjoyable for everyone. In the event that you experience or observe any behavior that is of concern, we do have 4 on-site misconduct advocates that are specifically enabled to assist you. Those misconduct advocates, unlike the rest of the staff, will be wearing red lanyards like the one I am wearing. Those 4 misconduct advocates will be stationed in the same place throughout the whole weekend. I will be in Midway, which is 1 floor up, near where Team Check-In was. We will also have Victor Prieto at the info desk, that is 1 floor up in the lobby in front of where Team Check-In was. Sadie Britton will be a game official in Capitol, which is a game room on the lower level, the international level. And Nora Davis-Martin will be a game room official in room 2140. That is in the Premier Tower back that way. Again, all 4 of us are wearing red lanyards. If at any point you have any report of misconduct, any behavioral issues that you need to discuss with tournament staff, you can either find one of us. In particular, Victor will be at the info desk, or if you are not able to find one of us or you need one of us to come to you, simply let a tournament staff member know they can reach any of the 4 of us at any time. There is also, as many of you know, the Quizbowl misconduct reporting form. That is still being monitored throughout the course of this weekend, but if there is something that requires immediate attention, please report that first to one of us so that we can address that on site in a expedient manner. We encourage you to celebrate the highlights of your tournament on social media. You can use the hashtag PaceNSC, just 7 letters, all caps, on Blue Sky, on Instagram, on whatever platform you choose. We do ask that anything relating to question content not be shared until at least 2 rounds after. If you get a really good buzz in round 3, do not share any content about that buzz until after round 5 has concluded. This is to make sure that if there are delays in certain pools, we are not running into question security issues. You are welcome to discuss specific question content at that point, but again, wait at least 2 rounds. The front page of PACE's website, pace-nsc.org, will have a one-stop shop for everything you need to know with live statistics, schedule files in case you misplace your team's schedule, things of that nature. That will be continuously updated throughout the weekend. If you have any other questions or any concerns, if there's anything you need relating to any first aid supplies, menstrual supplies, anything along those lines, you can stop by the info desk. Again, that is in the lobby, 1 floor above us, opposite the front desk. For our upperclassmen, specifically our rising seniors, our current juniors, I do want to speak for just a moment about the Morgan Costa Rhodes Memorial Scholarship. The scholarship is available only to seniors in high school. It is a one-time $2,000 academic scholarship that is sent to the college of your choosing. PACE awards this using a blind committee process based on financial need, community involvement, and Quizbowl involvement, as interest in Quizbowl. The 2026 Morgan Costa Rhodes Memorial Scholarship winner is not here with us today, but I do want to congratulate her. That is Oriolua Owalabi from Homewood Flossmoor Community High School right here in Illinois. Applications for the 2027 scholarship will open in February of 2027 and generally will close either in late March or early April. Keep an eye out for that. Every team that is here this year that has any students that are currently juniors will be getting an email about that to their coaches at the appropriate time when that opens next winter. Additionally, for graduating seniors, PACE has received a lot of interest over the years about writing for the PACE tournament, staffing the NSC. If you are interested in a writing mentorship program, we do have information about that available. That starts each summer, late summer, early fall. Any questions you have about anything that I discuss here today that you're not sure where to find info on, you can always email president@pace-nsc.org, and we are happy to assist you. The last thing before I turn it over to Anna Cheeky-Fayer, our tournament director, is I would like to recognize the winners of the 2026 Benjamin Cooper Academic Ambassador Award and the Benjamin Cooper Young Ambassador Award. This is an award PACE has given annually since shortly after its founding in memory of Benjamin Cooper, who was a Quizbowl player at Georgetown Day School in Washington, D.C. The Young Ambassador Award and the Academic Ambassador Award are awarded by vote of PACE membership to the players, or to individuals in the Quizbowl community that are that have demonstrated leadership and have worked to expand the game in their communities. First, I would like to welcome to the stage for some brief remarks the winner of the 2026 Benjamin Cooper Young Ambassador Award from Belmont High School, Andrew Gow.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to PACE for this honor. I'll try to keep my words short since I know we are all trying to play some Quizbowl, Bentley Bowl and Gannon Cannon, so to speak. So first of all, I wouldn't be here without the amazing support of my parents, who have spent so much time, energy, and money to make my Quizbowl experience possible. I still don't know why you let me fly across the country twice to play a middle school set in California. I also want to thank my older sibling, Cindy Gao, for introducing me to Quizbowl and for reading me a packet whenever I would say to them in person the dreaded words ping for PK in middle school, mind you. And then last but not least, thanks to all of the members of Belmont Quizbowl up here, past and present, for being the best Quizbowl community I could ever ask for. My journey directing tournaments began in 6th grade. It was a small 16-team online tournament that I enlisted my older sibling and Connor Thompson to help me run. So thanks to both of them for believing in me. Similarly, I started writing questions in middle school, and I've now edited sets such as Swamp and Mackerel. So this is all to say, if you are a younger member of the community, you belong, you can be ambitious and do great things, just don't be afraid to seek out guidance from the many wise people in Quizbowl. Finally, on a more pertinent note, I just wanted to share some of my thoughts on nationals. A large number of us are here today to be super competitive and win, but I also think it's important to take in the experience. So this is like meeting new people, just having fun. It's gonna be a busy weekend, but I just wanna take a moment to thank all of the people who make this event possible. Pace, tournament director, staffers, question set writers, and countless others. I'm a big believer in Quizbowl karma, so if you get a good buzz, tell the other team good buzz, thank the staff for reading and scorekeeping, and overall just be a great presence. And you'll be rewarded in return. I think it is these little moments, not playing the game, that we will remember more than any single good buzz of ours, and I'm sure there will be many of those. So that is all. Good luck today, and thanks again to Pace for this award and a great tournament. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, I would like to welcome to the stage the winner of the 2026 Benjamin Cooper Academic Ambassador Award from Youngstown State University, Mr. Greg Bossack.
Good morning, everyone. This is the second best thing to happen to me in Rosemont, Illinois. I'd like to thank my wife, who we got married after SSNCT prelims a year ago at the Doubletree across the street. The best thing to happen to me in Rosemont, and always will be. I would like to thank Pace. I would like to thank the people who started Pace, going back to that 1998 event when the first Cooper was awarded. The folks at Case Western Reserve University, Dr. Chuck, Brian Saxton, Allison Manzuk, and a number of others who I had the pleasure of getting to know at the start of my time in the activity. I am happy to be involved in an activity where it doesn't matter where you're from. Those of you who know me know that most of my work is with small schools in the Ohio area. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your zip code is, what kind of school you go to, public, private, charter, open, online. It matters what you know. And that's what we celebrate here at these tournaments, this tournament specifically, and any tournament that any of you participate in. Good luck, happy Pride, and I'll see you in Da Vinci B.
Thank you, Greg. At this time, I would like to welcome up to the stage the person who has done more than any other person in this hotel to make sure this event happens, which is no easy task. Those of you that were here last year may remember that I was the tournament director, and I am so honored and privileged to have had the ability this past year to work with my successor, Ms. Anna Cheeky Fire.
Can you all hear me in the back? How about now? Yes? Okay. All right. Hello, I'm Anna, and I'm excited to be your tournament director for the 2022 PACE NSC. I'm going to focus for the next few minutes on the gameplay rules for the NSC, and I'd ask that you hold any questions until the end. We'll read your questions back to you, and then we'll answer those. I'm not going to be reading the full 38-page rule set, but I do want to review some of the most frequently asked questions. The full rule set can be found on PACE's website at any time. It was also linked in my first logistics email sent out on April 22nd, and second logistics email sent out on May 4th. The current version is dated February 1st, 2026. Matches consist of 20 toss-up bonus cycles with 1 minute halftime separating two untimed halves. At the NSC, toss-ups have 20-point powers, and there's no point penalty or negs for incorrect answers. As with last several years of NSC, bonuses do not bounce back. For toss-up timing, upon buzzing, players have 5 seconds to begin giving their answer after they buzz in. This timer starts immediately after the buzz. Players do not have to wait to be recognized by the moderator, and players are not prompted to give an answer before time is called. After a moderator finishes reading a toss-up, 5 seconds are counted before the moderator will call time. If the first team incorrectly buzzes after the end of a question, the 5-second count restarts for the other team, so they may buzz in after that team buzzes in. For bonus timing, for each part of a bonus, moderators will wait 4 seconds, say answer to prompt the players, and wait 1 additional second before calling time. There will not be bounce backs on bonuses as mentioned previously. Prompt timing, these rules apply to both toss-ups and bonuses. If a moderator prompts for an answer for more information, the player or team has 3 seconds to begin to deliver more information. For any further prompts, teams are given an additional 2 seconds. After being prompted, at no point will a player or team be asked for an answer before the moderator calls time. It is important that players speak up when giving answers so the moderator can hear. There's no need to append directed or final to bonus answers. The answer that is directed towards the moderator will be the answer that the moderator considers. For overtime, if the score is tied after toss-up 20, toss-ups are read one at a time until the score is no longer tied. So no bonuses will be read in that case. For game confirmation, moderators should be reading out the final score at the end of each round. It is the team's responsibility to make sure that the game score is correct before leaving the room. Teams will be required to sign the schedule present in each room, indicating that they agree to the final score, pending the resolution of any protests. After protests are resolved, teams will be required to sign an updated sheet indicating the final score after protest resolution. For protests, if your team would like to lodge a protest, as Arthur mentioned earlier, simply say the word protest mid-game and the scorekeeper will take a note of it. They'll ask you some questions, such as what grounds you are protesting on, and at the end of the game, the protest, or if applicable, any sums of multiple protests, will be examined to see if the point swing would change the outcome of the game. Protests that could potentially change the game outcome are the only ones that will be resolved. Protest resolutions will be communicated to teams at the end of each phase, meaning rounds 5, 10, and 16 during record confirmation. For tiebreakers and finals, protest resolutions will be communicated immediately following the round. Also for protest resolutions, if you would like a hard copy of the protest resolution, those can be picked up at the info desk. For record confirmation, each bracket will have a bracket captain in one of the bracket game rooms. Following the end of each phase, moderators will direct each team to send one representative to their bracket captain's room with the team's completed moderator evaluation card. These moderator evaluation cards are for multiple rounds, so there's no need to write the name of your team, there's no need to write the name of the moderator that you are evaluating. We are able to figure that out based on your team name and the round that you are playing. For record the bracket captain will confirm each team's record while the rest of the team members wait out in the hall. If there are any protest resolutions concerning a team, the entire team will be invited into the bracket captain's room to hear them read aloud, and any necessary gameplay will be performed at that time. For timeouts, each team is permitted one 30-second timeout per game. It must be taken between toss-up and bonus cycles. For substitutions are only at half and prior to any tiebreaker questions, so following regulation 20 question gameplay, and not during timeouts. For rule changes, there are no new rules in effect for the 2026 NSC compared to the 2025 NSC. For electronic devices, please remember to silence all cell phones, smartwatches, and any similar devices before matches begin. Smartwatches should also be put on airplane mode or completely turned off during gameplay. I also ask that you check that you have no 10 a.m. alarms, for example, that will go off during the game rounds. And then before I turn it over to Arthur, are there any questions about game rules or tournament format or the weekend schedule at large? Go ahead. They can be lodged at any point in the game, typically at the end, depending on what kind of bonus, if it's for a toss-up or a bonus. The moderator will take the details of that protest before the following toss-up bonus cycle. So they'll get the details of it, it'll be sent to us before the next toss-up is read. Go ahead.
What is going to be the procedure for rebracketing from this morning into this afternoon, into the tools for this afternoon?
Sure.
Door opening. So regarding rebracketing, from phase 1, which is preliminaries, to phase 2, playoffs this afternoon, each pool of 6 teams will be split top 2, middle 2, bottom 2. The top 2 teams in each of the 12 pools, so 24 teams in total, will remain in contention for the title. From phase 2, which is the end of round 10, to phase 3, which is beginning Sunday morning, there will be again rebracketing into pools of 8. At that point, it will be the top 8 remaining in contention. So from each phase to the following phase, it is the top 2 teams in the preliminary phases and the top 2 teams in the upper bracket in the playoff phase that will remain in contention. So when we get to Sunday, there will be pools of 8 that are playing round robin against all of the teams that are in contention for that set of 8 spots. So there will be a championship pool, a 9th through 16th pool, 17th through 24th, and so on. Does that answer your question?
I'm thinking more specifically about how the 4 pools in each tier for this afternoon get figured out. Who plays against who in the afternoon?
So within each tier, it is so it is snake seeded with, I believe, a correction so that you do not play against a team. You would not play against a team that is from your morning pool. That's the only correction that's applied there. But it's snake seeded by win-loss record and then by points per bonus, I believe. There should be more complete information about that on the website as well. Any other questions about rules, tournament format, or anything else? I don't see any hands. Am I missing anyone? Okay, couple quick things before we dismiss you to your game rooms. If you need to have a place to have just a little bit of quiet time for whatever reason, you can use the room that is called Charles de Gaulle, that is on the international level, so 1 floor down. That is not a game room. It is also, however, not a social lounge. That is not a place to go and read old questions and hang out with your teammates or other players from other schools during off time. That is if you need a place to just have a little bit of quiet time during the tournament. Unlike at some other national tournaments, there are no buys in this format. So all teams are playing all 16 scheduled regulation matches. There may be some teams that are also playing tiebreakers, as well as in the top tier on Sunday, some teams playing final placement matches during rounds 17 and 18. But all teams play all 16 regulation matches. There are no buys. Does anyone have any other final questions before we dismiss you? All right, before everyone stands up, there are a couple of people that I need to have come up and see me before they leave. Those people are Julia Fu, Mark Taylor, Greg Bosick, Andrew Gao. That's it. Everyone else, if you are playing in this room, just sit tight until everybody else has left, and then we're going to move some stuff around. Those 4 people I called up, come and see me. Everyone else, good luck, have fun. Okay, so can you grab
We just had our opening meeting for the Pace NSC. If you can hear the raucousness behind us, it is teams raring and ready to go for their first round games. And if that explanation didn't cover everything, in the morning today we'll be following one individual bracket. There will be many brackets. I think there's 12.
Yeah, that's right.
With 6 teams in each bracket. So in the morning you will have a round robin where each team will play the 5 other teams in their bracket. And only the top 2 teams in each bracket will remain in contention for the overall championship. But every team will be playing at least 15 rounds this weekend. And just because each team is not in contention for the overall championship doesn't mean that those later games are not really important for both overall placement and bragging rights. I mean, a lot of these teams have, their local rivals here. They've been playing teams in their local circuit and at some online events, teams from around the country pretty much the whole year. So this is kind of for all the marbles. And in a way, the Pace NSC really stands for no second chances for us.
Oh my God, Aiden.
That was pretty good.
I don't know how good that was, but we are in, I believe it's called aluminum.
Yeah, aluminium, as I like to call it.
No, you don't. The
Yes, I do.
brackets
I'm
are
British.
sort of named at random. We've got one of the 12 brackets here in the Rosemont Ballroom, and we've got a great slate of teams, great slate of games. So
And you can see on the sort of ticker below us
That's true.
a variety of round one matchups in the different divisions, all of which are, I believe, named after chemical elements, at least krypton and aluminium.
it looks like, yeah, that we've got lithium. They're all chemical elements. So
let's talk a little bit about the 6 teams that we'll be following this morning, and we'll be able to see every team in our bracket for at least one round. And one thing that really stood out to me about the teams in the aluminium bracket is a lot of youth on display here. We've got 4 B teams, and one of the A teams is entirely JV. So yeah, how do you feel about the increasing prevalence of players getting better and better earlier and earlier in their high school careers?
yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting trend. I think it's been made possible by the democratization of a lot of resources to study. You know, there's a site called QB Reader made by my good friend Jeffrey Wu, which basically allows you to play Quizbowl questions from any publicly released set on demand. So, you know, there's people that have tens of thousands of questions logged on there, and of course, it makes improvement really accessible. You can improve really quickly, and that's what allows a lot of these younger JV players, which in our case means 9th or 10th grade, that's what really allows them to improve so quickly.
And I think that is something where Quizbowl sort of stands out compared to a lot of other activities.
Absolutely.
Is sort of the open sharing of information, and it really isn't a zero-sum game for a lot of these teams. You're practicing with the teams you're competing with a lot of the time. You're on local communities for your region or your circuit. You're asking, hey, do you want to play some toss-ups or hop on QB Reader?
Or
And-
ping for PK, as Andrew said.
Yes, we don't need to. Yeah, PK being a slightly older term for just going back and forth and reading bonuses or tosses to one another,
Yeah.
just to solidify. So how obviously combined we have played. We competed in 0 pace NSC
That's
in high
correct.
school. That's why they summoned us the experts. So now, as I would say a pretty proficient college player, first for Columbia and forthcoming for the University of Connecticut, how are you sort of approaching studying and getting better as a player?
Well, that's an interesting question. So, I mean, I started out studying just by doing packet study, which is really what everybody tells you to start doing. I mean, it familiarizes you with the canon of topics that can come up. You sort of learn clues by what's called osmosis, where if you're exposed to a fact enough times, every quiz bowler knows who wrote the play Death and the King's Horseman, even though very few people on the street know this. So it's sort of...
William Shakespeare.
I'm not so sure about that.
Same initials, though.
That's true. So you sort of get a good basis of facts that way. And then you sort of just start, I would say, linearly improving. But I think what really did it for me, that got me hooked in this game, is question writing. So as Eden mentioned, I'm one of the writers and editors for this year's PACE NSC, and I really think question writing is the best way for a prospective quiz bowler to improve their skills, because it sort of makes you think about how the people who are writing your questions are thinking. If you can develop this sort of theory of mind, it'll really improve your sort of buzzer sense, your ideas for when to buzz. Not to mention, if you write a question on something, you will be very likely to get all the questions on it that you play. And if you don't, you will feel pretty disappointed in yourself.
Because you've looked at all of the clues and you've picked out what makes the most sense and sort of been able to. It's like taking notes
absolutely.
on something and rewriting
So,
it in your own words.
Yeah, so many of these players here are involved in what are called house writes, which are basically question sets either written by a single club or by a collaboration of students. They're mirrored across the country, played by all sorts of teams. And yeah, it's a really good way to get players writing experience, to get them improvement. Yeah.
For sure. And one thing that a lot of, I would say it was even divisive. I would say when I was in
Divisive.
the teams that I was talking to, is the practice of really getting into making flashcards and
Yes.
well, colloquially known as carding.
Did you ever card?
I was not. I was
Yeah.
not a carder. I personally, I found it to be a little bit too rote for me. But at the highest levels, there has been a lot of success that players have found
Absolutely.
by just making a couple thousand flashcards. I mean, it works for people going to medical school.
Oh, it sure does.
It works for Quizbowl.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing to keep in mind there, there's a lot of discourse about carding, about whether it's like an ethical way to get good and so on. I mean, it's really a technique that we adopted from people trying to study for school. You know, if it's a method that works for studying for school, so it also works when you're studying for Quizbowl. There are a lot of obvious and maybe not so obvious similarities, but of course, just like not everybody uses flashcards to study for tests, so not everybody uses flashcards to study for Quizbowl. It all depends on what learning strategy is best for you.
And I'd kind of say that, you know, if you're winning and it's within the rules, there's no such thing as unethically being good at Quizbowl. There's no you know, all knowledge is kind of real knowledge if you really stretch the definition.
Yeah, I mean, there are some really interesting debates about this because, you know, every Quizbowler knows who Wole Soyinka is. Very few of us have read him. So there's, you know, things like that people discuss when...
I have read Wole.
Oh, well, good for
I'm
you,
the
Aiden.
one.
But, you know...
Has it helped me? Not really. I don't play anymore.
Yeah.
But
you know,
it was a pretty good play.
throughout the course of this tournament, we're going to talk a lot about the good buzzes and the impressive bonus pulls that people get in our room, the Rosemont Ballroom. And if we were to, you know, ask the players how they knew these facts, you'd get a wide variety of different answers, from actually having read the play to Wole Soyinka versus, I don't know, having read his Wikipedia article. There are a lot of different routes to the same goal.
Or by simply just vibing it out. And
yeah, that's what
would be commonly known as a fraud.
Oh, can you explain a fraud, Aiden?
So sometimes I would say you can sort of feel it in your spidey sense that just from how a question is constructed, and this is something you sort of pick up over time, that the answer space, what answers could potentially fit the given category and what is sort of being suggested. And, you know, from writing experience and just from studying, what would be a cool idea to ask about.
Yeah, that's true.
You can definitely sort of figure out what the answer to the question is in ways that aren't perfectly analogous to the actual clues being presented. Sometimes you just think you hear a word that sounds like it's in a given language and you buzz from the country. And a lot of times, that is not correct.
But it's a remarkably reliable strategy. I mean, it sort of varies from person to person. There's a lot of people who make so-called frauding a big part of their game. A lot of players who do it a bit less, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. But if there's one thing that pretty much every team told me that their goal was when I interviewed them, it was they were really here to have fun. They were really here for self-improvement. The atmosphere overall is atmosphere overall. The coaches are really supportive. Players are really supportive of one. You know, telling each other good buzz, and you know, sort of keeping spirits and energy up. As Andrew Dow, truly one of the nicest players at the Pace
Absolutely.
NSC, and a real leader in the high school Quizbowl.
A visionary thinker.
You know, alluded to during his speech for the young Cooper. And of course, our congratulations to both to Andrew and to Greg Boss in the Ohio circuit for many years now. So I think, given it's, and before we move on to discussing prelim rounds,
Yes.
I will do a shout because we've been talking a lot about what is and isn't ethical in the world of Quizbowl.
That's true.
And in lieu of having a live stream chat for the PACE NSC, new this year, we do want to sort of hear input from the people. So what we have is a PACE NSC. You, the viewer, can send your hot takes and opinions on Quizbowl, on whether pineapple should be on pizza. No, but I'm not, married to that opinion. And that will be at pacehottakes@gmail.com. That's PACE hottakes@gmail.com. And if it's a good take, we might discuss it here on the live stream. And if it's a bad take, we won't. But we won't air your dirty laundry out.
Yeah. Also, if you have takes on the NBA Finals, we'd love to hear what the community collectively thinks.
Yeah, if after yesterday you're the one person who thinks the Spurs have it in the bag and that they've been sandbagging these first two games, we want to hear from you. We want to have an open discussion. It's really a marketplace of ideas here at the 2026 PACE NSC in scenic, beautiful Rosemont, Illinois.
Yeah. So Aiden, having said that, who do you think are the New York Knicks of our prelim bracket?
For sure. So sort of an interesting thing about our bracket is, as I think I alluded to earlier, 4 teams out of the 6 in our bracket are what are known as B teams. Teams are lettered according to the relative strength of the roster. It's not always that the 4 people who, in a vacuum, can score the most points are on a team together. Sometimes you need to have people with particular special one another well to form a well-balanced team that can be competitive on as many of the 20 toss-ups as possible. But the B teams we've seen here tend to be younger players. We have 2 JV teams in our bracket and teams that are looking to grow in the coming years. The 2 A teams are Lexington A and
Livingston.
Not Livingston. Wow, I messed up my L words.
Yeah.
Well, Lexington A is also in this tournament. It is also probably one of the favorites to win
true.
overall, based on previous national performance. Definitely Lexington A. Lake County Academic Team A and Strake Jesuit A.
Yeah, Strake are the defending champions.
The defending champions of the 2025 NSC are definitely the 3 teams in the driver's seat, but just due to, if teams hit a packet or have really been putting in work over the past month, 2 months, then really there's a lot of teams in striking distance if they've, if they're playing particularly well.
Well, you mixed up Lexington and Livingston, but I would say don't count Livingston out. They've got
Absolutely.
championship experience. 2 of their players, Arav and Benjamin, were on the team that won the 2025 HSNCT. So they've played in big games. They know what they need to do. Also, they're all seniors, so they're really strongly motivated to give it one last good performance.
Absolutely, and this is a team that has built a lot of chemistry together as well. In 2024, these 4 players played together as Livingston B and ended up in the top bracket, placing, I believe, 22nd overall, which is a very strong performance from them. So, with 2 more years of experience under their belt, they're definitely, I would say, one of the favorites to advance to the top bracket of playoffs. And if there's any team right away that could pose a threat to that, I'd definitely be Saratoga A. From California. They're definitely that team is definitely one of the I would say biggest grinders and hustlers of the tournament.
Definitely.
They're all JV. So that team has 2 more years to grow.
Yeah.
And
really scary.
So we'll be checking in with Livingston A to start out.
Yeah, and they're
they'll be
playing Walter Payton
B, one of our many teams from the Chicago area. Walter Payton B hoping to really stop Livingston in their tracks here early. And because round 1, I mean, you can hit the ground running or you can have a false start. So really excited to see how awake these players are and hope for a competitive close game. So we'll cut over to Karsten Gehring, our moderator in the Rosemont Ballroom, for round 1. and we'll be right back after this.
Do 3, so we start at 8:10.
Or I could turn it like this way.
Really?
Could we turn them like facing in?
Oh, so we start at 8:40.
I guess.
Oh, it's streamed 30 minutes. Oh, I thought you meant we started 30 minutes.
No, that would be. That would cost.
That's good actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how would they even run that?
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
I still can't really see mine, but that's okay. I think if I just move it back a little bit, like put it. Yeah, that's better. I can't see.
Moderator should also. Can the moderator see?
You're gonna have 4 lit.
Moderator, can you see our buzzers from where you're at? Okay.
I don't know why the bold.
We angled them this way so that we could see each other's buzzers.
Because
The light.
Fix the bolding.
It's in. Yeah.
Other than that,
why
this
is
is
it?
looking cool.
Can this microphone just sit where it's supposed to?
You can always just like do this. Like
It's
I can
I'll
see
explain
it.
it
It's
after.
distracting me.
Every time I cough,
The
I have to be very.
all Hundiga steak.
Yeah. No, I
Very flexible.
Name a priest go.
But that
Nice.
was cool.
Oh yeah, wait no, that's
Wait.
actually a good.
Is
good
he
point.
who
No,
is
he's not. I don't think he's a priest, but priestly
Purdue?
content's like
Brilliant.
low-key getting common. There was one at
Kid in Purdue sweatshirt. What's your name? Ben? Alright, friend sitting next to Ben.
Oh, this is Ethan.
Ethan. Friend next to Ethan?
I'm Jack.
Jack. And friend next to Jack? Arav.
Maybe I should start counting.
Oh, wow.
Bruh.
Yeah. Okay, good.
math and language when I took it were chill. My dream Spanish class.
Introduce yourselves. So Livingston A, you could start. Yeah, and you can test your buzzer at the same time. I'm Jack. I'm a senior, and I'm going to Cornell University.
They all seniors.
I am Araf. I'm a senior, and I'm going to Franklin Marshall College.
Thank you. And Walter Payton B.
Connolly, Captain, Walter Payton B. Happy to be here.
Kieran, Walter Payton B. Also happy to be here.
Siddharth, Walter Payton B. Very happy to be here.
Caleb, Walter Payton B, freshman, and also happy to be here.
Great. All right. If everybody here could make sure phones are silenced, turned off, not going to make any noise in some way, that'd be great. Does anybody have any questions before we begin about format or anything?
If at all possible, could you guys speak up just a little bit when you're giving your answers, because it was a little bit difficult to hear.
Yeah,
some
that's
of you guys
fine.
on the end.
Would it be fine if you could also speak up a little bit so we could hear the questions?
Sure.
I think we
All
got that we're all deaf.
I'll go with this opening message that we've got. Welcome to the 2026 PACE National Scholastic Championship. PACE is a volunteer nonprofit that has championed high-quality high school quiz bowl with our flagship event, the NSC, since 1998, which represents the culmination of a year of hard work and competition for every team in this room. We're grateful you're here, and we hope you have a wonderful weekend of great questions, good competition, and the connections that make our community special. Best of luck to both teams. All right.
Do we have a message for round 6?
Are both teams ready to begin?
Yeah.
All right. Start with toss-up 1. This composer's only song cycle is performed attacca and ends by returning to the theme of its first song. This composer of Adelaida dedicated his original second movement of a C major piano sonata to Josephine Brunswick, titling it Andante Favori. This composer wrote what is considered to be the first song cycle, An die ferne Geliebte. The longest piano work by this composer is a set of 33 variations on a C major waltz. An A minor bagatelle by this composer begins with the right hand alternating between E and D sharp. This composer of the Diabelli variations wrote 32 piano sonatas, the 21st of which is nicknamed Waldstein. For 10 points, name this composer of Für Elise.
Beethoven.
10. Your bonus. Answer the following about shrimp's similarity to bugs for 10 points each. Shrimp can be considered bugs because they belong to this phylum of armored invertebrates, which also includes insects and arachnids.
Arthropods.
Go with the-
Arthropods.
Most species known as shrimp belong to an order of arthropods named for having this many legs, though they also have extra appendages called swimmerets. True squids also make up an order named for having this many total appendages.
Could be like
Six.
6 or 8.
I think it's gonna be
Answer?
6.
10.
Okay.
Nonetheless, shrimp are not part of this insect order consisting of true bugs. Aphids, cicadas, and stink bugs are well-known members of this order.
Are these maybe? No, they're not aphids. No, that's what. Go
Answer?
with the guess.
Insecta.
Hemiptera.
Okay.
So 10 on the bonus.
Low-key good for a science bonus.
Toss up 2. One type of these species is the intermediate in a nucleophilic 1-2 rearrangement. To stabilize an organic type of these species, George Andrew Olah mixed fluorosulfuric acid and antimony pentafluoride to create a superacid. Like free radicals, one type of these species may be stabilized by sigma orbitals overlapping with p orbitals in hyperconjugation. 5 substituents may surround a carbon atom called a Texas carbon in a type of these species that includes methanium. Transition metal examples of these species may form aquocomplexes in water. 2 of these species produced from iron are referred to by the adjectives ferrous and ferric.
Oxides?
No, incorrect. For 10 points, name these positively charged chemical species. 10. Your bonus. A 1956 act named for this language only made it a nation's sole official language. For 10 points each, name this language. The government that mandated this language faced a civil war that ended in 2009 after its speakers attacked civilians in the Black July riots, sparked on one side by the UNP.
Sri Lanka, so Tamil. Tamil?
Sinhala.
Sorry.
The Sinhala only Act was passed by the Parliament of this island, which was the British colony of Ceylon.
Yeah, Sri Lanka. Yeah.
The Sinhala only Act was a catalyst for the formation of this terrorist group active during the Sri Lankan Civil War. In 1991, a member of this group assassinated Rajiv Gandhi.
Do you want to say Tamil Tigers? Tamil Tigers.
20 points.
Okay, there we go. There it is. Sorry.
Toss up 3. 91 rules for organizing these institutions in Britain were authored by Italian patriot Antonio Panizzi. Earlier examples of these institutions include a large one established by Christopher Columbus's son, Hernando Colón. The WPA brought these institutions to Appalachia with pack horses. The estate of Robert Cotton seeded a prominent British one of these institutions. Another one was named for Sir Thomas Bodley. In America, 1,689 of these institutions were funded and named for Andrew Carnegie. 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. In a travelogue, this author described being faint from ecstasy after viewing Michelangelo's David. For 10 points each, name this author who names a syndrome marked by a strong reaction to great art. Julian Sorel is executed near the end of one of this author's novels. The beauty of Vermeer's view of Delft led this author to mention it multiple times in his masterpiece, In Search of Lost Time. Description acceptable. Fyodor Dostoevsky was so moved by this painting that his wife had to drag him away from it lest he have an epileptic seizure. In The Idiot, Hippolyte contrasts the great beauty of this painting with the no such beauty in a picture by Rogojin.
Yeah.
Answer?
Paintings on Goya's walls.
This is The Body of the Dead Christ in the Tomb by Hans Holbein the Younger. 20 on the bonus. Toss up 4. One poem addressed to this place says, the thought I'd think today of it would be as a strong bird on pinions free. A poem ending in the name of this place claims they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. A poem set in this place describes a man who measures his plank or beam. A poem which ends with the name...
Brooklyn?
No. Which ends with the name of this place, notes, I laugh and eat well and grow strong after they send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes. The poem I Too by Langston Hughes responds to a poem titled For This Place that describes the carpenter, the mason, the woodcutter, the varied carols I hear in Leaves of Grass. For 10 points, Walt Whitman wrote a poem entitled I Hear What Place Singing.
America?
10. Your bonus. In medieval England, this practice was generally known as arete or ordinaire. For 10 points each, give the specific term for this military practice that legendarily took place after a member of a gang placed the king's shilling into a man's drink.
Halt.
Maybe
Answer?
Halt.
Halt.
Impressment.
Oh.
Having to serve on a ship was a good way to lose a limb. This admiral, who lost an arm at the Battle of Santa Cruz de Tenerife, ultimately died at Trafalgar.
Horatio
Nelson.
Workers in this profession on ships were commonly called groggers or jolly jack-tars. Most whaling ships had at least one highly trained man in this profession who used raw materials called shooks.
Shucks.
Is that not a harpoon?
Answer?
Butcher.
It's a cooper. 10 points. Toss-up 5 is description acceptable. During one of these conflicts, the Eastern Route Army was decisively defeated after failing to wait for the Southern Route Army. In 2011, archaeologists discovered thunder crash bombs whose use during these conflicts was described by the Taihiki. Studies of these conflicts prompted the Soshu school to rapidly cool forged swords. During one of these conflicts, an exaggerated 142,000-strong army was defeated at the battle...
Mongol invasion of Japan.
20 points. Your bonus. This composer adapted Les Chansons du Bel Etis by Pierre Louis into 3 songs and later composed incidental music for their recitation. For 10 points each. Name this French impressionist composer of Clair de Lune. In the first of Debussy's Trois Chansons du Bel Etis, a man teaches the narrator to play this title instrument. Debussy wrote a seminal work for solo flute in B-flat minor that is titled for this instrument.
Clarinet.
It's the Syrinx. The last of the 3 songs is named for one of these places of the Naiads. Ravel included a Forlan and Rigodon in his Baroque-inspired keyboard suite titled for one of these places and a composer. Tomb. So, Le Tombeau de Couperin. 10 points on the bonus. Toss-up 6. This deity told Chaerephon that nobody was wiser than Socrates, leading Socrates to begin interrogating alleged wise men. Aristotle's Lyceum was named after a statue of this deity resting on a tree trunk it contained. This deity claimed a mother is only a nurse to the seed, not a true parent, while arguing in defense.
Athena?
No. Of Orestes. A temple to this deity was inscribed with Thales' motto, Know Thyself. Nietzsche named an artistic impulse towards harmony and order after this deity and contrasted it with the Dionysian. Toxic fumes likely helped a prophetess hallucinate at a site where this deity slew a massive serpent. For 10 points, the oracle at Delphi was patronized by what Greek god of music and poetry?
Apollo.
10.
I should have paused on that Socrates.
A watercolor book about this event includes a memoir about a man holding his own eyeball. For 10 points each, name this chronologically first event discussed in a Paul Fussell essay partly titled Thank God. Survivors like Father Kleinsorge are depicted in a book-length article about this event by John Hersey.
Father Kleinsorge, is that the Holocaust? Isn't he the one who did the no one came for me thing?
Answer?
No, but Holocaust.
It's the atomic bombing of Hiroshima.
Oh, shoot.
John Hersey's
Okay.
article Hiroshima took up a 1946 issue of this magazine, whose mascot is the top hat-wearing Eustace Tilley. This Condé Nast magazine is known for cryptic cartoons published The Lottery.
Isn't this the New Yorker?
Might be New Yorker.
This author depicted the Enola Gay's bomber crew in his narrative poem, New Dawn. This only Pulitzer Prize winner in both poetry and fiction wrote a novel in which a reporter feels the great twitch. Answer?
Neruda.
It's Robert Penn Warren.
Oh.
So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 7. In a novel by this author, a character gives up trying to find pieces of a bowl after a star fades in the night sky. In another novel by this author, a character is shocked by the sight of a floating eye in a train window before realizing it is a reflection. At the end of that novel, the protagonist tries to move toward a half-mad voice during a warehouse fire and hears the Milky Way roar inside him.
Kawabata?
For 10. A lecture by this man likens disagreements between people of different religions to those of frogs who have not left their wells. For 10 points each, name this man who addressed the Sisters and Brothers of America in a speech credited with introducing Hinduism to the West at the 1893 World's Parliament of Religions.
I have no idea.
Answer?
Bahula.
It's Swami Vivekananda. Vivekananda is often credited with popularizing this practice, whose hatha form involves body positions called asanas and has evolved into a form of exercise.
Yoga.
Vivekananda adhered to Advaita Vedanta, a non-dualist school of Hindu philosophy named for equating this concept with the ultimate reality of Brahman.
Go ahead.
20 points.
Nice.
Toss-up 8. These people experience a loss of peripheral attention due to the unusualness of certain objects, causing a focus effect. These people are asked to alter their perspective and reverse temporal orders during cognitive interviews, a technique that decreases confabulations by using context reinstatement.
Witnesses?
For 20.
Jeez.
Answer the following about amide functional groups. 10 points each. This family of molecules has amide linkages in their backbone and was first synthesized by Wallace Carruthers in 1935. These thermoplastics with 6 and 6,6 variants can be continuously drawn out in a rope trick. Answer? Prompt. time. They're nylons. Nylon can be synthesized from these cyclic amides, most commonly their capro example produced from cyclohexanone via Beckmann rearrangement. Dorothy Hodgkin confirmed that a 4-membered type of these amide rings is present in one compound.
So like
Lactams. Friedrich Wöhler's synthesis of this diamide compound from inorganic reactants disproved vitalism. This is the main nitrogenous waste product in human urine.
urea. Yeah.
10.
Okay. Jeez.
Toss up 9. The A section of a song by this musician alternates 4 bars each of D7 sus and F7 sus, implying the D Phrygian mode. This musician began emphasizing upper structures instead of guide tones after he misheard his bandleader as saying, "Don't play the butter notes." A silhouetted man sails a boat on the cover of an album by this musician, who still performs publicly at age 86.
Hancock.
For 10. For 20.
Good cat.
Since 2025, this body of water has been replenished by desalinated water, for 10 points each. Name this body of water supplied by the Salmon stream. The Degania Dam controls outflow from this largest source of drinking water in a country that pioneered plastic emitter drip irrigation.
Irrigation.
Answer?
Titicaca.
Sea of Galilee. The Sea of Galilee is the second lowest lake in the world, behind this hypersaline lake on the border between Israel and Jordan.
Dead Sea.
2 fishermen from one of these communities, called Ginasar, found the Jesus boat in the Sea of Galilee in the 1980s. One of these collective communities, called Hatzarim, has a factory to make drip irrigation equipment.
Bedouins?
Kibbutz.
Oh.
10 on the bonus. Toss up 10. 2 types of epithelium in this structure meet at the squamo-columnar junction, whose motion during development creates the transformation zone. It's not the thyroid, but the Bethesda system is used to identify LSIL and HSIL lesions in this structure. Abnormal cells turn white upon applying acetic acid to this structure when it is examined during a colonoscopy. The first immortal human cell line, extracted from Henrietta Lacks, came...
Ovary.
No. Came from a cancer in this structure. The vaccine Gardasil protects against HPV infection of this structure, whose abnormal cells are detected in a pap smear. This structure dilates up to 10 centimeters during labor. For 10 points, name this neck-like structure between the vagina and uterus. 10. Your bonus, this man once asked, how can anyone govern a nation that has 246 different kinds of cheese? For 10 points each. Name this leader of the Free French during World War II, who served as the first president of the Fifth Republic.
De Gaulle.
After de Gaulle blurted out Vive le Québec libre at Montreal's Expo 67, this Nobel-winning liberal Canadian Prime Minister responded, Canadians do not need to be liberated.
Pearson.
After visiting this city, de Gaulle supposedly claimed that its country was the country of the future and always will be so. The Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance established a pact named for this city in 1947. Answer?
Oslo.
Rio de Janeiro. So 20 on the bonus. That brings us to halftime, where I have a score of Livingston A, 180, Walter Payton B, 90. 20 on the last bonus for de Gaulle and Pearson. All right.
I have those scores as well.
Okay, great.
And I need to... Roast me getting my cats. Okay, well, like...
Here.
That's a techno blade.
I couldn't really tell some of them either. Okay, we burnt through a lot of science. We've kept the VFA, so I'm going to keep myself in, especially.
Charles Loring Brace pioneered a program named for sending these people to Western farms called their train movement. A building named for housing these people was burned down on the first day of the New York draft riots. Hiring signs.
Orphans?
20.
Oh.
Your bonus. A New Yorker essay titled On Killing This Author described how its writer found herself saying, "Oh, hi," to references to this man who was everywhere, like weather. 10 points each. In a 2023 novel, a narrator complains that everybody seemed to have Bill or Nancy on their lips, referencing what author's novel Oliver Twist? On Killing Dickens was written by this author. In a novel by this author, Samad convinces Mickey to hang up a portrait of his ancestor Mangal Pandey in O'Connell's pub.
Smith.
The chapter Dickens is Dead appears in this most recent Zadie Smith novel, in which Eliza Touchett hears the Jamaican Andrew Bogle's testimony for the Tichborne claimant.
On Beauty.
The Fraud. 20 points. Toss up 12. The Sahih al-Bukhari relates how this figure urinated in a man's ears for not following Salat. This figure and Allah are mentioned in a prayer before reading the Quran called the Ta'awud. Muslims have associated the figure of Malik Taus with this figure, which has led to persecution of the Yazidi people. This figure strikes a deal with Allah to recruit people to join him in Jahannam. Most...
Lot?
No.
Oh, wait, no, wait. Shaitan?
Yes, for 10.
Said you can wait.
Your bonus. This director's film, Polyester, is intended to be viewed with scratch and sniff odorama cards corresponding to certain scenes. 10 points each. Name this pencil mustache director who cast the drag queen Divine in his queer films Female Trouble and Pink Flamingos.
Try it, I think.
Edward.
John Waters. The first of Polyester's smells is of these objects, but is followed by that of a dirty shoe and a fart. In Beauty and the Beast, one of these flowers appears in a glass case.
Yeah.
Rose.
Antonio Gardoni designed the title perfume this actress wore in the only film made with Smell-O-Vision, Scent of Mystery. This actress began a lengthy affair with Richard Burton on the set of the 1963 epic Cleopatra.
Taylor.
For 20. Toss up 13. Critic Kevin Power singled out the use of this word 340 times, mostly by the inarticulate Istvan, in a review of David Soloy's Booker-winning 2025 novel, Flesh. This word commonly appears between horn and please in signs on slow-moving vehicles in India. Woodrow Wilson's...
Okay.
20.
I see those on the back of trucks all the time.
Your bonus. Esther Duflo studied how people given free health insurance in India often underwent unnecessary treatment, an example of this situation. 10 points each. Name this kind of situation often cited in insurance in which an actor takes on increased risk because they don't bear the full costs.
Try it, I don't know anything better.
Tragedy of the Commons.
Moral hazard. Duflo observed that group lending models in this practice may mitigate moral hazards through peer pressure. Muhammad Yunus pioneered this practice of lending small loans to low-income people.
Microloans?
Yes. In a classic moral hazard, banks took riskier loans, assuming they would later be bailed out in the lead-up to this event caused by a housing market collapse.
Great Recession.
For 20. Toss up 14. A boy in this novel ruins his blue polo shirt while throwing a tantrum because he isn't picked for a football match. Boys prank a character in this novel by telling him his elbow could unzip. In this novel, a boy draws imaginary animals and dreams that his art was selected for the gallery. A rumor in this novel about getting a 3-year deferral if you're in love is spread by Chrissy and Rodney, who accompany this novel's protagonists on a trip to find their possibles. In this novel, titled for a fictional Judy Bridgewater,
Never Let Me Go.
For 10.
What? We're tossing this up now? Okay.
No violence.
The literacy rate of settlers from the Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay colonies has been estimated by analyzing these things, for 10 points each. Name these things, a large example of which was written by John Hancock on the Declaration of Independence.
Signatures.
This literacy advocate is responsible for removing the U at the end of many British words. Two brothers bought the rights to a work by this author of the Blue Back Speller.
What? Webster.
In the 1830s and 40s, reformers promoted literacy in New England as part of this tax-supported educational movement championed by Horace Mann.
Horace Mann movement. No Child Left Behind Act.
Common School movement.
Okay.
20 on the bonus. Toss-up 15. Ninian Smart labeled Karl Popper's form of this theory, which holds that utopianism leads to totalitarian dictatorship, as its negative form. A book by Bernard Williams and J.J.C. Smart compiles arguments for and against this theory. H.J. McCloskey's sheriff objection indicts the aggregationism of this theory. Robert Nozick claimed that you would not want to plug
Utilitarianism?
20.
Nice.
Sheriff objection?
This operator includes a term equal to negative h bar squared over 2m times the second derivative with respect to position. 10 points each. Name this quantum operator that quantifies the total energy of a system.
Hamiltonian.
Eigenfunctions of the Hamiltonian are solutions to the time-independent form of this equation. This equation is named for a physicist whose namesake cat is simultaneously dead and alive.
Schrodinger equation.
In the time-dependent Schrodinger equation, this constant is multiplied by h bar and the time derivative of the wave function. Applying the commutator to two conjugate variables yields this constant times h bar.
It's not because it's saying h bar.
Answer?
1/2.
I. 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 16. Clara Zetkin led one party in this government whose defense minister Gustav Noska may have ordered the death of the author of the Junius pamphlet. 200,000 people led a failed strike against this government known as the March Action. This government sponsored a horseshoe-shaped public housing project in its capital as well as the world's first sexology institute. This government suppressed the Spartacist uprising, which was led by Rosa
Weimar?
10.
Sorry.
It's fine. We're doing fine.
Your bonus. Deep beneath a lake in this region, the devil taught students how to change the weather by riding dragons at the Black Magic Academy of Scholomance. 10 points each. Name this region where Bran Castle was the birthplace of the supposed Scholomance alum and future Wallachian noble Vlad Dracula.
Transylvania.
Men with this characteristic would become a vampire-like Stirgoi in Transylvanian lore. In Ireland, boys with this unusual characteristic about their birth order would be designated as healers.
Okay, is it first, second, or third?
Say second.
Second born.
The seventh son of a seventh son.
Hello?
To deter revenants, Transylvanian warlocks would chant a spell about offering them this food. A future leader of the Fianna ate one of these animals that consumed 9 hazelnuts from a well.
Fish.
Yes, for 20.
Seventh son of
7 knowledge. Okay, so that's no more.
Toss-up 17. Modern examples of these devices that work by measuring the phase shift in a Sagnac interferometer include their ring laser and fiber optic types. Deviations in the behavior of 4 of these devices on Gravity Probe B confirmed frame dragging and the geodetic effect. Accelerometers and these devices made up the Apollo 13 IMU, which was threatened by the alignment of 2 component axes in these devices in a locking problem.
gyroscopes.
10 points.
Yes.
Jean Charlot depicted people recoiling from massive orange spears in an artwork in this medium. 10 points each. Name this medium, which includes an artwork in which an artist holds a yin-yang. The Polyforum Cultural Center is the site of an artwork in this medium titled The March of Humanity.
Mural.
Charlot shared his studio with this husband of Frida Kahlo and muralist of Man at the Crossroads.
Rivera.
Charlot popularized this printmaker who stands near Kahlo in Dream of a Sunday Afternoon at Alameda Central Park. That mural also depicts this artist's character, La Calavera Katrina, a skeleton whose appearance and elaborate hat inspired Day of the Dead costumes.
Another Mexican artist.
Answer?
Frida Kahlo.
Jose Guadalupe Posada. 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 18. A refrain in this play tells a character leaving her house to go like a shooting star. A character in this play exclaims, "Damn all the knives," after a character opts to eat grapes for lunch. A stage direction in this play instructs a character to appear in a black shawl and missing an orange blossom. At the climax of this play, violins play until 2 screams are heard, which are followed by the appearance of a blue light and a beggar woman. In this...
Like Blood Wedding?
10.
Canon expansion, I guess.
A record 1,208 Americans were training for this job in 2025, despite a 2015 warning from a future Nobel-winning AI researcher about imminent obsolescence. 10 points each. Name this highly paid medical profession that uses models from companies like Lunit, Cure AI, and IDXDR. The ABR certifies people in this profession.
ABR? Do you want to just anesthesiologist?
Go ahead.
What is that?
Answer?
Anesthesiologist?
radiologist.
Like I said.
This computer scientist issued the aforementioned warning about radiologists and shared the 2024 Physics Nobel with John Hopfield.
2024 physics.
Answer?
John Mearsheimer.
Jeffrey Hinton. Computer-assisted radiology has been found to be harmful when interpreting these exams. The National Cancer Institute recommends women over 40 get these exams every 2 years to screen for breast cancer.
Mammograms.
For 10. Toss-up 19. This property names a vector space containing all possible velocity vectors for curves intersecting a given point of a smooth manifold. A vector name for this property appears alongside ones denoted n and b in the Frenet-Serre formulas. Curvature equals the derivative of a vector name for this property with respect to arc length. The gradient of f...
Tangent?
20.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's...
Part of this work was rendered into Latin meter by Juvencus, who claimed to be inspired not by a muse, but by the Holy Spirit. For 10 points each, name this work translated into Latin by Jerome. King James I later commissioned an English translation of this work.
The Bible.
Juvencus rendered the Gospels into a hexameter named for these metrical feet, which consist of a long syllable followed by 2 short syllables.
Trochees, right? Trochees?
Dactyl.
Oh, wait.
Valerius Flaccus used dactylic hexameter for a poem with this name, which he dedicated to Phoebus instead of a muse. Apollonius of Rhodes earlier composed a Greek epic with this name.
Argonautica?
20 points.
Nice.
Toss-up 20. 2 figures in diving helmets embrace in a painting by this artist used as the cover for Blur's album Think Tank. This artist obscured the face of a nude pregnant Demi Moore from an...
Leibovitz?
No. From an Annie Leibovitz photograph in a poster for his barely legal exhibition. A painting by this artist features submerged shopping carts and a pastiche of Claude Monet's Water Lilies. A mass protester throws a bouquet of flowers in a work by this artist, who quipped, "Going, going, gone," after his artwork Love is in the Bin was created at a 2018 auction.
That's Banksy.
For 10. Yeah. Your bonus. In a matter-dominated universe, energy density scales as the negative third power of this quantity. For 10 points each. Name this quantity. The Hubble parameter is defined as the time derivative of this quantity divided by this quantity.
Yeah, why not?
Speed of light.
Scale factor. The scale factor equals 1 when time equals this quantity, which is approximately 13.8 billion years.
Any guesses?
Age of the
Go with that.
Answer?
age of the universe.
The scale factor exponentially increased as the universe underwent this process approximately 10 to the minus 33 seconds after the Big Bang. A theory for this process was first proposed by Alan Guth in 1979.
Expansion, I don't know.
Expansion's a good one. Go with that.
Expansion?
Inflation.
Okay.
So 10 on the bonus, which gives us a final score of Livingston A, 410, Walter Payton B, 180.
Good game.
Got that too. Good game.
Good game.
I'll see you in round 5.
Walter Payton B ending, what was it,
410
to 180.
Yeah.
Pretty close game through the first half, although I think in the second half, Livingston really locked in and got it together and,
Yeah, I mean-
and sort of took it away. Part of the, with Quizbowl being a game of toss-ups and bonuses, I'd say the first thing that came to mind immediately there was just bonus conversion.
Absolutely.
Livingston was consistently hitting 20s, which even when you can sort of compete on getting a nice power, which Walter Payton B were able to get multiple pretty good and pretty early powers there on Herbie Hancock and on a funky one on the word OK.
Yeah.
Just not being able to get as many consistent 20s, which are making up the majority of the points, was I think the difference maker there.
Yeah, and well, we often in the community talk about how Quizbowl is, a game to get 11 toss-ups, right? There are 20 available, and you want to get more than your opponent. But if you're like Livingston and you're getting more points per bonus, then it's really just a game to 10 toss-ups, because if you get the same number of toss-ups, then you'll win on bonus points. So having this good bonus conversion is really valuable. In addition, Livingston actually outpowered Walter Payton by a margin of 5-2, so that's an extra 30 points, which is basically equivalent to an extra toss-up. So really valuable there.
Right, and we'll be hearing more from Livingston here as we'll cut to our man on the ground, Samir Sarma. Samir, you want to get more into the mind of Livingston A here?
Good. Okay. Hi, my name is Samir, and I'll be conducting the post-game interviews. First of all, with Livingston High School, who just played their round 1.
Hello.
So, in general, how are you guys feeling after your winning the first match of the tournament?
Pretty good. The first match of any tournament is always just kind of a depth check to see how we're feeling about the set, how we're feeling about ourselves. So, getting into the groove, you saw we picked up a bit in the second half as we got more used to the questions and just playing on stage.
As we look towards the rest of the prelims bracket for rounds 1 through 5, or rounds 2 through 5 in this case, are there any matchups that you're worried for or looking forward to, or anything that's on your mind?
We got our round 3 against Saratoga, also on stream, so check that out. But I think that's the one that's going to be the closest.
Yeah.
So, any other thoughts?
Oh, really? Just looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun game, hopefully.
All right, we'll be tracking your progress on stream, especially in round 3. Thank you for appearing for a post-game interview, and back to Aiden and Forrest.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for that, Samir. Wish we could see Samir's beautiful face a little bit more, but we'll be working on ironing that out in the later rounds. But sort of back to our post-game analysis, you mentioned getting to 11 toss-ups or getting to 10 toss-ups if you feel confident about getting, winning on the points per bonus front. Arav on Livingston A was the first person to buzz in on 11 of those 20 toss-ups.
12 actually.
On 12, really? Okay, with I think a 3-5-4 stat line. Do you think, especially in round 1 where you're favored, is there utility in sort of buzzing more aggressively to get a feel for feel for the buzzer, feel for the questions, or is it more important to just lock down the questions that you can lock down and buzz when you're supposed to buzz, which I think he was definitely doing a lot more of in the second half?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I don't think I can't know his mental state, but I don't think RF came in here being like, I'm going to answer 4 toss-ups incorrectly. You know, it's sort of a byproduct of the approach. In round 1, you're sort of calibrating yourself to the set, right? Like, these kids really haven't played a set this hard all year except for HSNCT, so they don't have, much familiarity with the difficulty. Also, every set has its own unique vibe, so most players take, the first game to sort of feel out the set, feel out what its deal is. The Pace NSC is famous for having a certain zany vibe to it. We've had a couple of questions that are colloquially named Bentley Bowl after Pace treasurer and subject editor Mike Bentley. We had a great
perennial power writer and power editor.
Absolutely. I mean, the OK toss-up was a Mike Bentley special, of course. And sort of questions like this, you don't see these very often, right? We also have an entire question per round on miscellaneous or cross history, which does not appear in any other sets distribution. So, players have to adjust to an entirely different feeling. So I think that can sort of explain the amount of incorrect answers. I mean, nobody really wants to do that, but you'll certainly take it if that player is also getting you 8 correct.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about something interesting as well while we're on the topic of powering toss-ups. You'll notice on the Chaton toss-up, where after Livingston got the question incorrect, that Walter Payton went right in and buzzed in to attempt to get a power and get those 20 points. Ultimately, the question they got the question correct, but just outside the power mark. Do you think that there's validity there in going for those more aggressive buzzes, especially when you're a team that's probably not favored and, more importantly, is down in the game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you just want to nail down the 10 points when you're already down?
Yeah, I mean, it is a definitely a risk to do what's colloquially called power vulching, where the other team's gotten it incorrect, but you still buzz before the end to try to get a power
Vulch
and
being
get the
short
extra 10 points.
For vulture.
For vulture, yeah.
Eating the carrion of the toss-up, so to
Absolutely,
speak.
yeah. I mean, it is definitely a risk to do that, but when you're down, you want to take risks. You want to increase your standard deviation, right? To give yourself the best possible chance of having more points than your opponent, right? So it's definitely a justified risk, and I would say, honestly, you're pretty justified in power vulching if you would take the buzz normally. You know, if you're confident that you know the clue. I really see no reason why not to power vulch, especially because, I mean, the buzz was just a word or two out. You don't know where the power mark is going to be placed. I think that was probably a justified vulch. There was a slightly more dubious vulch on the Banksy toss-up 20, which came a little after the power mark. But I think, you know, sometimes vulches are also a little born out of frustration. You know, it's kind of understandable.
Just to get the game, get the bonus
Walter
and move
Payton B,
on.
they played a really good first, like say 13 toss-ups. They were within 60 points after toss-up 13, but then the game sort of fell away from them a little bit. And you can do a vulch like that to sort of get yourself back in the game, back in the aggressive buzzing mindset, which is really important for moving on to round 2.
Right, and when you're sort of down like that, how do you approach the game knowing that you know your odds aren't the best? Are you sort of looking ahead to round 2 to sort of like recalibrate yourself? Or are you trying to pull the game back into position? You know, I think from my perspective, I'm usually trying to do a mixture of the two. You know, it's never over until it's over. I've seen incredible comebacks happen at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of depends on your own philosophy and style as a player, right? But I think, well, me personally, I'm always just trying to focus on the game ahead of me because I can't really let myself, you know, get distracted by anything else or stressed out by anything else. So.
So we've got you know, scores coming in from prelims, and our man on the computer, Ashish Kumardare, is showing us a very close round 1 matchup between ranked number 6 Chapel Hill and the Latin School of Chicago, a team that did not attend HSNCT and is not within the top 50 of the rankings. That game ended 330 to 280, a 50-point game.
That's
so
a one toss-up game.
Within a one toss-up game that, you know, we don't have the full advance stats to us. It could have come down to points per bonus. That could have been a game where Chapel Hill got 9 or 10 toss-ups and was able to convert more bonuses.
Yeah. And
really,
I gotta say, if you're Latin School of Chicago in that situation, you've got to feel great about that. Like, you sort of know coming in which team is probably the favorite in your bracket, right? And when you come into that game, you try to take small wins that aren't necessarily winning the match, such as getting a good buzz or, you know, putting up a good fight until X point in the match, and they put up a good fight until the very end. So
Chicago
really impressive.
Latin, definitely a team to watch out for in that bracket going forward.
Yeah.
So while we've got the toss-ups in front of us, do you have any you know, as an editor, as a writer, any insight on a toss-up in that round that you felt was really interesting?
That's a good question. I mean, I think I would probably just single out the. I think I would just single out the OK toss-up 13. It is, as I said, exemplary of sort of Bentley Bowl. It's a great question in the other academic and general knowledge category, which
that
there's
toss-up on public libraries as well.
That was in the cross history.
That's the kind of thing where that sort of toss-up is something that really can be rewarded by more unconventional types of knowledge. I mean, I've been to the Bodleian Library in Oxford.
Wow.
They've got like you've got the underground tunnel under the street that connects the two libraries. Very cool. The Wi-Fi's terrible down there because it's underground.
Yeah, and
so it's hard to study there.
It's a really good way to sort of reward people for engaging with the world around them, right? You're not very likely to learn the clue about horn OK please signs by studying packets because it's definitely never come up before. But you know, if you read the news, that's a really good way to get points on Bentley Bowl.
To the country,
that too, yeah. So it sort of rewards people for having different kinds of experiences than normal Quizbowl questions.
I just saw some gears, but it looks like we're back. and apparently another close game between Rolling Meadows and Lake County Academic Team A. Lake County, if you're not aware, won the HSNCT just 2 weeks ago, and they were also sort of put to the test right away with a 350 to 280 game. They did pull it out, but sort of similar to Chicago, Latin, Rolling Meadows got to feel good about pushing a championship contender to the brink early and putting up a solid performance.
Yeah, absolutely. So my question for you, if you're a championship contender like, say, Chapel Hill or Lake County,
if I could get into the
how
mindset
do
of
you,
someone who's good.
well, first of all, you can do that, but how do you go forward, and also how do you sort of try to evaluate what happened?
I mean, I think each game it doesn't fully exist in a vacuum, but it kind of does, right? I went to Lambert when Lambert was a championship contender in 2021, 2022. It was almost a joke that round one they would have a whole lot of incorrect answers, and that game would be closer than they would otherwise like it to. What's I think most important is staying resilient and trying to maintain composure and say, hey, this is closer than we liked it. Hopefully we'll progress back to the mean in the next game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I feel like when it comes to ironing out mistakes and ironing out issues with communication or easy things that are fixable within the tournament, you want that to happen in prelims.
Absolutely.
And you want that to happen when, particularly
although
in
you don't want
matches
it to end in a loss.
Yes, so particularly when matches are less likely to carry over, because if you're consistently improving throughout the tournament, that's going to spell a lot of success for you on Sunday.
So Aiden, can you explain what carrying over means in this context?
Yes. So basically, we do not have, other than in some cases the finals, teams will not play each other again in the playoffs that they've already played in the prelims. So in certain cases, when going from the playoffs to Sunday, a win against a team that is also in the same bracket as you will carry over. So you may start with a win, you may start with a loss. It just is a way to keep rounds and keep the diversity of matchups to a maximum, basically.
Yeah.
So really, even though these prelims, it's just the top two teams move on. Pretty much every game that you play may end up having implications down the line. There is not really an opportunity to rest on your laurels in the same way as other nationals in the first few rounds, where if you're seated highly, you're ramping up to your most difficult competition. You might play the strongest team you'll play today in round one.
Yeah.
That's just how the cookie crumbles, and that's just, you need to have your game face on pretty early, since realistically, if you want to stay a championship contender, you're going to want to have 3, probably 4 wins out of these first 5 games.
Yeah, 4, and ideally 5, so that you can carry over a win into the playoffs. So we've been talking a lot about the teams that are favored to either win the bracket or win a lot of games. And we have these handy Groger rank symbols next to the team names that are in the top 50, such as Livingston. So, Aiden, can you explain a little bit more about how this is calculated and what this means for these teams?
Yeah, so I'm not a Groger, as you can see. As you can see, my last name here is not Groger.
Fascinating.
So I don't want to speak for them. They're good. They're good
you know,
friends.
the Grogers aren't involved
anymore. They're good
anymore.
friends. They're not family. Well, their names are on it.
Sure.
But basically, it uses a algorithm of sorts to determine both strength of the teams you're playing in a given tournament and the strength of the packet, the difficulty of the questions, how teams are doing broadly compared to a baseline set. I think usually one of NAQT's invitational series sets is used as a 0 baseline, and then it's measured across them. So practically speaking, it's just a combination of your performance and the difficulty of the set. It spits out a number, and your highest number of the season is what really sticks.
Yeah.
some teams may have a lower ranking just because maybe they haven't all played together. Maybe they've gotten a lot better in the past few months when they haven't been playing as many tournaments because they've been getting ready for nationals. So it's not fully reflective, but it is a useful shorthand for you following along at home to either have an underdog to root for or to know, what teams are in the favorite position of this tournament.
Yes.
And I believe both, at least in our bracket, both Livingston and Saratoga are within the top 20 on
That's right.
Burger ranks.
Yeah, and I believe they're also within just a few spots of each other. So that game, which we have in round 3 between those two teams, that should be very entertaining. But first in round 2, we have the B team of Centennial against the, which is, I believe, from Maryland, and the B team
from the DC.
of the B team of Innovation Academy from Georgia. So as a Georgia native yourself, can you provide some insight?
Yes, Innovation Academy was not a proper Quizbowl team when I graduated in 2019.
Wow.
They've really thrived and been able to develop very quickly. I think the school itself is pretty new under Coach Lawrence McGillicuddy, who's very involved, and I think is being more involved with GATA and the Georgia circuit going forward as well. So that's pretty exciting to see.
Yeah.
Centennial, a consistent fixture on the DC circuit. I believe their B team is one of our 2 junior varsity teams. So this is sort of a sneak preview of the future of Centennial's A team, most likely. And this is a matchup that I think could go either way. These are both teams that are growing. These are teams that are probably playing some of the most difficult Quizbowl they've been playing.
Definitely.
And in rounds like these, if you hit a packet, if you hit something you really know, sort of like we saw with in some cases with Walter Payton,
Absolutely.
where their buzzes felt, especially their early buzzes felt very real, and we're very strong on their own.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting feature of questions at this difficulty, but also the PACE field. In order to just qualify for PACE, it's a really big deal. So even the teams that are, say, less favored to win, or may even end up finishing towards the bottom, they all have some topics that they know really well, and so they
beat
can
a lot
all
of teams to get here.
They can all pull out a power or a really good buzz or a bonus 30 at basically any time. So even if you're one of the top seeded teams, you can never really count anybody out on any given toss-up. And it's really great to see that parity here.
Probably the last question for you before we were scheduled for, I think, probably 10:15 for round 2, talking about a particular toss-up that you wrote, Ms. Weintraub.
What would you like to ask?
Let's talk about utilitarianism first. And I asked you this during the break. Would you plug yourself into Robert Nozick's experience machine?
Well, let me first explain what the experience machine is.
Of course, and talk about your philosophy of writing the toss-up of philosophy.
Well, Arav obviously knows about what the experience machine is because he had a great buzz on that. But it's a thought experiment that asks, super scientists in the future, they invent a machine where you can plug yourself in and basically simulate the life that would make you the absolute happiest.
It's called Instagram Reels.
It is not okay. So the experience machine, it's guaranteed to make you happier than you could possibly be in this world. But most of us have an intuition, a sort of gut feeling that wouldn't be real. So we wouldn't want to plug into that. At least that's what his book, Anarchy, State, and Utopia argues. It's a really cool passage. So yeah, it's a very interesting thought experiment, and it's meant to criticize utilitarianism, which is an ethical theory that has a lot of sort of subcomponents.
You're kind of a utility monster, so to speak.
I did include that objection, although I could have, but I also include the fact that it is aggregationist, meaning according to utilitarianism, the right thing to do is you add up the total happiness across all the people in the world, and you just try to maximize that metric. So other ethical theories think that you can't add up happiness like that, and you should focus on, say, rules, for instance.
You know what you can add up, though, is points per game.
That's true.
And they put up 410 points in that game. And 20 points on that toss-up. So I think they were probably happier when they got that toss-up than when they did it.
That's true. I mean, I don't know. This whole question had a sort of theme about, objections to utilitarianism. So a theme is something that the question is about without being information that you need to provide, essentially. So, you
Because
know,
otherwise every toss-up on utilitarianism or on Ishiguro would be pretty similar.
yeah, so the secondary theme about objections to utilitarianism sort of narrows the focus of the toss-up. It also just sort of makes it more interesting to write, to read back later. So, yeah, and obviously, well, Livingston A knows their objections to utilitarianism pretty well, as
And
they were
they
able to
also
power
know
the
they're
toss-up.
orphans.
They're orphans?
Yeah, they got
Oh,
a
right,
they got a
yes.
second line buzz on I would say a pretty interesting
Yeah,
pretty
that was-
interesting toss-up
that
from,
was a-
from Rohan Kher, formerly of Barrington.
That's correct,
A
former Pace
champion of the Pace NSC, who's now writing for the set.
Yeah, so that's a great thing that if these kids want to, they can look forward to writing for the Pace NSC in the future. We have an open application, and basically anybody who is interested and displays
also, and displays competencies at writing. I
well,
would say.
sure. I mean, you need to have command over the English language, but we also have, you know, a mentorship program to help get people
help
with
you
less
learn the English
experience
language.
involved. And yeah,
I'm looking forward to my Pace mentorship experience going forward, since I struggle
you
with
have
my
plenty of
words.
editing experience, no?
I have plenty of logistics experience, which is
Yeah.
in some ways more important than editing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can leave a reply if you think logistics is more important than editing. And
Yeah,
say, I'm an
right
Aiden
into
fan.
right into the mailbag if
Right
you're a
into the Pace-
logistics
right
head.
into the Pace NSC mailbag, and I'm not. And we do have, I think, at least one comment from the Pace NSC mailbag. And if you're just joining us now, new this year, we've created a mailbag in sort of lieu of a live chat to be able to interact with our viewers and be able to answer your hot takes, questions, and opinions about Quizbowl and about the world in general. And if you have a question or a hot take burning in your mind that you'd like us to discuss here, you can email Pace Hot Takes, that's P-A-C-E, hot takes @gmail.com. You know how to spell Gmail, I would hope. We have two messages, one of which is real, but I'll also read the other one. So we have one message from Ariel Fader, a very good player and Pace staffer representing the University of Pittsburgh.
She found time to send this in before
Yeah,
round one started.
She found time to send this in. Hot take: all science and history players in the audience, which is about probably 5 to 6 people.
Well, you
right
know, in the
now,
live stream audience.
should consider starting a degree at the University of Pittsburgh post-haste. So Ari is looking for teammates. And hot take 2, Aiden and Forrest are really cool. Thank you so much, Ari.
Thank you, Ari.
We cherish your presence in our lives. The second take is from Ben Chapman of the University of Toronto, formerly of Hunter College High School.
And also a writer for the set.
And also a writer for the set. Ben's hot take is Quizbowl should bring back the full touch handshake after each game, rather than the handshake gesture people started making during COVID, where you just gesture your hand up and down. I have never done that.
Me neither, nor have I seen it actually.
Yeah, so this is sort of foreign to me. I
Yeah.
feel like usually I'll go for handshakes. That was how I was sort of.
Well,
Georgia was a more traditional circuit, I would say. I don't remember. I know you come from Knowledge Bowl and debate, where I think handshakes were pretty common.
Oh, yeah. Well, not in Knowledge Bowl actually.
Okay,
but you know,
really? Yeah.
the thing that's really weird to me is that handshaking hasn't really been a norm in Quizbowl for as long as I've been in it. I think we should, of course, be handshaking. You know, it builds more connections.
I think
very
particularly in
respectful.
college, maybe the more informal aspect plays
That's
into
true.
it. But I'll usually go in for a handshake. I'll dap someone up.
But you know,
after a good game.
it's notable. A former Livingston player who now plays for my alma mater, Columbia, Robert Wong, was basically the only player at ACF Nationals who was going around and handshaking teams, so it got remarked on. And I think that's a shame. You know, everybody should be handshaking. Everybody should be trying to build goodwill with their competitors.
Ben, I would say we agree with this take.
Yeah.
I think this is a good opinion. Let's bring back the handshake. Let's make hand sanitizer available
So true.
for all, just as as of course a mitigation method for any germs, and
Yeah.
to be kind to the germaphobes out there. But I totally agree, because doing this, it feels awkward. It
Yeah.
feels like, what are you doing? What are you doing with your hands? Why are we doing this charade?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit this take with a relieved emoji, which Ben Chapman popularized in Quizbowl, of course.
Yeah,
Very good
and I'm
take.
gonna hit this with the classic Jason Hong laughing. Shout
All right.
out to our good friend and who isn't here.
Yeah, former Saratoga player.
Former Saratoga player. We'll get the chance to maybe get his insight, as well as the insight of at least one former Livingston player that we know in our lives, to provide some inside baseball on the team, their culture, and what they're looking forward to. We're hearing live. We just got a phone call from the president.
We did not get a phone call.
The president of PACE. Me. The actual president of PACE did not call, informing us that round 2 has been delayed due to issues with TMS. That being
TMS is the tournament management system. It's a new system that we're using for moderating and scorekeeping. So we're still working out some of the technical kinks with it, but it has great potential. It'll make things a lot more efficient in the future, and really a lot more convenient than the old method of going to a demo website called Modac, which is a really great tool, but it's a little inaccessible. It's not integrated into the scoring system. So.
There are a lot of acronyms in this game.
Oh, there sure are.
To get used to. Are there any that I'm trying to think of some that come to mind that are maybe worth elaborating, if there's something that a team mentions, because sometimes I would say these teams talk about something and they're just 15 years old and they're using terminology that I'm not aware of because I am a tax-paying adult.
I feel like you're pretty hip to the Gen Alpha slang, at least like relative to people in our age group.
That's good, but I would say as far as common trends, and this is sort of something that has shifted while I've been playing, is how specialties are referred to.
Ooh, people call themselves mains now.
Yeah, when I was coming up, at least in my community, which was Georgia, my coach in high school, formerly with Chattahoochee, which was very successful in the 2000s through the now. It was referred to as majors and not mains, and main makes it sound like a video game.
I prefer just specialty. I mean, it's
nice.
What you say is what you get,
All right, we are getting word that TMS has been fixed. Thankfully,
Let's
that probably
go.
wasn't too long. So we'll be cutting right over to a intense round 2 matchup between Centennial B and Innovation Academy B. Maybe a preview for the 2028 PACE NSC finals. Get a load of this.
Behind. No, it's cooked.
All right, so welcome, Centennial B, Innovation B. So my name's Karsten. I'll be reading this match. Let's do a buzzer check and introduction. We can start at the far end here with Centennial B.
I'm Akansh Govada.
I'm Swara Rabat, and I'm in 9th grade.
I'm Henry Berger, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Joshua John, and I'm a freshman.
All right, and then Innovation B.
I'm Sher Saboni. I'm a junior. I'm Arjun Nair, and I'm a junior.
I'm David Devdekar, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Ursula Ampriya, and I'm a sophomore.
All right. Okay. I do have a sponsorship message for this round. This round's sponsor is Michael Loudermith with the message, "Congratulations to the Illinois High School Scholastic Bowl Coaches Association, celebrating 30 years of Quiz Bowl competition and recognition."
Go Illinois.
Just waiting for technical issues.
Yeah, probably.
Good to start? All right, are both teams ready to start?
Yep.
All right. Got toss-up 1. One of these phenomena arises from pairs of vortices and antivortices in the XY model. Conformal bootstrap methods can be used to calculate critical exponents, which characterize systems exhibiting these phenomena. Ehrenfest classified these phenomena based on discontinuities in the derivative of the system's free energy. Landau theory described these phenomena as a change in the prompt.
Phase transitions.
20.
Nice.
Your bonus. This author listed 63 words he regularly used in his book-length essay, The Art of the Novel, for 10 points each. Name this Czech author who described the lives of Tomáš and Teresa before and after the Prague Spring in The Unbearable Lightness of Being.
Bandera.
In The Unbearable Lightness of Being, Teresa repeatedly dreams about being paraded around with 20 naked women at one of these locations, while Tomáš shoots those who cannot properly bend their knees.
Beach.
A pool. Tomáš and Teresa give their dog this name. In another novel, a character with this surname admits her infidelity after the horse Frou-Frou breaks its back.
Karanin.
Yes, for 20. Toss-up 2. A folk song titled with this adjective provides the basis for a Passacaglia for band by Percy Grainger. Ray Vaughan Williams quoted that song titled with this adjective alongside My Bonnie Boy in the second movement of English Folk Song Suite. The orchestra plays a song titled with this adjective in 3/4 against the Dargasson in 6/8 at the end of St. Paul's Suite, which Holst arranged from his second suite for band. The lyric, Alas, my love, you do me wrong, begins a folk song titled for this adjective that is woven throughout the musical 6 because of its dubious attribution to Henry VIII. For 10 points, the carol What Child Is This was adapted from an English folk song titled for Sleeves.
Green.
For 10. Bonus. The type 2 variant of these enzymes functions through a 2-gate mechanism that binds a G segment before capturing a T segment. For 10 points each, name these enzymes that regulate the conformation of DNA. These enzymes relax supercoils formed when DNA is unwound by helicase.
Topoisomerase.
Topoisomerases relax positive supercoils formed ahead of this process's namesake fork. Cells in S phase double their genome through this process.
DNA replication.
Type 2 topoisomerases change this number by 2, while type 1a topoisomerases change it by 1. This number equals the sum of DNA's twist and writhe. Answer?
4.
The linking number. So 20 on the bonus. Toss up 3. Sorry, let me just mark something. Alright. Toss up 3. Late in this war, a sergeant and 2 legionnaires formed a provisional triumvirate government following the Pikisiri campaign. In this war, the soldier Devil Frank stabbed a fleeing leader with a lance, after which he said, I die with my country. A boundary dispute following this war, which concerned land between the Verde and Pilcomayo rivers, was resolved by Rutherford B. Hayes. This war is often said...
War of the Pacific?
No. Often said to have the highest national mortality rate of any war at over 70%. Alfredo Stroessner funded a film about this war's 1870 Battle of Cerro Corá, at which Francisco Solano Lopez was killed. 10 points name this war in which Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay fought against a landlocked neighbor.
War of the Triple Alliance?
For 10. Your bonus. A character munching on this food in a paper bag is described in the poem To a Poor Old Woman, for 10 points each. Name this type of food. In another poem by the same author, the speaker calls this type of food delicious, so sweet, and so cold.
Oh, like...
Answer?
Berries?
Plums.
Plums, that's fantastic.
The speaker apologizes for eating plums in this author's poem, This Is Just to Say. This Imagist poet wrote The Red Wheelbarrow.
Williams.
In Williams's poem, Asphodel, That Greeny Flower, the speaker states that all women are not this person, but have this person in their hearts. Another Imagist poem by H.D. describes this figure as white ash amid funereal cypresses. Answer?
Helen.
For 20. Toss up 4. A poem from a collection in this genre imagines going out of the light's dominion and was inspired by the death of Sophie von Kuhn. Longing for Death is a poem in this genre, whose Greek origins were analyzed by Martin Heidegger in a lecture titled for one of them, Friedrich Hölderlin's The Ister. A poem in this genre by Keidman is the oldest known Old English poem. The pseudonymous poet Novalis wrote a set of these poems to the night. Poems in this genre titled To Dionysus, to Demeter.
Ode?
No. And to Apollo are among 33 of them attributed to Homer. For 10 points, name this genre of devotional praise songs such as Martin Luther's A Mighty Fortress Is Our God and John Newton's Amazing Grace.
Hymn?
10. For him, your bonus. Although this material comes from animal hides like leather, it is scraped, stretched, and dried rather than tanned. For 10 points each, identify this material widely used by monks working in scriptoria. High-quality examples of this material are called vellum. Answer? Parchment. Parchment was supposedly invented when Eumenes II, the book-loving ruler of this city, was faced with an Egyptian ban on papyrus exports. This city was in the ancient region of Mysia in modern-day Turkey. Answer?
Nineveh.
Pergamon. The story about Pergamon's role in the invention of parchment was recorded by this thinker, who died in the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. This author of the natural history is often called the Elder.
Pliny.
Pliny.
Pliny is right for 10. Toss of 5. Citizens upset about this legislation escorted Samuel Ayres out of Philadelphia. Penelope Barker organized a group of North Carolina women to resist this legislation in Edenton. Actions against this legislation resulted in the burning of the Peggy Stewart in Annapolis. Consignees who benefited from this legislation included a business controlled by Governor Thomas Hutchinson. This legislation was passed...
Like, the Stamp Act?
No. Was passed to help one firm escape bankruptcy resulting from a famine in Bengal. The coercive acts were passed after one colony resisted this legislation, which was favorable to the East India Company. For 10 points, the Sons of Liberty protested what legislation by dumping its namesake commodity into Boston Harbor.
Tea tax?
Sorry, it's the Tea Act. So we'll move on to toss-up 6. A phenomenon named for these regions is used in a label-free method of measuring binding affinity in which a receptor is immobilized on a metal chip. That effect, named for these regions, causes the reddish color of gold nanoparticles and is used in an enhanced version of Raman spectroscopy. A laser measures the deflection of a cantilever that is run along these regions in atomic force microscopy, while sputter deposition is used to apply gold or platinum to these regions to prepare a sample for scanning electron microscopy. A property named for these regions contributes to capillary action and causes the shape of a meniscus. For 10 points, intermolecular forces cause liquids to possess tension in what regions?
Surfaces.
Surfaces is right for 10. Bonus, the largest maker of this product in the US also produces chocolate-covered macaroons and is called Strites. For 10 points each, name this product. Strites only allows this product to spend a maximum of 18 minutes in the oven to prevent it from becoming chametz.
Like, what do you... macaroon?
Answer?
Cookies.
Matzah. The majority of Strites matzah sales take place during this holiday. Many millennials first learned about this holiday in a Rugrats special where Tommy Pickles was Moses.
Okay. Passover.
Passover is right for 10. This company's New Jersey matzah factory produced V for Victory matzah during World War II. This company's kosher Concord wine is widely consumed by American Jews during Passover.
Oh, no. Symbol.
Answer?
Whiskey. Jack Daniels.
Manischewitz. So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 7. A character searching for this object performs a grotesque movement from a Thomas Dunn English novel. Repetition of this object's name separates the responses, I have my doubts and I must satisfy them. While searching for this object, a character sees the image of a serpent biting a heel among nitre that hangs like moss on the walls. The merchant Lucchese may know of this object, the mention of which lures a character in a harlequin outfit away from a...
The Heart of Darkness.
No. Away from a carnival celebration. This object titles a story in which ends as a character exclaims, "For the love of God, yes," as he finishes laying bricks. For 10 points, Montresor tricks Fortunato into being sealed alive with the offer of what wine that titles an Edgar Allan Poe short story?
Amontillado.
What was that?
Cask of Amontillado.
Cask of Amontillado is right for 10.
Protest?
Sure.
I heard Amontillado was the only answer first.
I can also accept the Amontillado,
Just that?
because that's
Yeah,
the
that's
name of the
what I was
object.
thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, so either will work. So bonus over here. The 2025 Ig Nobel Prize in Psychology was awarded for investigating what happens when you tell people with this trait, or anyone else, that they are intelligent. For 10 points each, name this personality trait characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance and name for a Greek figure obsessed with his reflection. A narcissism inventory featuring this many factors includes neuroticism, also the N in a model of this many personality traits.
16.
16.
5. People with NPD and borderline personality disorder may exhibit this defense mechanism in response to rejection, a form of all or nothing thinking in which ideas are seen as completely good or completely bad. Answer? Splitting. So 10 points. Toss-up 8. One of these locations near Jericho, where Achan sins by stealing, is prophetically described as Door of Hope in the book of Hosea. 1 Samuel describes the towns of Azekah and Soko being in one of these locations named for Elah, where David defeats Goliath. Hell is analogized to one of these locations, thought to be located outside of Jerusalem, named Gehenna. In one of Ezekiel's visions, God commands him to prophesy to dry bones in one of these locations and bring them to life. The speaker of Psalm 23 attributes God's rod and staff as reasons why I will...
Valley.
Valley is right for 10. Your bonus. This task can be done by induction or by contradiction. For 10 points each, name this task that can rigorously show the truth of a mathematical statement. The two-column variety of this task is common in geometry.
Proof.
Proof is right. This mathematician developed infinite descent, a proof by contradiction. One theorem by this mathematician states that the equation a to the n plus b to the n equals c to the n has no non-trivial zeros for n greater than 2 and follows from the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture. Fermat's right. Proof by induction and infinite descent both utilize this principle, which states that every non-empty subset of the natural numbers has a minimum. Answer. Okay, it's the well-ordering principle. 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 9. A hand holds a folded-over, wide-brimmed hat. In this photographer's image, a hat is more than a covering. In one work by this photographer, a man leans on a fence with his hat over his eyes, facing away from a crowd. In a 10-minute session, a teenager was excluded from a picture by this photographer, who told two subjects to avert their eyes. This photographer captured a sign reading, "I am an American," and children saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and her Lang is right for 10. Just thinking that half to your bonus. In July 2025, Gillian Murphy retired from the American Ballet Theatre stage in a farewell performance as the dual role of these two characters. 10 points each. Name these two contrasting characters. One of these two characters performs 32 fouettes while disguised as the other. Odette and Odile is right. After her debut in the dual role of Odette Odile in 2015, this ballerina was promoted to principal dancer at the ABT. This ballerina bade farewell to ABT in a star-studded October 2025 gala performance.
Pavlova.
Misty Copeland. This Tchaikovsky ballet's characters of Odette and Odile were first performed as a single role by Pierina Lagnani.
Swan Lake.
Swan Lake's right for 20. Toss-up 10. In January 2025, Brian Driscoll was accidentally appointed the interim head of this organization instead of Rob Kassane. The current head of this organization was the principal author of the 2018 Nunez memo. In January 2026, Dan Bongino resigned from this organization to go back to podcasting. The head of this organization used government planes to visit his girlfriend.
CBP.
No. Country singer Alexis Wilkins and sued The Atlantic following an article describing his alleged drinking problem. That head of this organization,
FBI.
FBI is right for 10.
I thought it was from the plane.
Your bonus. During an uprising in this year, protesters drew graffiti of a fleeing dictator nicknamed Bald Murderer packing his bags. For 10 points each, give this year when the USSR lost the Blood in the Water Olympic polo match. The AVH and the Warsaw Pact suppressed an uprising in this year under orders of Nikita Khrushchev. Answer?
1928.
1956. The aforementioned 1956 uprising was organized by Imre Nagy in this country, whose population is majority Magyar. Hungary's right. Nagy has been had been discredited by this Hungarian dictator who coined the term salami tactics and ousted his rival Laszlo Reich in a sensational show trial.
Okay, just go.
Answer?
Corvinus.
Matthias Rakosi. So 10 on the bonus. That brings us to the half. I have a halftime score of Centennial B 100, Innovation B 140.
Yep.
Okay.
Try to get tosses.
Yeah, if you want to go.
It's
You've got
mainly,
full minute for
what's
halftime.
next?
When it, I
Need to open
when it said like
next.
There's only like one question.
use plain to
Talk to go for that. I think that might have been 10. I don't know who got those next. You didn't. So it said surface enhancer.
so lost in the beginning.
That is
I
second line.
thought for some reason that it was Taylor Swift or
okay.
Talk It Out.
I got baited by them.
What could be?
No, I knew
this
it was in
list?
South. I knew it was a South American war. It's just between
I've never
these.
seen a hymn toss up.
Oh
When
yeah.
you do planes
Is it
and
either
meeting
so
like a
Yeah,
There, I
yeah.
thought I should-
lover or something. I thought it was either Taylor Swift
All
or
right.
Josh Patel.
Are both teams ready to continue?
Yep.
Great. So we'll move on to toss-up 11. A novel describes a member of this family as lazy and improvident and quite incapable of thinking of tomorrow. A character from this family recalls his mother cutting her hands with razor blades he left in his pockets and reminisces about his boyhood letters to Hitler. That character from this family studies in England on a UPU scholarship and is disallowed from marrying Clara after she is revealed to be an Osu. A character...
Jarvis.
No. From this family changes his name to Isaac after being converted to Christianity by Mr. Brown. The explosion of a gun causes a member of this family to be exiled from Umwofia after having earlier killed his adopted son Ikemifuna. 10 points name this family of the protagonist of Things Fall Apart.
Okonkwo.
Okonkwo is right for 10. Answer the following about mysterious islands in Arabic folklore for 10 points each. Rocks hunt over a valley filled with diamonds in an island. This sailor from the Arabian Nights visits on the second of his voyages.
Sinbad.
Sinbad's right. After Alexander the Great slew a dragon tormenting the island of Jazira al-Tenin, its residents gifted him a rabbit with this physical feature. The North American jackalope also has this feature.
Feet.
Answer? It's horns. Description acceptable. Alwakwak is an island whose all-female population live for only a day and are born in this unusual manner. The Japanese folk hero Momotaro is a boy born in this manner.
C-section.
Born from a tree. So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 12. This compound is reinforced with goethite in the teeth of limpets, the strongest known biological material. A 2025 study failed to find this compound in the early land organism Prototaxides, complicating its classification. In a taxon that excludes oomycetes for their lack of this compound, it is cross-linked by beta-glucans and manoproteins to form a layer that protects hyphae. This compound, which in animals may be cross-linked with sclerotin, consists...
Chitin.
For 10.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm scared. Breathe. So, you're good.
Your bonus, an 1886 book claims that if this comparison is true, then the terrible seriousness of dogmatists is really a failed attempt at seduction. For 10 points each, give this strange metaphor considered in the opening of Beyond Good and Evil before the question, what then? Answer?
He's got alive.
Truth is a Woman. Beyond Good and Evil is a book by this German philosopher whose book The Gay Science originated his claim that God is dead. Nietzsche's right. This philosopher's book spurs Nietzsche's styles, compares castrated, castrating, and affirming women to Nietzsche's concepts of the will to truth, the will to illusion, and the will to power. This deconstructionist wrote of grammatology.
I like Derrida.
Yeah, Derrida's right for
Derrida,
20.
yeah.
Toss up 13. Two of these locations, including one called the Sleeping Woman, are created when snow falls around an eagle warrior mourning a princess. The word for these locations derives from the name of an island near where King Aeolus stored the winds. A goddess of these places is gifted a digging stick by her uncle Lono. The patron of cherry blossoms is a goddess of one of these locations who gives birth inside a sealed hut to prove her fidelity to Ninigi. While fleeing Namakaukahai, a goddess of these places carries her sister
Volcano?
for 10. Volcano's right for 10. Your bonus, identify the following about the non-Star Trek career of William Shatner for 10 points each. In 2017, Shatner was accused of betraying people's trust for supporting a charity named for this condition co-founded by Bob Wright. Damian Milton coined the double empathy problem around this condition and is part of a rights movement that opposes curing it.
Depression. Oh, okay.
Autism?
Autism is right. Shatner starred in the horror film Incubus, whose dialogue was entirely in this most widely spoken constructed language, the brainchild of L.L. Zamenhof.
Okay.
Esperanto?
Esperanto is right. Shatner's album The Transformed Man features a spoken word cover of How Insensitive, a jazz standard by this bossa nova composer of The Girl from Ipanema. Answer, it's Tom Jobim. So 20 on the bonus. Toss of 14. The Spanish alcabala tax on people in this profession was opposed by Vicente Carducho. The St. Martin's Lane Academy for training Brits in this profession was founded by a man who lends his name to a 1734 copyright law. Cennino Cennini's manual for this profession details how to prepare an expensive material obtained from Afghanistan. People in this profession had to submit reception pieces to join a French institution that was the first to establish a Prix de Rome. In 1863, the Palace of Industry hosted an event for people in this profession, refused by the jury of the Paris Salon. For 10 points, ultramarine was an expensive pigment used by people in what?
Painting.
Painting is good for 10 points. A quantity, your bonus, a quantity name for these systems equals the volume integral of charge times position, for 10 points each. Name these systems of two equal and opposite point charges, whose namesake moment gives rise to intermolecular forces.
Dipole.
Dipole's right. The electric field of a perfect dipole depends on this function of the radius r. The strength of tidal forces also depends on this function of r.
Square.
1 over r cubed. The dipole approximation is necessary to derive the Larmor formula, which gives this quantity for radiation from a moving charge distribution. In circuits, this quantity equals I squared r. Power is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss of 15. Donald Davidson's claim that there is no such thing as these constructs undergirds a chapter on their contingency by Richard Rorty. A philosopher's view that these constructs are defined by agreement was compared to Hume's skepticism about induction by Saul Kripke. A nonsensical kind of these constructs is used by a person who writes S in a calendar upon feeling it. Languages is good for 20.
Nice. I should first learned it, but good job, Shreyas.
Your bonus. This book's narrator writes the whole experience of being hit by a bullet is very interesting, and I think it is worth describing in detail before recounting an explosion as he is shot in the throat. For 10 points each, name this memoir, which narrates the author's time with the POUM in a town where everyone called everyone else comrade.
Going solo or something. I don't know. Going solo.
Homage to Catalonia. The author of Homage to Catalonia described aiming too far forwards with a .44 Winchester rifle in this essay, titled for an action he took solely to avoid looking a fool.
Shooting an elephant.
Shooting an elephant is right. This author of Homage to Catalonia and Shooting an Elephant wrote 1984.
Orwell.
Orwell's good for 20. Toss up 16. A state fair that takes place in this city is home to Eat Krispies, a disputed inventor of deep-fried pho. The Adelson Dumont family wants to build a casino on the site of this city's triangular-shaped city hall, designed by architect I.M. Pei. Kids can play in miniature versions of the Trinity River and Thanksgiving Tower in this city's Perot Museum. This city's downtown One Arts Plaza was home to 7-Eleven until the company moved northwest to Irving.
Dallas.
Dallas is good for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. During a procession honoring this event, Fatimid caliphs would anoint a structure on Rhoda Island. For 10 points each, name this recurring event. The periods of Peret and Shemu followed this event, which, according to an ancient calendar, occurred during the time of Achet. Answer? It's the flooding of the Nile. The flooding of the Nile enabled this agricultural practice of directing water into fields to grow crops.
Irrigation.
Irrigation is right. Irrigation on the Nile was bolstered by the Sakia and this other device introduced to Egypt during the New Kingdom. A counterweight on a long pole was used on these devices to lift water from water sources to other basins.
Like a black person.
Pulley.
It's a shadouf. So 10 on the bonus. Toss up 17. This man's son says he will live as birds do and wonders why, if liars outnumber honest men, they do not simply kill the honest men. This character laments that all his pretty ones have been killed in one fell swoop after the massacre of his family, during which his son is called You Egg. A play's protagonist...
Macbeth.
No. Is warned by an apparition of an armored head to beware this character. At the end of a play, this character hails a new king after entering with a severed head. This character goes to England to retrieve Malcolm and raise an army. This character's birth by C-section means he is not of woman born, fulfilling a prophecy by the Weird Sisters. 10 points, name the Scottish lord who defeats Macbeth.
Macduff.
Macduff is right for 10. This quantity equals the maximum work that can be extracted from a system at constant temperature and pressure. 10 points each. What quantity, whose change determines if a reaction is thermodynamically favorable or not, is named for an American chemist and is symbolized G?
Gibbs free energy.
Gibbs free energy is right. The Gibbs free energy required to form these species is superscripted with a double dagger symbol. These species occur at the point with the highest potential energy on a reaction coordinate. Answer? Transition states. This statement posits that a transition state more closely resembles either the reactants or products depending on which is closer to it in Gibbs free energy. Answer? Hammond's postulate. 10 points on the bonus. Toss-up 18. In the unified model, a system name for this process is interior to the broad line region. The rate of this process is proportional to alpha, a measure of turbulent viscosity, in the Shakura-Sunyaev model. Particles near the ISCO will either be accelerated into outflows or undergo this process. This process can produce roughly 10 to the 38 ergs per second of power, providing most of the luminosity of Seyfert galaxies. This process powers X-ray binaries and the relativistic jets in active galactic nuclei. This process's rate is measured in solar masses per year, and it occurs in namesake disks around compact...
Accretion?
Accretion is right for 10. Bonus. The 4 principles of Americanism were asserted in Margaret Chase Smith's Declaration of Conscience speech attacking this man. 10 points each. Name this target of an attack by Joseph Welch.
Joseph Welch attacked this man.
Answer?
Kennedy.
Joseph McCarthy. Welch's questioning of McCarthy came during 1954 hearings about potential communists in this branch of the military, which has more members than any other branch.
Okay.
Answer?
Army.
Army is right. This man attacked McCarthy in a monologue calling on people to dig deep in our history and our doctrine and remember that we are not descended from fearful men. This host of See It Now ended many broadcasts with the line, "Good night and good luck." Answer?
Smith.
It's Edward R. Murrow. So 10 on the bonus. Toss of 19.
Can we timeout?
Sure, timeout for Innovation B. Yes, so I have a score right now of Centennial B 220, Innovation B 230, with 2 cycles left.
Oh my
There's
god.
no more science. There's no more Phil.
There's no more lit.
Is there hist?
There's 2 hists, probably.
There's 2 hist? No, no, no. There's no. Are you sure? Because there's been a lot
There's been
of
2
hist.
hists. There's been at least 2 hists already.
Checked and the treadmill actually was invented in 1818.
All right. All right. Are both teams ready to continue then?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so toss up 19. A painting titled For These Objects depicts a child with a hoop and stick and a basket holding seamstress modeled after Suzanne Valadon. A dark-clad woman holds one of these objects and sits on a bench by a ballerina in Edgar Degas, waiting. Leftwards facing and rightwards facing depictions of Suzanne Hocheda holding one of these objects were painted by Claude Monet. 2 of these objects are held by passer-by to the right of a green lamppost in a painting set near the Gare Saint-Lazare. A woman holds a monkey on a leash, and one of these objects... Umbrella is right for 10.
Let's go. Okay.
Your bonus. After being criticized for an awkward statue in this building, an artist replied that its subject was a blunderer to have abandoned his kingdom to become a monk. 10 points each. Name this building for which Guelphs commissioned a gilded statue of St. Louis of Toulouse. Nani de Banco's 4 crowned martyrs appears in one of this building's 14 niches. Answer?
Versailles.
It's Orson Michele. The statue of St. Louis of Toulouse was sculpted by this Renaissance artist, whose bronze David was the first freestanding nude since antiquity.
Michelangelo.
Donatello.
Oh my god.
Donatello's quip appears in this painter's book, Lives of the Artists, a collection of Renaissance artists' biographies.
Life of the artist.
Answer?
Rodin.
Vasari. So nothing on the bonus.
That's my bad.
Final toss-up. A ruler of this region was twice excommunicated by Pope Alexander IV and was an illegitimate son of Frederick II named Manfred. An anti-Byzantine emir of this region died while dueling William Ironarm of Hauteville. This is the southern of two regions where mobs killed anyone who couldn't pronounce the word chickpeas. A king of this region commissioned Muhammad al-Idrisi's south up map, the Tabula Rogeriana. Robert Guiscard conquered this region for the Normans. Charles of Anjou was deposed by a 1282 revolt on this island that began during a Vespers prayer. In 1860, the expedition of the Thousand conquered this island.
Sicily.
Sicily is right for 10.
Let's go. Okay.
Description acceptable for the first part of your bonus. A 2023 book centered on one of these crimes is titled for a character's invincible summer. For 10 points each, name or describe this type of crime. A description of 112 of these crimes makes up the longest section of a novel whose characters include the reclusive author Benno von Archimboldi.
This crime, what? Treason. Okay, sure.
Answer?
Murder.
Answer of murder of what type of people?
Native American.
Women.
For women is right.
Nice.
The author of Liliana's Invincible Summer, Cristina Rivera Garza, is from this country. Immigrants from this country to the United States are the subject of Sandra Cisneros' The House on Mango Street.
Mexico.
Mexico is right. This author fictionalized the Ciudad Juarez femicides in his novel 2666. This Chilean author also wrote The Savage Detectives.
Neruda.
Roberto Bolaño. So 20 on the bonus, which I have giving us a final score of Centennial B 250, Innovation B 240.
What a game we had just had in round 2 of the Pace NSC. Centennial B getting the very last toss-up and getting a 20, including a hard part that we really think that they sort of figured out. And you know, sort of talking about vibing out the answer to a question, that was essential to not going to overtime, and that ended up being the difference maker in a game that that started out pretty messy for both teams.
Absolutely.
And then they sort of both cleaned up around the same time.
So we talked after the first game about these sort of race to 10 toss-ups. And here there was a true race to 10 toss-ups because one of the toss-ups, toss-up 5 went dead. So that means that neither team answered it correctly. So now if you get 10, you're guaranteed to have more than your opponent. And Centennial did have more than their opponent, but they had 2 fewer powers, so that's 20 fewer points. And so they really needed to get enough bonus conversion in order to beat Innovation Academy. And that last hard part was really, really clutch. So Aiden, you said that it seemed like they really figured out that hard part. Can you explain why you think that?
Yeah, mostly it's you know, just off the context of when you're not really, when you know, it's a description acceptable type toss-up.
Yeah.
And you know, and thematically things can kind of feel the same. You know, when if you're not getting the medium, but you know, you've sort of heard something about an author or you're familiar with a movement, you can sort of work out the hard part and make your best educated guess. You know, there's no such thing as, you know, the worst answer you can give is no answer.
Absolutely, yeah. And
we're going to cut to Samir, who will be interviewing one of our 2 teams. I'm not sure which, but we'll be excited to find out either way. Samir, take it away.
Okay. All right. this is Samir, and we are live with Centennial B coming off of a very close match against Innovation B, but one that they clinched on the last toss-up. What were y'all's emotions after that timeout going into toss-up 19?
I mean, I can't speak for them, but for me, I mean, we were 10 points behind. We just needed to keep doing what we were doing all game, you know, just stay calm, not rush it, just keep our flow, keep to our own lanes.
All right, perfect. As we look towards rounds 3, 4, and 5, are there any, what is your mindset going into it? Are there any rounds upcoming that you're excited for, nervous for?
So I guess we just like don't rush the questions and just like play like we're doing this game. Like just don't rush the questions and just like buzz when you know it and stuff.
I'm excited for the last game because I think we're against like Livingston. Yeah.
I've made the mistake before, don't worry.
So that will be like hard.
Hard, but if you can pull it off against Innovation, maybe you'll pull it off against Livingston, you know? All right, thank you for joining me, Centennial B. We will transition to the hosts for a bit, and then we'll get Innovation B on soon.
Yeah, and that's as Samir is alluding to, that's a really big win for a team that is 1 sophomore and 3 freshmen. That's really a statement
Really
win.
impressive.
And let's talk a little bit about Innovation B, who really did keep it close through the whole game.
In fact, they were
definitely giving proper flowers to Shreyas Sabani on Innovation B, who put up 2 powers, the only 2 powers of the game actually, both on real science and social science knowledge there, including your
philosophy, not social science, but same.
Your toss up on the thing. And kept the team sort of grounded as far as just getting the buzzes that counted and really helping in that category. So we'll get some more insight on Innovation with Samir as well, who's with them now, and will hopefully be on screen this time.
Okay, it's Samir. We are back with another postgame interview with Innovation B. Thank you for joining us. It was really a back and forth match all game. Unfortunately, you couldn't clinch it, but you had some very good buzzes. What were you feeling all throughout the game? What was going through your head?
Honestly, I think anxiety is a good word here. It's a basic word, but I think it's like the same feeling that happens every time you're like slightly below, but then you want to get atop the other team, like in every single Quizbowl match or like most Quizbowl matches. You have anything to say?
Yeah, it was a pretty back and forth match, so there were obviously some feelings of disappointment on, let's say, nags, and then obviously when our team gets a point, you gotta bring back the energy. It was kind of an up and down swing throughout the match in terms of how we felt. You guys want to say anything?
Yeah, that's very understandable. I will say, I've met some of you guys before. Me being a Georgia Tech student, you guys are representing the state of Georgia in some way. As you look towards the rest of prelims and also towards the rest of the tournament, what are you hoping for as far as performance, and what are you keeping in your minds as you go forward?
I think just trying to do our best and trying to win as many games as possible, but understanding the reality might be harsh sometimes, but yeah.
Anything can happen. Yeah, anything can happen in Quizbowl. It could just be a lucky packet, it could be a lucky day, it could be a bad day. You never know. So I guess we're just keeping a positive outlook as we move forward.
Yeah, of course. As always with the game of Quizbowl, you never know what types of upsets can happen, which teams can pull off really good buzzes, really good 30s against teams that they might not have thought they can beat. So we look forward to watching your progress throughout the rest of the tournament, and we will cut back to Aiden and Forrest.
Thank you, Samir. And both Innovation B and Centennial B have 1 win and 1 loss after 2 rounds. So they're both very much in the hunt, especially if they continue the strong performances we saw here today.
Yeah, I'm noticing particularly that Centennial has a very strong points per bonus. So they had 16 in their first game. I think they had something similar in the second game, which is up there with our top performing teams in the bracket. Livingston is at 17.7, Saratoga's at 16.9. So they're really quite close. They could give these teams a run for their money.
Yeah, and particularly, you know, they were very calm and good communicators as a team.
Absolutely.
I think that's what really, particularly in, you know, being able to capitalize off a rare 0-point bonus from your opponent. You know, for teams that are more specialized in a given subject, they were really locking down on the Innovation B was really locking down on the science and the history.
Yeah.
So Centennial was able to really take advantage of their slight edge on the humanities and fine arts in that case.
But I noticed that Centennial's science player, well, I don't know if he's a science player, but Akunch from Centennial had a really good pull on the power bonus part, which, you know, 10 points here it literally decided the game. So even though he was shut out of the science toss-ups by Innovation, he still found a way to contribute, which is, of course, why we like the toss-up bonus format so much. I think we've seen really good collaboration from all of the teams in our room so far. Sometimes high school teams can have problems where they sort of talk over each other, talk over the moderator, which can lead to silly mistakes on bonuses, but all of the teams so far have been locked in. I think they're really maximizing their bonus points.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are getting started right away with Game 3. We'll be able to do more catch-up as we go. This is probably the marquee matchup of this bracket. We've got Saratoga A and we've got Livingston A. These are the teams that are expected to make it out of this bracket, and whichever team wins here will absolutely have the driver's seat for the rest of the morning. So we'll cut back to Karsten for what should be a very competitive round 3.
Olympics in Moscow during that time.
Yeah, you're right. I got it down.
Hey, was it still white?
Hey, if we haven't known already, I'm a little slow in the head.
I got it. I'm so ready to fraud the host.
Who? Ollie? Hey, look. God, what did Lexington put up? 580? So they tied with Walter Payton.
Walter Payton hitting 580 is still the funniest thing.
Walter Payton or the new Hoover? Wait, Hoover at the tournament, but
All right, so I think we'll be ready to start in just a second.
Alright, guys, we can't lose aura. No, I'm
So my name's Karsten. I'll be your moderator for this round. There's also another sponsorship message before this one. Pumersh Industries would like to welcome all teams to the 2026 PACE NSC and wish them luck in our hometown, beautiful Rosemont. This round is dedicated to Father Ken Meehan, SJ, longtime coach at Gonzaga College High School in Washington, D.C. So if we could do some team introductions. So we'll start with Livingston A. Just buzz in, say your name, your grade. If you are going to a college, you could mention that too. So starting with Livingston A.
I'm Ben. I'm in 12th grade and I'm going to Purdue University.
I'm Ethan. I'm also a senior. I'm going to the University of Pennsylvania.
I'm Jack. I'm a senior and I'll be attending Cornell in the fall.
I'm Arav, senior, Franklin Marshall College. Cheers.
All right, and then Saratoga, same.
I'm Mihir. I'm a sophomore. I'm Arjun. I'm a sophomore, and I'm not gonna get into college.
I'm Harini, and I don't want to think about college apps now.
That's fair. All right. Well, are we all good, technically? All right, so I've got a packet. Are both teams ready to get started?
You're ready?
Start with toss-up 1. This process is followed by draining and sweating phases when used to fractionate materials. This process should be performed slowly to prevent separation of a liquid phase in oiling out. This is the most common process that leaves behind a solution called the mother liquor. This process causes spontaneous resolution of some chiral compounds, as discovered by Louis Pasteur for sodium tartrate. The results of this process are dried through vacuum filtration to purify a substance in the form of it prefixed Re. This process is sped up by the use of seeds as nucleation sites and occurs when a supersaturated solution is cooled.
Precipitation.
I can... Sorry. I can prompt on that.
Crystallization.
Crystallization is right for 10. Your bonus. Lactantius misspelled the birth name of an emperor of this name as Dia instead of Daza. For 10 points each, provide this name, shared by the emperor who held power at the beginning of the year of the 6 emperors. According to Historia Augusta, that man with this name was 8 feet tall and given the nickname Thrax. Answer? Maximinus. Maximinus Daza was the last person to hold this title, previously held by Caesarion and his mother Cleopatra.
Pharaoh.
Pharaoh is right. Maximinus Daza issued an edict of toleration towards Christians before his death in this city. An earlier figure from this city journeyed through Asia Minor with Barnabas to preach Christianity.
Tarsus?
Tarsus is right. 20 points. Toss up 2. A subtype of this genre, named after a word for stuffing, is exemplified by an anonymous work titled For Pierre Pataline. This genre was fused with ballet by a group including Pierre Beauchamp and Jean-Baptiste Lully. A company called This Genre Française now performs 1 block from the Louvre. Scapin the Schemer was inspired by a form of this genre whose itinerant performers wore masks to represent stock characters such as Scaramouche.
Commedia dell'arte?
That's good. Commedia dell'arte for 10.
Nice.
A prodrug of this compound, sold as propine, can be used to treat open-angle glaucoma. For 10 points each, name this primary catecholamine produced by chromaffin cells in one organ's medulla. Propranolol antagonizes a class of beta receptors named for this hormone.
Rhodopsin. I was talking about glaucoma, right?
Answer?
Rhodopsin.
Adrenaline. Epinephrine is administered via a namesake pen to treat anaphylaxis, a severe form of this condition in which the immune system overreacts to typically harmless substances.
Allergic reactions?
Allergic reactions, right. A form of epinephrine named for having this property makes up the S2 inhalant used to treat asthma. The drug thalidomide cannot be given without teratogenic effects, since it becomes this type of mixture in vivo.
This type of mixture becomes a strategy.
Answer?
Carcinogenic.
Racemic. So 10 on the bonus.
Can you speak up slightly, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I actually got adrenaline.
Toss up 3. This empire restricted travel with a permit called the Viataka. Rulers of this empire were informed by one of the first spy services in history, dubbed the King's Eyes and Ears. A historian praised the people in this empire called Piradasish for not being deterred by neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night. Over 100 stations called Chaparkane operated across this empire, which pioneered the first caravanserais as roadside stops for travelers. History's first known postal system operated in this empire and ran from Susa to Sardis.
Just like the Persian Empire?
Persian Empire is good for 10. Your bonus. David Behrman's instructions for this piece describe an unnotated piano part called the pulse, consisting of repeated 8th note octaves. 10 points each, name this piece consisting of 53 melodic fragments that musicians slowly progress through at their own pace. Terry Riley wrote this early minimalist piece. That's in C. Although Riley gave performers of in C highly detailed instructions, he was influenced by this composer's freer aleatoric chants music. This avant-garde composer wrote 4 minutes 33 seconds.
Cage?
Cage is right. Riley mimicked the techniques used for this medium for in C, which premiered at a San Francisco Center for Music in this physical medium. Steve Reich was inspired by Riley's work for It's Gonna Rain and Come Out, pieces in this medium. Answer? It's tape recordings. 10 on the bonus. Toss up 4. In a film by this director, a man bangs his head against a wall and responds to an insult from 16 years ago by yelling, "I'm not an animal." In one of this director's films, a character uses a razor blade to cut garlic so thin that it liquefies in oil.
Oh boy, Scorsese?
Scorsese's right for 20.
Goodfellas.
Your bonus. In a 2012 play, several actors misremember this TV show by writing a letter with ketchup instead of blood. 10 points each. A post-electric play by Anne Washburn depicts a theater troupe in the apocalypse using a treadmill to power lighting while reenacting episodes of what TV show?
Flash?
It's The Simpsons.
Oh.
Two of the only recordings of this reclusive author's voice are from his Simpsons cameos, in which he makes jokes about V-licious recipes in the Gravity's Rainbow Cookbook.
Pinchin.
Pinchin's right. A bumbling accountant named Homer Simpson starts a Los Angeles riot when he kills a child actor in this author's novel, The Day of the Locust. This author also wrote Miss Lonely Hearts.
West.
West is good for 20. Toss at 5. This site is the subject of Canadian gynecologist Anthony Perks's vulva hypothesis. This site was partially excavated by the archaeologist William Hawley. A skeleton found buried with arrowheads and gold ornaments near this site was dubbed the Amesbury Archer. As many as 150 cremations have been found amongst the 56 Aubrey holes at this location. Recent research on this place's Newell boulder has debunked the glacier.
Los Almedos?
No. Glacier transport theory about smaller blue objects originating in Wales. About 1,000 people were likely needed to transport each of the 80 large sarsens to this site, which consists of 2 concentric rings. 10 points. Stonehenge is good for 10. Your bonus. This document claims that the Catholic Church rejects nothing that is true and holy in other religions. For 10 points each. Name this official declaration of the Second Vatican Council that also decrees Jews are not responsible for the death of Jesus. Answer?
No answer.
Nostra Aetate. Nostra Aetate was preceded by a statement of John the 23rd claiming that this thing stands upon our foreheads for mistreatment of Jews. Southern Baptists justified slavery by claiming black people bore this thing.
Mark of Cain.
Mark of Cain is right. Nostra Aetate claims the church regards this religion with esteem since it reveres Abraham, who this religion identifies as an ancestor of Muhammad.
Islam.
Islam's good for 20. Toss-up 6. Scattering dependent on this quantity occurs between alternating layers in giant magnetoresistance. Materials in which this quantity is stuck at random values are described by the Sherrington-Kirkpatrick model. In the namesake Hall effect, an electric current produces a current of this quantity, which is used in this quantity's namesake tronics. A lattice of atoms is assigned values for this quantity in the Ising model.
Oh, ferromagnetism?
No. Model. A system containing disordered magnetic states is this quantity's glass. This quantity is aligned with Weiss domains and ferromagnets. Orbitals hold 2 fermions with opposite values for this quantity. For 10 points, name this quantity that is either plus or minus 1/2 for an electron.
Spin.
Spin is good for 10.
I would have buzzed at the exact same time.
Your bonus. Support for this organization increased after Charles Dickens's magazine, All the Year Round, published an excerpt of A Memory of Solferino. For 10 points each, name this organization founded by Henri Dunant.
The Red Cross. Red Cross?
Red Cross is right. This activist did not support the creation of the International Red Cross because it disincentivized governments from caring for their own wounded soldiers. This lady with the lamp trained nurses in the Crimean War.
Hey, we were talking about this yesterday.
Nightingale's right. These people's April uprising of 1876 sparked a war in which the Red Crescent emblem was first used. Diplomat Eugene Schuyler publicized a crime of the century that the Bashi Bazouk committed against this ethnic group.
Bulgarians.
Bulgarians is good for 30.
Nice.
Toss-up 7. This author defined poetry as when I feel physically as if the top of my head were taken off. The annotation, "Why don't you share an eider duck's deep pillow," appears in the parody This Poet Attends a Writing Workshop, where a teacher crosses out the line, "For I have but the power to kill without..."
Dickinson?
Dickinson is good for 20.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Answer the following about soil chemistry for 10 points each. This quantity for soil, which is low for podzels, can be increased by adding crushed limestone. This quantity can be measured with litmus paper.
Yeah, pH.
pH is right. The negative charge of these minerals makes them a source of cation exchange capacity, which measures how well soil holds nutrients such as potassium and calcium. Smectites and illites are subclasses of these minerals.
I don't know, just get silicates, I guess.
Answer: clays.
Oh, wow.
Elevated levels of this quantity, which can be caused by over-irrigation or poor drainage, is detrimental to plant health. Some mangrove trees secrete crystals to allow them to grow on soil with high values of this quantity.
Like water table, I don't know.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Water
Yeah.
table.
Answer?
Water table.
Salinity.
Oh, wow.
So 10 on the bonus.
Wow.
Toss-up 8. This figure was worshipped as the chief disciple of the celestial worthy in a religion's numinous treasure tradition. This figure was legendarily born as an adult after his virgin mother leaned against a plum tree, thus ending a decades-long pregnancy. This figure is traditionally considered a manifestation of the Grand Pure One. In an image of 3 people drinking, this man smiles because... No. Because he tastes the sweetness of vinegar. An 81-chapter text attributed to this man declares the name that can be named is...
Just Lao Tzu.
Lao Tzu is good for 10.
Nice. Just keep going.
The speaker of a Robinson Jeffers poem describes how he'd sooner accept the penalties, kill a man, than one of these title hurt animals. 10 points each. Name these animals. A collection titled for these animals describes the master fulcrum of violence, where one of these animals hangs still.
Horses.
Hawks. This author dedicated his collection, The Hawk in the Rain, to his wife, Sylvia Plath. This poet of birthday letters also depicted the title character Blacker Than Ever and sickened in his collection, Crow.
Hughes.
Hughes is right. Hughes was appointed by Elizabeth II to this position in 1984. In 2009, Carol Ann Duffy became the first woman to hold this position, which was first given to John Dryden.
Poet laureate.
Poet laureate is right for 20.
Nice.
Toss of 9. In the slow third movement of this composer's Second Symphony, violins introduce the yearning motif G-sharp, A, F-sharp over the 4-chord D major. A long clarinet solo introduces the second theme of the Adagio from this composer's Symphony No. 2 in E minor. For a tone poem, this composer used a rocking 5/8 ostinato to represent Charon's rowing. This composer quoted his all-night vigil against the Dies Irae in his symphonic dances. The soloist alternates between bell-like chords and a low F to open this composer's C minor second piano concerto, which he dedicated to his therapist, Nikolai Dahl. Rachmaninoff is good for 10.
Nice.
This region's Chinese population has grown by a factor of 1,000 since 1990. 10 points each. Name this region whose city of Prato is home to many Chinese garment workers from Wenzhou. The city of Lucca is on a plain near the Ligurian Sea in this region, also home to Siena.
Tuscany.
Tuscany is right. This capital of Tuscany is home to the fashion company Salvatore Ferragamo. This city's Piazza della Signoria is home to the Palazzo Vecchio and the Uffizi Gallery.
Florence.
Florence is right. Florence's first fashion show was held in this building, now the city's largest museum complex. This building near the Ponte Vecchio houses the Museum of Russian Icons and is named for a banker.
Yes, because named after Palazzo Medici.
Answer?
Palazzo Medici.
Palazzo Pitti.
Pitti. Yeah.
So 20 on the bonus. Toss of 10. A textbook on this concept by Greville Corbett differentiates target and controller examples of it in languages like Lalemi and Romanian. Up to 18 prefixes, such as ki, mark this concept in Swahili, which, like Navajo and the Slavic languages, employs an animacy hierarchy. An unpublished Boroditsky et al. Study claims this concept modifies thought, since ki and bridge are perceived differently by Spanish and German speakers. Counterintuitively, the German noun Mädchen has a form of this property indicated by the article das. Adjectives agree according to this
Gender.
Gender is good for 10.
Nice. Good buzz.
This singer co-founded the Aldeburgh Festival, where he starred as Aschenbach in the world premiere of the opera Death in Venice. 10 points each. Name this tenor who premiered the role of a fisherman who sings Now the Great Bear and the Pleiades. Answer?
Caruso.
Peter Pears. For almost 40 years, Peter Pears was the romantic and professional partner of this English composer of Peter Grimes and The Young Person's Guide to the Orchestra.
Britain.
Britain is right. Together, Pears and Britten adapted this writer's work into a 1960 opera that starred the countertenor Alfred Deller. Arrigo Boito adapted this writer's work into the libretti of Verdi's final 2 operas.
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare is good for 20, which brings us to the half, where I have a halftime score of Livingston A, 120, Saratoga, 180.
Yep. I'm bad on this.
All right, technical break. So, are both teams ready to continue then? Great. So we've got toss-up 11. Annapurna Labs developed this company's proprietary graviton processors, which do not support hyperthreading. To reduce failover time, this company's Aurora managed database system allows for the deployment of read and write instances across multiple availability zones, such as US West 2A. This company's EC2 computing instances are often connected to data lakes that are stored in S3 buckets. As of 2026, this company's infrastructure as a service offerings dominate in market share over competitors Azure and Google.
Amazon.
Amazon is right for 10.
Nice. Good. 8 of that's right.
Your bonus. In 1988, a politician from this family lost a presidential election after a fabricated IBM computer breakdown switched votes to Carlos Salinas de Gortari, 10 points each. Give the surname of a PRD candidate for president. Another politician with this surname exiled Plutarco Elias Calles.
Obrador.
Cardenas. Cuauhtémoc Cardenas may have lost the 1994 election because of an uprising in Chiapas by this group. Subcomandante Marcos leads this rebellion named for a general from Morelos.
Like the Zapatistas?
Yeah, Zapatistas is right. The Zapatistas went public one day after this agreement took effect. Salinas de Gortari signed this 1994 agreement that created a free trade zone. NAFTA is right for 20. Toss of 12. A character created by this author escapes service in the Prussian army when he discovers his uncle is running a gambling ring disguised as a French chevalier. George Eliot declared a novel by this author the most uncomfortable book because it ends with the title character marrying his foster mother, Lady Castlewood, and leaving for Virginia. This author illustrated one of his characters as Clytemnestra to hint she poisoned Joss in a novel framed as a puppet show. This author of novels about Henry Esmond and Barry
Thackeray?
Thackeray is good for 10. Your bonus, the founder of this company developed a namesake process for synthesizing sodium carbonate. For 10 points each, name this chemicals company. Marie Curie and Albert Einstein attended a prestigious science conference established by this company's namesake founder in 1911.
Because it's a chemical and it's named after someone.
Answer?
Bayer.
Solvay. Solvay processed byproducts have polluted Onondaga Lake near this city, the seat of Onondaga County. Joe Biden got his law degree at an ACC university in this city 90 miles east of Rochester.
Syracuse?
Syracuse is right. The 1964 Solvay Conference on the Structure and Evolution of Galaxies was chaired by this scientist, who had previously served as director of the Manhattan Project.
Yeah, Oppenheimer?
Oppenheimer's good for 20. Toss up 13. Ovid claimed this figure started his people's tradition of pederasty and then discusses the catalog of trees and myth of Cyparissus. In the Georgics, Virgil describes this figure alone on a beach in a section that repeatedly addresses you. Pausanias claimed the river Helicon sank underground after this figure's murderers tried to wash their hands. A set of mysteries attributed to this figure describes
Like Demeter?
No. Zagreus's Orpheus for 10. Your bonus. Susan Wolf argued that a world of maximally loving or rational people would be undesirable in an article titled For Saints, described by this adjective. 10 points each. Give this adjective in the name of a phenomenon coined by Bernard Williams, who illustrated it with the example of Paul Gauguin abandoning his family to go to Tahiti.
What? Tragedy of the Commons.
Moral. Wolf defines this faculty as the ability to act in accordance with reason. Hard determinists reject this faculty's existence.
Free will.
Free will is right. This doctoral advisor of Wolf described the causal form of moral luck, which he identified with the problem of free will. This NYU philosopher also wrote, What is it like to be a bat?
Nast?
Nagel.
Oh, wait.
10 on the bonus. Toss up 14. A 1967 referendum concerning these people and the census is the subject of the Flora and Fauna Act myth. Trade unionist Bill Ferguson staged a 1938 day of mourning to protest boards governing these people. Historian Manning Clark was accused of decentering these people by advocates of the Black Armband School. Treatment of these people was the subject of the 1992 Redfern speech given by Paul Keating. A few months earlier, the Mabo decision benefited these
Aboriginals.
Aboriginals is right for 10. Your bonus. Answer the following about physicist Viktor Ninov. 10 points each. Ninov was part of the race to discover super heavy elements, which are heavier than the elements in this series found below the lanthanides on the periodic table.
Actinides.
Actinides is right for in 1996, Ninov was hired by a lab named after Ernest Lawrence at this university. Glenn T. Seaborg and Edwin Macmillan won the 1951 Chemistry Nobel for discovering elements at this university.
UC Berkeley.
Berkeley is right. Ninov was found to have faked discoveries for elements 116 and 118 during his time at Berkeley. Those elements were later actually discovered at this town's Joint Institute for Nuclear Research.
Geneva.
Geneva.
Dubna. So 20 points.
Oh, Dubna.
Toss up 15. This thinker's argument that causal chains must begin with free acts, thereby contradicting the laws of nature, is his third antinomy. The slogan ought implies can expresses this thinker's idea that morality derives from the ability to give ourselves laws autonomously. This thinker argued that acting out of duty defines a good will, which is the one truly good thing. This thinker theorized that one should always treat humanity as an end in itself and obey maxims that can be...
Kant.
Kant is right for 10. Your bonus. Ragab and Samara turn on each other in the aftermath of one of these events in the novel Adrift on the Nile. For 10 points each, name this type of event. In the novel Palace Walk, Amina breaks her collarbone in one of these events and is consequently exiled from her home.
Car accident.
Car accident is right. Adrift on the Nile was written by this Egyptian Nobel laureate, whose character Amina al-Jawad appears in his Cairo trilogy. Mahfouz is right. This other novel by Mahfouz is centered around the strained engagement of Randa and Elwan. Towards the end of this novel, Elwan kills his boss in the wake of Anwar Sadat's assassination. Answer?
Day of Two Killings.
The day the leader was killed. 20 points on the bonus. Toss-up 16. In a novel by an author with this first name, the 90-year-old Hagar Shipley looks back on her life while living in the town of Manawaka. The writer of that novel, The Stone Angel, has this first name and the surname Lawrence. A novel by an author with this first name features the salutations Blessed be the fruit and Under his eye. Margaret is right for 20. Your bonus. This scientist first coined the term entropy based on the Greek words for content and transformation. 10 points each. Name the scientist whose theorem states that the line integral over a closed loop of dq over t must always be less than or equal to 0.
Gauss.
Clausius. The Clausius theorem restates this law of thermodynamics, which states that an isolated system's entropy cannot decrease.
Second law of thermodynamics.
Second is right. The Clausius theorem holds with equality for isentropic processes, which are reversible and have this property. By the first law of thermodynamics, the work done by a system equals the negative change in internal energy for processes with this property.
Adiabatic.
Adiabatic is good for 20. Toss of 17. A class of phosphatase receptors named for being sensitive to this quantity, such as human TPTEs, was first discovered in the sea squirt C. intestinalis. The Fitzhugh-Nagumo model describes one cell type as a relaxation oscillator to model cycles of this quantity, which was studied using a clamp technique by two English biologists. Pufferfish's tetrodotoxin binds to sodium channels that are gated by this quantity. The Goldman equation calculates a resting value of this quantity equal to about...
Potential?
Potential is good for 10.
Holy.
Your bonus. A Mohawk word for this confederacy is Ganonsioni, which refers to an extended house. For 10 points each, the endonym Haudenosaunee refers to the Onondaga, Oneida, and members of what Native American confederacy in upstate New York?
Iroquois.
Iroquois is right. Peter Backer suggested the word Iroquois is from a derogatory term meaning killer people in a pidgin of Mi'kmaq and this language used by whalers. Thousands of speakers of this language settled as ranchers in Idaho. Answer?
Cornish.
Basque. Some Haudenosaunee believe Iroquois to be derived from the language of this tribe. This tribe fought the Haudenosaunee in the Beaver Wars and named a lake whose Manitoulin Island was sacred to the Anishinaabe.
Huron.
Huron's good for 20. Toss up 18. The rise of boutique businesses in this industry, such as Loud, followed crackdowns from the National Tax Service. In 2021, a prominent firm in this industry bought Ithaca Holdings. Trainees in this industry can now attend Singapore's SM Universe. K-pop is good for 20.
Nice.
That is crazy.
Joan Mitchell unkindly referred to this contemporary as that tampon painter. For 10 points each, name this abstract expressionist of mountains and sea, whom critics kept comparing to Robert Motherwell after she married him.
Oh,
answer?
Guggenheim?
It's Helen Frankenthaler. An abstract expressionist with this married surname gained fame for painting an official portrait of John F. Kennedy. That artist's husband with this surname is best known for his figurative series, Woman.
De Kooning?
De Kooning is right. A third 9th Street woman, Grace Hartigan, combined elements of abstract expressionism and pop art with a painting titled For This Actress. An Andy Warhol diptych depicts this star of Gentlemen Prefer Blondes.
Marilyn Monroe?
Monroe is right for 20. Toss of 19. The 2020 Beirut explosion damaged a painting recently attributed to this artist that depicts the Hercules and Omphale myth. The Wadsworth Athenaeum holds a self-portrait by this artist that may have been commissioned by Cosimo II de' Medici and depicts a realistic lute. A man in brown whispers into the ear of a man who holds his index finger to his mouth as a young woman recoils in disgust.
Artemisia Gentileschi?
Gentileschi is right for 20. A character with this title is fatally wounded by Danceny in Pierre Choderlos de Laclos' novel Dangerous Liaisons. For 10 points each, name this aristocratic title held by Raoul de Bragelonne, who names a novel that includes the section The Man in the Iron Mask.
Comte? Or Vicomte?
Sorry, first answer was Count, and I cannot take that. It is Viscount. The Viscount of Bragelonne is the last of 3 romances named for this character. In another novel, Milady de Winter resolves to kill this character after this character sees her tattoo of a fleur-de-lis. D'Artagnan is right. This author wrote of D'Artagnan's friendship with the title soldiers in The Three Musketeers.
Dumas.
Dumas is good for 20. All right, score check prior to the final toss-up. I have a score of 240 for Livingston A, 350 for Saratoga. So, final toss-up. Due to his frustration with this politician, Idaho Senator Len Jordan developed a rule of voting for the opposite of what this politician lobbied for. In reference to a Mickey Mouse joke, Hale Doherty made thousands of dollars by making knockoff watches with this politician's face on it. William Safire wrote a speech in which this man attacked the press as hopeless hysterical...
Carter?
No. Hypochondriacs of history and nattering nabobs of negativism. Though he took kickbacks as governor of Maryland, this politician pleaded... Agnew is right for 10. Your bonus. Once the flames of Muspelheim reach across this realm, the gigantic cow Idumblä is formed from the melting ice of Niflheim. 10 points each. Name this empty realm whose name is sometimes translated as Yawning Void. This primordial waste appears in early Norse cosmology.
Defer to Rainey?
It's the Ginnungagap. Idumblä nurses this giant who coalesces from the first water droplets of fire-melting ice. To create the sky, 4 dwarves representing the cardinal directions are tasked with holding this giant skull after he is slain by Odin, Vili, and Ve.
Ymir?
Ymir is right. Ymir's eyelashes were used for the fence for this Norse realm of man, which itself is surrounded by the gigantic serpent Jormungandr.
Midgard?
Midgard's good for 20 and gives us a final score of Livingston A 240, Saratoga 380.
Good game.
GG's.
Welcome back. We just saw a probably, I would say, an unexpected on our part, really commanding victory for Saratoga A over Livingston there. Strong performances from pretty much their full team. Final score 380 to 240 in favor of Saratoga. Forrest, what were your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, so I think this was really a game about, momentum. So Saratoga came out, got 4 of the first 5 toss-ups. They had a 100-point lead, which was pretty commanding, and then Livingston needed to claw it back. So they did very quickly. They got the next 3, tied the game up. But then Saratoga went on a run of 4 unanswered toss-ups. They stretched out to a 120-point lead, and Livingston just could not come back from that. Also of note, 3 of those 4 toss-ups were from their top scorer, Arjun Vijaykumar, who got 7 toss-ups total, which was very impressive.
Yeah, Arjun definitely making a name for himself at this tournament and this year as a JV team. Doing the stats, this is Arjun's 16th tournament of the semester since January, including a very strong performance at NAFTA, a 4-dot, which being the hardest difficulty college tournament, where he put up 35 points per game and 6 powers against college players.
And open players.
Yeah, so this kid is legit, and we're going to hear more from him and the rest of his teammates with Samir in probably a few seconds.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. This is Samir, back with another post-game interview, this time with Saratoga, who just defeated Livingston in their round 3 match. So how are you guys feeling right now?
We're feeling neutral because there are still 3 more games to go, and we don't know what's going to be the outcome.
I'm also feeling pretty good, because like that was a fun game.
Fair enough. There were lots of good buzzes had, especially from people on your team, but all around, I was personally a fan of the K-pop question. Harini, as the one who got it, what were your thoughts on that?
My younger sister is a Blackpink stan, a Blank, so that's how I got it. And also, I feel the other team also got like good power, so it was overall like a good team on good effort on each side.
For sure, for sure. As we look forward to the 2 remaining rounds in prelims, and as you guys are gunning for a spot in playoffs and eventually super playoffs, what is your approach going to be for the rest of these Saturday rounds?
Don't nag. I think that's gonna be.
You can pass the mic,
sure.
the red
Yeah.
mic.
Yeah. I think we shouldn't like nag because we've had, I think we had like 7 negs in our last game or something. Yeah. This game we didn't have as many, but like I think that's probably gonna be our biggest obstacle to overcome.
Right. Negging, of course, is, although there's no point penalty, it's a big detriment being able to lock your team out of a bonus. Well, Saratoga, thank you for joining us. Good luck on the rest of your prelims rounds, and we will cut back to Aiden and Forrest.
Thank you, Samir. And yeah, a really impressive performance from Saratoga. Their best performance at the Pace NSC as a school to date is actually 26th place in 2019 on a team led by the Jason Hong.
Wow.
If you can believe
Shout
it.
out
So
to Jason
if
Hong.
Saratoga makes the top bracket today, they will have guaranteed their best performance ever as a school at Pace.
And they're only 10th graders, so they have 2 more years to improve after this.
Absolutely. And it was really impressive to see that team work together and get a lot of both good powers and just effective 10s to keep their very impressive bonus conversion going. I did, doing some pre-research on the game. Arjun, by virtue of playing a lot of tournaments, plays a lot of tournaments solo. But when bolstered by teammates, even better. When Arjun and Harini, their second scorer, play together, they're 23-11 against the top 50 teams in the country this season.
And Harini had 2 powers in this game, even more than Arjun.
Yeah, both good buzzes, both on K-pop and on the name Margaret, covering both Margaret Atwood and
Margaret Lawrence.
Who Ben Chapman wanted to write about. Sometimes you write a toss-up for the purpose of sort of looping back around and getting some cool information to the masses. Forrest, do you have any other insights?
So the thing that really surprised me about this game was that there were 5 total powers, and that's pretty low, much lower than what you'd expect for a team between 2 teams that are top 20 in Groger ranks. Now, that's not to say that these teams played badly, because of course the goal is to get the toss-ups, not necessarily to power them. It just sort of seemed like maybe the question content didn't necessarily vibe with them as much as in previous packets. For instance, Saratoga had 6 powers in round 1, Livingston had 5, and those numbers were reduced to 3 and 2 here. So in a game like this, where you're not really vibing with the packet, you need to lean a lot more on soft skills, anticipating where the moderator is going with the rest of the sentence and sort of priming yourself for late buzzer races. There were a few pretty pivotal buzzer races in this game. So it's sort of a different skill than just purely knowing more facts than your opponent in these sorts of games, and I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, and let's get into the mindset a little bit. In the past 2 rounds, Saratoga's been able to get good early buzzes on the current events. Both with the toss-up on Amazon this round and also last round. And I did see...
Amazon was computer science, actually.
Was it?
But
really?
It's sort of CE flavored.
Yeah, and I did see at least on the HSQB Discord, which I'm in for the next 12 hours to post about Pace, is that Arjun is a proponent of reading The Economist every week to learn current events.
I actually did that in high school.
What is your strategy for keeping up with current events, particularly when really you could pull from the headlines at any time?
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's what, in high school, I did a speech event that was basically focused on current events. So I got a subscription to The Economist and to The Washington Post, which are good for, like, The Economist focuses more on foreign affairs or international news, and any newspaper in the U.S. is going to cover the major domestic topics. So if you just read the news and stay current to what's going on, that gives you a big advantage over most people. Because most people but that's the thing. Most people these days, they get their news from their social media feed, but it can usually be pretty niche and specialized, so they won't know too much about major stories in areas of the news that they aren't as current on. So if you have a subscription to a major newspaper, that can really help.
And we'll be, we're continuing apace, as they say, at the Pace NSC. And we're getting kicked off right now with round 4. Saratoga still here, hoping to continue their winning streak to go 4-0 after this round. They're facing off against Carl Sandburg B from Illinois, hoping to get what would certainly be a statement win for that program. So we'll kick it back to Karsten and get ready for round 4.
All right. So, welcome both teams to round 4. My name is Karsten. I'll be moderating this match. We have a sponsor message for this match, which is that it's sponsored by the secret Minnesota Quizbowl Cabal with the message, it's pronounced Wyzetta, actually, and as a Wyzetta grad, I very much disagree with that. Sorry to the sponsors for saying that.
Big Priamvada Banerjee.
But, alright, could we let's do a buzzer check and an introduction. So, starting with Carl Sandburg B, could you buzz in, say your name, say your grade, and then if you're a senior, if you have a college that you're going to, you could say that as well.
My name is Yazi Pagantalan, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is John Pierre Fazio. I'm a senior, and I'm going to University of Loyola Chicago.
My name is Chloe McLaughlin. I'm also a graduating senior, and I'm going to Northwestern University.
My name is Kevin Cholkin, and I'm a freshman.
I'm Mihir, and I'm a sophomore. I'm Arjun, and I'll make West Valley Community College if I'm lucky.
I'm Marinia, and I'm a sophomore.
All right. Are both teams ready to get started? Okay, I've got a packet. So we'll begin with toss-up 1. Hampers, named for this event, were jeopardized in 2006 by the collapse of a British firm called Fairpack. In 1932, George V gave the first royal message named for this event. Modern traditions around this event include watching Channel 4 broadcasts of a 1996 episode of Father Ted. In the lead-up to this event...
Boxing Day.
No. British actors often don female costumes to play panto dames. During this holiday, a game is played where the winner ends up holding the larger end of a cracker that makes a loud pop when pulled. Servants who had to work on this holiday celebrated Boxing Day the following day. For 10 points, British traditions around what holiday were shaped by a Dickens story about Ebenezer Scrooge?
Christmas.
Christmas is good for 10. Nice. Your bonus. This metal was used to create oxhide ingots that were widely used during the Bronze Age. For 10 points each, name this metal that was alloyed with tin to create bronze.
Copper? Yeah. Copper?
Copper's right. Oxide ingots were found alongside Canaanite jars and beads coated in terebinth resin at one of these archaeological sites called Uluburun. The Antikythera was discovered at one of these sites.
Just say that.
Answer?
Mycenaean ruins.
It's a shipwreck. Much of the cargo found in the Uluburun shipwreck was intended as gifts, as recounted in a set of 14th century BC Babylonian language clay tablets found in this city. Answer?
Mycenae.
Amarna. So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 2. A story by this author compares The Conference of the Birds to a novel in which a character comes across a man stealing gold teeth in the center of a circular tower. That story, by this author, is framed as a review of the first detective novel written by a native of Bombay. In a story by this author, a character correctly deduces the forbidden word chess and discovers his ancestor wrote a work that does not contain the word time. To reveal the site of an artillery park, a character in one of this author's stories kills the sinologist Stephen Albert.
Borges.
Borges is right for 10. Your bonus. Name the following about the relationship between Akkadian and Sumerian literature. For 10 points each. The standard Babylonian version of this poem was written in Akkadian, but draws from Sumerian sources. Enkidu accompanies the hero of this epic poem.
Epic of Gilgamesh.
Epic of Gilgamesh is right. Sumerian and Akkadian disputation poems often featured these inanimate objects, which Humbaba guards in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
A tree, maybe? Like a tree?
Tree is right. The Akkadian Tale of the Illiterate Doctor in Nippur is alternatively named for these animals and contains some of the earliest scatological humor recorded. In a Sumerian text, one of these animals says, "I cannot see anything. I shall open this."
I think it's a bird or a fish. I think a fish. Fish?
Dog.
Oh.
20 on the bonus. Toss-up 3. A high-res form of this technique prefixed QPNC allows metalloproteins to be isolated in their natural state. A digestion phase is added to this technique to identify proteases in zymography. This technique was used to isolate components of the T4 phage by Ulrich K. Lemley, who names a tris-glycine buffer often used in this technique. This technique's native variant does not use a denaturing agent such as sodium dodecyl sulfate.
Oh boy. PCR.
No. The results of this technique are transferred to a nitrocellulose membrane in a Western blot. This technique is commonly performed inside a polyacrylamide or agarose matrix. 10 points name this technique where an electric current separates
Gel electrophoresis.
Gel electrophoresis is right for 10. Your bonus. Malaysian practitioners of this dance form often jump between elevated poles. 10 points each. Name this Asian dance, usually with 2 performers and a large puppet, which is traditionally done for good luck during the Lunar New Year. Unlike the dragon dance, this form's dancers are inside a costume.
Lion dance?
Lion dance is right. A ban on lion dancing in this country was lifted in 2000. This country's other artistic traditions include wayang shadow plays.
Cambodia?
Indonesia. During the lion dance, businesses often leave out oranges or this type of food tied to a red envelope for the lion to investigate, eat, and then spit out, in a dance move known as plucking this food. Answer?
Grapes.
Cabbage. So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 4. This character asks what the word hierarchy means after his older companion hallucinates a conversation with Voltaire. This character's name precedes Honey in the title of a Leslie Fiedler essay that examines his potentially homoerotic relationship with a man who criticizes...
Ishmael?
No. Solomon's baby cutting and owns a magic hairball. This character's father is revealed to be the title person in Percival Everett's novel James, a retelling of an earlier novel in which this character uses pig's blood to fake his death. This character exclaims, "All right then, I'll go to hell," after his companion is sold to Mrs. Phelps's plantation. 10 points name this character who accompanies the slave Jim on a raft in a Mark Twain novel.
Huck Finn.
Huck Finn is right for 10.
Nice.
James Ballantyne Hannay claimed to have done this process in 1879 by heating paraffin, bone oil, and lithium inside an iron crucible. For 10 points each, identify this process first viably performed at General Electric using molten metal as a solvent catalyst. It can be done using CVD or by using split spheres in a bars apparatus. Answer? It says making synthetic diamonds. A popular process for lab-grown diamonds is HPHT, named for using high pressure and a high value of this variable to mimic conditions within Earth's mantle.
Temperature.
Temperature's right. This scientist discovered that diamonds are made of carbon by heating diamonds to produce CO2. He formulated the law of conservation of mass and disproved the existence of phlogiston.
Arrhenius?
Lavoisier. So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 5. This modern-day country's Takoradi Harbor was one of the biggest infrastructure projects in colonial Africa. Charles McCarthy was killed trying to conquer this modern-day country in the 1820s. A Big Six leader of this country who was once imprisoned in Fort James referred to himself by the Fonte title of...
South Africa?
No. Of Osagyafo. That politician from this country attended Lincoln University, where he was introduced to Pan-Africanism and was later deposed on a state visit to China. Garnet Wolseley's troops used breech-loading rifles to sack the capital of Kumasi in this country, where the golden stool symbolized the power of the Asante. For 10 points, Kwame Nkrumah was the first...
Ghana.
Ghana's right for 10. Your bonus. The deistic implications of this philosopher's slogan, Deus sive natura, or God, by which I mean nature, sparked a controversy in the 1780s. 10 points each. What 17th century pantheist wrote a book forged in hell that claims the Torah is a fallible historical document and wasn't written by Moses?
Spinoza.
Spinoza's right. According to Spinoza's monism, God or nature is the only one of these things, of which everything is an attribute. These things partially name a view contrasted with property dualism.
Substance dualism. Substances.
Substances is right. Spinoza's monism directly contradicted the substance dualism of this Frenchman who wrote Meditations on First Philosophy.
Descartes.
Descartes for all 30. Toss up 6. Evangelina Mascardi gained popularity on YouTube by playing music for this instrument composed by Bach, S.L. Weiss, and Vincenzo Galilei. A pavane for this instrument begins with a falling tear motif. A 6-foot-long type of this instrument with 14 courses is called the theorbo. An air accompanied by this instrument was adapted from the Lacrimae pavane and is called Flow My Tears by the English Renaissance composer John Dowland. The term for a maker of string instruments originates from the name of this instrument. A variant of this bowl-backed, fretted lute. Lute is good for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. This author's bumbling adventurer, Ion Tiki, travels through several time vortices, causing different versions of himself to beat each other with frying pans. For 10 points each. Name this author who depicted Chris Kelvin seeing a simulacra of his dead wife while investigating a living ocean planet in a 1961 novel.
No answer.
No answer.
Stanislav Lem. In the Star Diaries, Tiki encounters a scientist who creates realities inside of these objects. In a different novel, a character whose voice can shatter glass is gifted one of these objects to convince him not to return to the womb.
Snow globe.
Tin Drum. Tiki's travels often involve these beings who make up all the stories in Lem's Siberiad. These beings' name was coined by the Czech play RUR.
Robot.
Robot is good for 10. Toss up 7. The first Spooner Act authorized this project, which awarded 7,000 medals designed by Victor D. Brenner. While lobbying for this project, William Cromwell sent stamps depicting a volcano to politicians. John Frank Stevens restored a railway for this project, which implemented netting based on Carlos Finlay's research. David Dubose-Gaillard's Central Division was tasked with creating this project's Culebra Cut by George Washington Goethals. The Hay-Buenaventura Treaty created...
Panama Canal.
Panama Canal is correct for 10. Your bonus. At the age of 72, this composer started experimenting with serialism in works such as Canticum Sacrum. 10 points each. Name this composer of neoclassical works such as Symphony of Psalms and The Rake's Progress.
Sure. Yeah. Stravinsky?
Stravinsky's right. These two words begin the title of Stravinsky's first fully serial work, inspired by a meeting with Dylan Thomas. These are the second and third words in the title of an early Tintinnabuli piece by Arvo Pärt, inspired by Benjamin Britten.
Game of Pairs. Game of Pairs.
Game pairs, like
In Memoriam. Stravinsky began composing music for one of these works, titled Agon, during his neoclassical period, but finished it in his serialist period. An earlier work of his in this art form is The Rite of Spring.
Is this ballet? Ballet?
Ballet is good for 20. Toss up 8, which has a note to players. 2 answers required. In general relativity, an analog of these two statements can be recovered from the Landau-Lifshitz pseudo-tensor. These two statements were proven to be compatible by Émile du Châtelet, resolving the vis viva controversy. These two statements both hold when the derivative of the Lagrangian with respect to the 4-vector position is 0, or when the coefficient of restitution equals 1. One of these statements is equivalent to Bernoulli's principle, while the other is equivalent to Newton's third law. These two statements hold for elastic collisions, while only one holds for inelastic collisions. 10 points. Name these two conservation laws in classical mechanics.
Law of conservation of matter and law of conservation of energy.
No.
The law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum.
That's correct.
It is. It's fine.
Your bonus. This non-island habitat's gigantism may be an adaptation to food scarcity or low oxygen levels. 10 points each. Identify this habitat home to many bioluminescent organisms such as anglerfish. Hydrothermal vents provide compounds for chemosynthesis in this general habitat.
Twilight Zone?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like all.
Okay.
Twilight Zone?
I don't have that. I need deep sea. Among the few sources of food in the deep sea is the substance with a 2-word name, consisting of small particles of dead organic matter sinking from the surface.
Whale falls?
This is marine snow. Another explanation for deep-sea gigantism follows from this rule, stating that organisms in colder climates tend to be larger to conserve heat by minimizing their surface area to volume ratio. Answer? This is Bergman's rule. So nothing on the bonus. Toss up 9. Description acceptable. This activity can be performed with the Dutch sandwich or single malt techniques. In a 2015 book, Gabriel Zuckman critiqued the scourge of countries that facilitate this activity. Paul Krugman coined leprechaun economics following large increases in Ireland's GDP caused by
like tax evasion.
That's good for 20.
Yes.
Your bonus. A book by Maura Dijkstra argues that this empire underwent an administrative revolution that highlighted corruption but overwhelmed decision makers. For 10 points each, name this final Chinese imperial dynasty.
Qing.
Qing is right. Dijkstra erroneously gives the Yongzheng emperor credit for introducing triennial audits, but they existed 50 years earlier under this Qing emperor. This emperor suppressed the revolt of the three feudatories in the 1680s.
Qianlong? Qianlong?
Kangxi. Dijkstra's book discusses paper ghosts of Qing decline that precede this other historical period. This politicized period, usually with a 3-word English name, refers to China's loss of sovereignty between the First Opium War and 1945.
It's like the Century of Humiliation. Century of Humiliation?
Century of Humiliation is good for 20. Toss up 10. On this holiday, Reform congregations often sing Debbie Friedman's bilingual arrangement of a prayer for healing called Mi Shebirach. In the first song of this holiday service, the congregation rises and faces the door. Zemarot sung on this holiday include Eshet Chayil, and its service includes the songs Vishamru, Yismuku, and L'Chadodi. Shalom Aleichem is sung at the first of this holiday's 3 celebratory meals.
Ramadan?
No. This holiday ends when a braided candle is extinguished in wine during Havdalah. The 4th commandment is to remember this holiday and keep it holy. For 10 points, name this holiday beginning on Friday at sundown, which honors the 7th day of creation on which...
Sabbath.
Sabbath is good for 10. Bonus. A giant one of these objects, used by supporters of Jair Bolsonaro in Sao Paulo in September 2025, was rumored to have come from a Brazilian NFL game. For 10 points each, name these objects. A 2025 executive order concerning these objects likely violates the ruling in the 1989 case Texas v. Johnson.
Oh, so flags? Flags?
Prompt.
United States.
American flags?
An American flag was also used by Stop the Steal supporters of this People Power Party politician who imposed martial law for a few hours on December 3rd, 2024.
Yeah, this
Yoon Suk Yeol.
Yoon Suk Yeol is right. Hardline supporters of this current and longest-serving Israeli prime minister have taken to wearing red, white, and blue skull caps.
Netanyahu.
Netanyahu's good for 30. That brings us to the half, where I have a score of Karlshamburg B 90, Saratoga 180. Both teams ready to just keep going? Right. Got toss up 11 then. Toss up. A dodecahedral protein complex that removes this functional group during metabolism uses the active form of thiamine as a cofactor. An enzyme with a pyridoxal phosphate cofactor removes this group from aromatic amino acids, converting 5-HTP to serotonin and converting L-dopa to dopamine. This group ends the side chains of the 2 amino acids.
Hydroxide?
No. That are negatively charged at physiological pH. This group's oxidative removal from pyruvate produces acetyl-CoA, and it is removed twice from the substrate in each turn of the Krebs cycle, producing a gaseous byproduct. This group combines with an amine to form a peptide bond. 10 points, the C-terminus of an amino acid contains what group with the formula RCOOH?
Carbonyl?
No. It's a carboxylic acid.
Yes, it's a decarboxylation. Yeah.
So we'll move on to toss-up 12. A secret one of these events, titled Domenico Cimarosa's most famous opera. During one of these events, a baritone character opens a fake love letter that arranges a tryst under the pines in the grove. That letter was written by two sopranos in the duet Sularia. After one of these events, Lucia kills Arturo and enters the Great Hall.
Duel.
No.
Oh, bro, I'm an idiot.
Soaked in blood, beginning her mad scene. After learning the title character is their long-lost son, Marcellina and Bartolo participate in a double one of these events. In an opera titled for this kind of event, the Countess disguises herself as her maid Susanna to trick the unfaithful Count Almaviva. 10 points name this kind of event that titles a Mozart opera about Figaro.
A marriage.
Marriage is good for 10. Your bonus. Bridges providing the only connection between two people must be examples of these relationships, according to a 1973 paper titled For Them. 10 points each. Name these title relationships of a Mark Granovetter paper that discusses their benefit to job searchers.
Just connections? Connections?
Weak ties. Strong and weak ties exist between members in these webs of relationships, exemplified by platforms like Facebook. Answer? These are networks. This phrase names highly clustered social networks where average distance scales proportionally to the log of the number of nodes. Stanley Milgram sent mail to Omaha and Wichita residents to be forwarded to targets in Boston in an experiment named for this phrase.
Small world.
Small world's good for 10. Toss up 13. While fleeing these people, photographer Harriet Titler gave birth in a donkey cart. A 2017 book by Kim Wagner describes how one of these people, named Alum Beg, was blown from a gun. While working under Governor General Clemency Canning, Hugh Rose defeated these people at Johnsea. Enforcement of the doctrine of lapse ended after a revolt.
Like sepoys.
That's good for 20.
Oh yeah, because it began. They blew a guy out of a cannon. Oh.
Right. Your bonus. Answer the following about naming trends during and after the Russian Revolution for 10 points each. One of the ways parents proclaim their love of this first head of state of the Soviet Union was giving their child this man's name spelled backwards.
Oh wow, yeah. Lenin.
Lenin's right. One variant on the Lenin naming trend was giving children a compound name which added this Russian word for truth to Lenin's name. This was also the name of a prominent Soviet newspaper.
Pravda.
Pravda's right. Another popular name honored the founding of this new Soviet city. This city in the Urals, noted for its black polluted snow, was originally modeled on Gary, Indiana.
Magnitogorsk.
Magnitogorsk is good for all 30.
What a pull. Yeah, that's crazy.
All right. Toss up 14. The Probarbus barb is one of the largest of this river's record-setting number of unique large fish species. In 2023, the NGO Wonders of this river attached an electronic tag to Boromee, a 661-pound stingray, the largest freshwater fish ever caught. Although a commission name for this river has largely kept it free of dams, dozens have been built on its tributaries such as the Sesan and the Nam-O. This river is replenished with the reversal of flow at the end of the rainy season from the Tonle Sap.
Mekong.
Mekong's good for 10. Your bonus. This author wrote Monster, You Are Killing Me and I Can No Longer in a poem describing another author giving birth. For 10 points each, name this author who wrote Moved You Not, Restless, Waiting for Him in an homage to a Puritan author. Answer?
Taylor.
John Berryman. Berryman wrote an homage to this poet who wrote, If ever two were one, then surely we, and to my dear and loving husband.
Bradstreet.
Bradstreet's correct. In an ode to this type of object, Bradstreet calls it a rambling brat and ill-formed offspring, and claims she stretched its joints to make it even feet.
Like an idea or something.
Answer?
An idea.
Book. It's the author to her book.
Yeah.
So 10 on the bonus.
Bro,
Toss up 15. In one book in this language, the title character turns into a tomte before grabbing the goose Martin, who takes him on a tour around the country in a set of wonderful adventures. In a series in this language, the author's lesbian relationships inspired the characters Thingamy, Bob, and Two Ticky, who are part of a universe with Snufkin and Little Mai. The Moomin series is in this language, and a series where the protagonist lives in the Villa Villacula. That protagonist in a series in this language who goes on board and is in the South Seas in 2 books is a very strong, red-headed, and freckled 9-year-old.
Just Canadian. Or
No. 9-year-old girl. For 10 points, name this language used by Tove Jansson, Selma Lagerlöf, and the creator of Pippi Longstocking, Astrid Lindgren.
English?
That's Swedish. Alright, moving on to toss-up 16.
Bonus.
Toss-up.
Oh no, they missed it. They said Polish.
In the 16th century, the government in this city issued coins bearing the motto "After Darkness, Light," and executed a member of its so-called libertine faction named Jacques Gruet. Savoyard troops under Charles Emmanuel I failed to take this republic on the Day of the Ladders. Before the Douay-Rheims and King James versions, English Protestants used the so-called Breeches Bible, often named for this city. Michael Servetus was burned alive in this city. When exiled from England, John Knox went to this city, then governed by the author...
Geneva?
Geneva's good for 10. Tony Campolo and Shane Claiborne co-founded a social justice-oriented Christian organization named for letters of this color. For 10 points each, name this color that differentiates text spoken by Jesus from typical black text in mini Bibles. Catholic cardinals wear robes of this color during papal conclaves.
Like red?
Red's right. Companies like Dar Al-Ma'arifa and Idara have made use of multicolored text to facilitate reference to this system. This set of rules governs correct pronunciation of sounds during Quranic recitation.
Like Tajweed?
Tajweed is right. Anglican red-letter days are those with specific rituals outlined in this book. The phrase ashes to ashes, dust to dust originates from the burial service rites outlined in this book by Thomas Cranmer.
Book of Common Prayer?
Book of Common Prayer is right for 30. Toss-up 17. LOX lead can be used in one process by these devices to avoid experiencing a hard start. An equation for these devices was formulated using the analogy of throwing rocks out of a boat. Some of these devices rely on hypergolic chemicals, which spontaneously...
Rockets?
Rockets is good for 20.
Oh, yeah. Right, because you're lowering
Your
it.
bonus. The spectrum of a matrix is defined as the set of these quantities. For 10 points each, name these quantities that can be calculated as roots of a characteristic polynomial. These quantities are found on the main diagonal of a diagonalized matrix.
Eigenvalues?
Eigenvalues is right. The eigenvalues for a matrix A can be calculated by applying this operation to A minus lambda times the identity matrix. For a 2x2 matrix, the output of this operation equals AD minus BC. Determinant is right. Diagonalizing a symmetric matrix can be done using a matrix described by this adjective and its transpose. Performing a QR decomposition produces an upper triangular matrix and a matrix described by this adjective. Answer? Orthogonal. 20 points. Toss-up 18. The Savonnerie Manufactory produced 106 Charles Lebrun designed artworks of this type with the Gjordis technique. Kurt Erdmann popularized naming types of these artworks after artists like Hans Memling, who depicted them with different patterns of lozenges and gules. An early form of senna was used in one of these works found at Pazyryk. Ornate ovals surround a central medallion flanked by two lamps in an artwork of this type named for Ardabil. Hans Holbein names a type of these artworks, which include one covering the shelf in The Ambassadors.
Carpet?
Carpet's good for 10.
Ardabil carpet. It's so soft, right? Yeah. Pleasant
Your bonus. John Hartfield superimposed gold coins and an X-ray over this man's chest. For 10 points each, name this man, who is compared to Cain in the title of a new objectivist painting. This man stands in a cathedral of light in a film that Frank Capra mocked and challenged with his own 7-part film series. Answer?
No answer.
Adolf Hitler. Cain, or Hitler in Hell, was painted by this artist, who satirized the Weimar Republic in his painting Eclipse of the Sun. Answer?
Dix.
George Gross. Nazi condemnation of degenerate art may have inspired new objectivist Max Beckmann to create one of these artworks titled Departure. Another of these artworks, Dix's The War, includes a predella and 3 separate panels.
Like an altarpiece, maybe, because they said 3 separate panels? Like an altarpiece?
A triptych.
No.
Nothing on the bonus.
You're not.
Toss of 19. A poem set in this place describes forms that are an appetite, a feeling, and a love, and notes that we see into the life of things. In a poem set in this place, the narrator reminisces about boyish days when he was more like a man flying from something that he dreads than one who sought the thing he loved, because the sounding cataract haunted him like a passion. This place causes a man to imagine some hermit's cave after summers with the length of long winters. A poem written in this place by the Sylvan Y addresses Dear, Dear Sister Dorothy.
Tintern Abbey?
For 10. For Tintern Abbey. Your bonus. Eratosthenes of Cyrene catalogued many examples of transformations into these things in his lost work Catasterisms. For 10 points each, name these things. The mythical hunter Orion and the scorpion chasing him are both turned into these things.
Constellations.
Constellations is right. Chapter 37 of Catasterisms chronicles this mythological river's transformation after Zeus strikes Phaeton into it with a thunderbolt. The Heliades, whose tears become amber, are trees along this river.
Styx, maybe, because that's like mythological. Leth, like.
Answer?
Lethe.
Eridanus. Description acceptable. The transformation of an altar used after this event is chronicled in Chapter 39 of Catasterisms. Zeus killed Campi during this event to release the Cyclopes and the Hundred-Handed Ones.
Like the war between the
Giants and Titanomachy.
Yeah.
Titanomachy.
Titanomachy is good for 20. Final toss-up. So-called branch stories from a hikayat based on this text include a tale in which an antagonist asks Adam to request 4 kingdoms from Allah. This text was combined with a grammar manual in a great poem by Bhatti that may have been used to write an old Javanese kakawin based on it. The Kekak dance reenacts...
Like the Ramayana.
Ramayana is good for 20.
Kechuk is like the...
Your bonus. Lesser-known books in a genre name for this place include Walter Besant's The Inner House and W.H. Hudson's A Crystal Age. For 10 points each, name this island with no private property and other visionary ideals, which names a book by Sir Thomas More.
Utopia.
Utopia is right. This author parodied utopian novels in his 1882 novel The Fixed Period, which describes the sheep-raising society of Britannula, which kills all citizens at the age of 67. This novelist's best-known series includes characters like the scheming chaplain Obadiah Slope.
Any idea? No? Stevenson?
Anthony Trollope. The meat-paste Bovril is named for the power of the telepathic Vrilya in The Coming Race, a novel by this author. This author began his novel, Paul Clifford, with the line, "It was a dark and stormy night."
Walpole?
Edward Bulwer Lytton. So 10 on the bonus, which I have giving us a final score of Carl Sandburg B, 150, Saratoga, 360.
All right, we're back with round 4. Saratoga A, after definitely a scary first half, where after 13 toss-ups, it was 6 for each team. The score ended up being 220 to 110 at that time, just because of Saratoga continuing to just be so solid on the bonuses that, you know, even though they had 7 incorrect answers in this game, they were able to, you know, keep the game within reach, you know, keep their heart rates low, and Arjun ended up really taking over in the back half, finishing with 10 toss-ups overall and 3 powers.
Yeah, that was very impressive, Aiden. And you talked about keeping their heart rates down. There's this idea in Quizbowl.
It's a theory in the way that gravity is a theory.
Called a heart rate theory. As we'll tell you about that after a short interview with Samir. Take it away.
And for
Okay. Hi everyone, this is Samir back with another post-game interview, this time with Carl Sandburg B. They unfortunately lost the last round, but this is their first time in the live stream room, so I wanted to ask you guys, how's the tournament going so far?
Terrible.
Oh.
Well, okay, not completely terrible.
It's been fun, especially for us seniors. Jamie back over there. It's been fun for this being our last tournament. We're just trying to enjoy it the most we can.
Yeah. And once we get into playoffs and super playoffs, there'll be plenty of more matches ahead of y'all throughout Saturday and Sunday. What is going to be your attitude as we look towards re-bracketing for playoffs? What are you guys hoping for?
Well, the attitude that I hope our team will encompass is just optimism and like togetherness in this, because we're mainly here for fun and we hope to have like the most fun like together as like a team for our last tournament.
Yeah, I also think confidence is a huge thing as well, because I feel like if our team, especially like if we start to nag, then we tend to lose confidence in ourselves and we just think the match is over. So I think improving our confidence and knowing that one wrong buzz isn't the end of the world. I think that'll help us pull through some of the more closer matches as we move on throughout this tournament.
That's definitely a good attitude to have. One final question I was curious about. How many of y'all have played NSC before?
I know I have. Is it, yeah, the dumb three.
Right. So for you guys, this is your first NSC. What do you think of the question set so far? The difficulty? What's it been like preparing for a nationals tournament of this difficulty and of this format?
I mean, the question set's kind of along the lines of what I've been used to playing. Actually, we went out with a team before to a Northwestern tournament outside of all of this that used a very similar packet, so had a bit of preparation there. Some on and off studying, obviously obviously seniors with prepared for college, kind of having to manage all of that. But yeah, it's been fun.
As a freshman, I honestly think the questions are much difficult. But probably as I get older and know more, they're going to get easier.
And overall with preparation, I think that it was really fun to scrimmage with other teams beforehand. Like we would collaborate with like teams close by in our region and just get on like calls and practice together. So that was fun.
All right, that's awesome. Well, for the seniors at Carl Sandburg, I hope you have a great time at your last NSC. And for the people who aren't seniors who might be coming back, we hope that this experience is still going to be great for y'all and there'll be plenty of more quiz bowling in the future. We are going to cut back to Aiden and Forrest now, so take it away.
All right, thank you for that. And we will see Carl Sandburg B again in round 5, doing a Chicagoland matchup with Walter Payton B. Both teams, I think, will be looking for their first win of these prelims, so it's very much within reach for both teams. But not all is lost for Carl Sandburg. We heard just now that Carl Sandburg A defeated Livingston B in a matchup they weren't favored on the stat sheet after getting the last 3 toss-ups. In a 300 to 290 nail biter.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely thrilling. Yeah.
And meanwhile, in another bracket, Chapel Hill, who almost beefed it big time in round 1, really came back in a big way, getting a grail over Troy. A grail, for those who aren't aware, is when you get every single toss-up in a game going 20 for 20. Very rare occurrence, especially at nationals. So Chapel Hill turning around in a big way and showing us that they're the top 10 team that we expected them to be coming into this.
Yeah, grails are especially difficult because not only do you have to beat the other team to everything, you can't beat yourself. I mean, it's very rare that a team goes an entire game without an incorrect answer, so you need to be disciplined and still fast enough to get everything.
Yeah, and taking a look at the standings, at least after round 3, things are very close in the aluminum bracket. Saratoga has pretty much punched their ticket to the playoffs. They're 4-0 right now. But Livingston, Innovation B, and Centennial B are all 2-1. They've all taken a loss. And all 3 of those teams could be the one joining Saratoga in the next bracket. We would have to see. Forrest, were there any, either in really any of the past few rounds since we've been more, since our period to talk has been more truncated, any toss-ups or bonuses that have really stuck out to you, either that you wrote or that you could provide more insight on?
Yeah, so
other than the language, other than you gotta know Moomins.
Well, you do gotta know Moomins. That's pretty rough.
Guys, and we all gotta know them.
Yeah, so I'd like to actually look at toss-up 12 from this packet, if we could pull that up, Ashish. So this was a toss-up written by Yvonne Jo, the music editor. It's a really cool common link on weddings and opera. She told me it was one of her favorites, and I absolutely agree. It's stellar because it does a great job of rewarding what I call diverse sources of knowledge. So if we could do the
And
question text.
in the process, talk about, why might someone think to go duels on that toss up as well?
So
since common links are often you can try to figure it out, and sometimes you
Yeah.
can go the right direction, sometimes you won't.
Yeah, so first I want to talk about the toss-up construction.
Yeah.
So this lead-in on Domenico Cimarosa's Il matrimonio segreto, which is a great opera title. It's what I would call pretty obscure, but something that a true opera fan will know about. There's a sort of the type of person who plays opera questions is probably on Opera Tumblr. They know a lot. They have an encyclopedic knowledge of the medium. They're definitely going to know Il matrimonio segreto just because it's something that you got to know if you're a true fan of the genre. So this lead-in is there to reward true fans of the genre.
The real
Next,
heads.
we have a deep cut from The Marriage of Figaro, which is probably a top 10 or top 5 opera of all time. So it's really good that there's a
deep
clue.
canon work.
Yeah, it's really good that there's a clue on this deep canon work in Power, because knowing the core masterworks very deeply is something that we should be trying to reward, of course. So this clue about Suelaria, which is it's a scene from The Marriage of Figaro that was actually made famous by being played over the prison loudspeakers in The Shawshank Redemption. So there's a variety of ways to know this clue. It's a famous scene on its own, but also you can sort of get there from other ways. It's maybe more generally accessible as opposed to the lead-in being targeted at an opera specialist. So again, rewards diverse sources of knowledge. The next clue, which is really cool, it's about Lucia di Lammermoor, which is, it's one of those operas that maybe doesn't have as much like common recognition as The Marriage of Figaro, but it is huge in the opera world. So it's in a style called bel canto, which is, it means beautiful singing, and it's a vehicle to show off the singer's virtuosity. So if you're really into opera, you will be into opera singers showing off their technique. You will be into bel canto, and this is just a sort of description of the climax of Lucia di Lammermoor. I think it's really cool to include this because it's also sort of stylistically similar to bel canto, or to Mozart's The Marriage of Figaro. They're sort of performed in similar ways. Now, the question is, why might somebody try to neg this with duels? I mean, the simplest answer could be that
those are
they...
things that commonly happen in opera.
Yeah, well...
You figure it out, and you
yes,
try to
that's
suss out the answer.
That's true. There are multiple duels in opera, although I don't know if there are so many in operas from... I guess there's one in Don Giovanni. But anyway, I think the simplest answer is probably just that she got some wires crossed, which is a phrase that I
totally
use.
common
I
thing.
don't know if anybody else
I'm always
uses this
crossing
phrase.
wires.
But it means that you are really confident that you've remembered something and you just remember it wrong. I mean, sometimes this happens. I think this is the most common source of incorrect answers, is just, it's not anything to do with suboptimal strategy or like suboptimal knowledge. It's just your brain stops working sometimes, and this is just a part of the game. So
yeah, and this happens to pretty much every player. This wasn't me singling someone out at all.
Yeah.
And that was a very virtuous explanation, might I add, of opera, a
Thank you.
category that I know next to nothing about.
You really should.
But this is the sort of thought process, and sort of when trying to establish a hierarchy of clues within a question, to sort of what should we reward, what should we what level of depth is being prioritized here, and sort of ending up at an answer, trying to and compared to something like as far as like real knowledge goes, again, thinking about I believe it was Kevin on Carl Sandburg B getting a very early buzz on
that was really impressive.
a really early buzz on rockets.
Yeah.
With the rocket equation, the unknown thing.
Yeah, I think, well, this is an example of an engineering question, and these sorts of questions tend to be really like democratic. They sort of reward people with an interest in this case, aeronautics. But these are topics that people are more likely to engage with as hobbies or as like childhood interests.
Which can get you an in.
Yeah,
getting
so
those early
a lot
buzzes.
of, like science as a category, it has a reputation for sort of being opaque and inaccessible. And sometimes it can sort of feel like it when you talk about like, we had a toss-up on a functional group, which is something you would not learn about in high school chemistry. But here, I mean, you would learn about the rocket equation in AP Physics, of course, but you're even more likely to learn about it by just being generally interested in science and engineering. which
Especially
is-
as a freshman who hasn't taken AP Physics. in
Yeah,
that case,
well,
you know.
I mean, we don't know that he hasn't taken AP Physics,
Maybe.
but probably, yeah.
I don't know how schools
so,
are now.
Yeah, so again, I thought that was really cool to sort of democratize the category a little bit.
Yeah, and definitely sort of as far as like, and we've been talking about the intricacies and sort of the unique aspects of PACE as a tournament.
Yeah.
I've been noticing a lot of that in the literature distribution especially.
Yeah.
You know,
How
with sort of
so?
interesting framing of common works into,
Mm.
you know, whereas not just asking about the work specifically, asking about Okonkwo's family or
Mhm.
the titular Tintern Abbey from Tintern
Yeah.
Abbey is a way to put
Yeah, and the
to put a
cask of
little-
Amontillado from the cask of
from the cask of
Amontillado.
to put a little bit of salt and pepper on
Yeah.
on an answer line that we've heard before.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. Those were really cool. I want to return to a topic that we began to introduce earlier, which is this this
rate
idea
theory.
of heart rate theory. Yeah, and I think it's really applicable to this past game. So Aiden, if you
Yeah.
could explain that.
Yeah, so practically speaking, I mean, it's just a parlance to describe keeping a good mental game at
Mhm.
the end of the day. And this is something I talked about with you at the coaches conference last year.
Definitely.
Is that it's very easy, especially when you're down early, especially you know when you personally are like have gotten a question or two incorrect in the early game.
Mhm.
It can, you know, sort of impact how you play. You can get tilted. You
Mhm.
can feel less pressured to buzz, or you can feel more anxious to buzz because you've already gotten one incorrect, and even
Yeah.
when you know it, you might miss out on getting points that you otherwise would, which, you know, sort of creates a snowball effect of sorts that can result in a game that you could win, you're otherwise losing.
Yeah.
And so much of, and that's really where both, you know, having the support of teammates and the support of coaches really comes
Absolutely.
into play, as, you know, that can, you know, relying on others and being able to lean on others can sort of be a both a relief and just a way to provide that extra bolstering to the mental game
Yeah.
that is really important.
So what strategies can you use just as an individual in your own psychology to prevent yourself from getting heart rated?
Yeah, well, I can't recommend my solution, which is prescription medication.
Oh, yeah,
To
we
you,
can't endorse PEDs.
Not PEDs, but talk to a doctor, talk to a psychiatrist about
Yeah.
that. But what I can recommend is sort of what all of the teams have been talking to us lately, which is that, you know, remember that probably a week or two from now, no one will really be looking at your individual stats.
Maybe a month more than a week.
Live in the moment, and, you know, really just try your best to take every toss-up sort of, you know, from a blank slate perspective. There's not that much like shifting it in strategy, you know, that you need to do as far
Yeah.
as like buzzing in and being correct.
if-
You might need to buzz in with like a little bit lower confidence than you otherwise would if maybe you're not favored. You know, if you feel 60% or 70% confident, you might buzz instead of when you're feeling 90% confident against a team that you feel stronger than on your baseline of knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you really don't want to be changing your strategy, right? I think that's the real mark of getting heart rated. Like, ideally, every toss-up in a game has approximately the same circumstances as the ones that came before it. Obviously, there are edge cases, but if you know, overreact to what has happened so far, I think that's the real mark of getting heart rated.
Yeah, well, last message before we turn over to Game 5, our last of the prelims, is that there was a toss-up on gel electrophoresis,
Yes.
this packet. One of the teams I interviewed yesterday said that if the universe was on the line, he would want the toss-up to be on gel electrophoresis. That was
Wow.
his answer line. And if I'm talking about you, I forgot your name. I'm so
Ooh.
sorry. But If that was you, if we talked about that, let me know if you got the toss-up. I would be excited to know if I put my faith in the right guy. So we'll be going off to round 5 now, which is Walter Payton B versus Carl Sandburg B, a game that should have some implications for the consolation brackets going forward. It's going to be an exciting Chicagoland showdown.
They're commenting on us. There.
All right. So welcome back, Walter Payton B. Welcome still, Carl Sandburg B. My name's Karsten. I'll be your moderator for this match. We've got a sponsorship message, which is Quizbowl for All is a non-profit whose mission is to use Quizbowl to instill a lifelong love of learning among disadvantaged students by introducing Quizbowl and easing prohibitive financial barriers to improve and compete. We offer to cover tournament registration fees for lower-income teams and individuals if those costs would otherwise be prohibitive. If you are interested in learning more about us, using one of our services, volunteering, or supporting us financially, you can visit our website at qb4all.org. Best of luck to both teams. All right, and so now if we could get team and player introductions along with the buzzer check. We'll start with Carl Sandburg. If you want to say your name, your grade, and if you're a senior, if you're going to a college, you could say that too.
I'm Yazi Pagantalan, and I'm a junior.
I'm Jamie Keenan. I'm a senior, and I'm going to Moraine Valley Community College.
I'm Jean-Pierre Fazio. I'm a senior. I'm going to University of Loyola at Chicago.
I'm Kevin Chilkin, and I'm a freshman.
And then Walter Payton B.
Caleb, I'm a freshman.
Connolly, senior.
Kieran, senior, Northwestern.
Siddharth, sophomore.
All right. Are both teams ready to get started? Toss-up 1. This man coined phatic communication to describe communication that maintains relationships rather than exchanging information. A phrase usually attributed to this man tells anthropologists to go into the field and get off the veranda. A book by this anthropologist analyzes how a set of formulae that serve as verbal acts were used to cultivate yams, bananas, and taro. This anthropologist asked why men would risk life and limb traveling across the ocean to move worthless trinkets in describing the exchange of necklaces and bracelets by Trobriand islanders in the Kula Ring. For 10 points, Coral Gardens and Their Magic, and Argonauts of the Western Pacific are by what anthropologist from Poland? Time. This is Bronisław Malinowski.
Good start.
Toss-up 2. The first definitive proof of this process in birds was the discovery of an arrow stork by biologists at the University of Rostock. The dragonfly Pantala flavescens is named for its record-setting example of this process among insects. The reproductive method of European eels remained mysterious for centuries until this process was fully described in 2022. In fish, this process is categorized as catadromous or anadromous. The deep scattering layer consists of organisms that undergo a daily vertical type of this process. The Arctic tern has the longest example of this process, which is undergone en masse by monarch.
Oh, migration?
Migration is good for 10.
I kept thinking it, and I was like, no, it can't be.
Your bonus. The extrinsic pathway for this process is induced by the binding of a fast ligand to its receptor site. 10 points each. What process of programmed cell death can be initiated by the p53 protein in response to DNA damage?
Yeah.
Apoptosis?
Apoptosis is right. One of these heme-containing proteins named for a letter is released from the mitochondria into the cytoplasm to signal apoptosis. The p450 class of these proteins metabolizes drugs in the liver.
Liver enzyme, Q enzymes, maybe? Sure. Q?
So are cytochromes. The suppression of these enzymes by proteins like p57, KIP2 can also trigger apoptosis. These enzymes complex with their periodically varying substrates to regulate the cell cycle via activating and inhibitory phosphorylation.
Yeah, I
don't know. Okay. No, let's go.
Answer?
Alcohols.
These are cyclin-dependent kinases. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 3. This figure throws away the words I hate by adding the phrase, not you, to a speaker who says, I rise and fall for this figure. One poem states, I do believe this figure, though I know she lies, and ends, I lie with her and she with me. The line, death once dead, there's no more dying then, is addressed to this figure, who may be Amelia Lanier. I grant I never saw a goddess go was written about this figure who treads on the ground and has breath that reeks. A poem claims black wires grow on this figure's head.
Daddy?
No.
No, it's not that, yeah. It's not.
And coral is far more red than this figure's lips red. For 10 points, what figure contrasted with the fair youth is the subject of My Mistress's Eyes Are Nothing Like the Sun, a sonnet by Shakespeare.
The Dark Lady.
Dark Lady's good for 10.
Yeah, sorry.
Your bonus. Because this regime required song lyrics to praise its government, Mulatu Astatke pioneered an instrumental jazz genre. For 10 points each, name this regime, headed by Mengistu Haile Mariam. The 1985 Live Aid concert delivered relief to a famine exacerbated by the policies of this Ethiopian military regime.
The Derg.
The Derg is right. While dying of lung cancer, Duke Ellington performed with Astatke for this Ethiopian emperor who was overthrown by the Derg.
No answer.
Haile Selassie. Outside of Ethiopia, the CIA used traveling jazz musicians to infiltrate this sub-national region home to the uranium-rich Shinkolobwe mine, which had supplied uranium for the Manhattan Project.
Puntland.
Katanga. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 4 comes with a note to players. Either the name of the biological family or the name of an animal in it is acceptable. These animals and humans were painted most prominently in Wankarani caves at Kalakala. A faction named for using hats made from these animals resented European control of the rich mountain and fought Basques for control of silver mines. People raising these animals were ranked as either Michi or Kamayo. The dried meat of animals in this family, charki, is the origin of the term jerky. Domestication of these animals on the Puna grassland began about 6,000 years.
Horses?
No. 6,000 years ago. These animals served as pack animals on the Kapaknyan road system and had their fibers harvested to make quipu. These animals were the main source of wool in the Inca Empire. For 10 points, name these pack animals in the Andes.
Llamas.
That's good for 10. Your bonus. The melody of this composer's song, O tot wie bitter bist du, it uses the same notes as the motif that opens his 4th symphony. For 10 points each, name this composer of 4 serious songs, whose most famous song begins with the gentle E-flat major melody G, G, long B-flat, G, G, B-flat. Answer?
No answer.
It's Brahms. That song from Brahms's Opus 49 is Wiegenlied, which refers to this kind of song. That song, in this genre, is often given lyrics beginning with Go to Sleep.
Lullaby.
Lullaby's right. Gabriel Fauré's piece in this genre was described as a lullaby due to its unusually light orchestration and serenity. Brahms's piece in this genre broke with tradition by setting the Luther Bible. Answer? It's a requiem. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 5. A man with this surname remembers simonizing that little red car after his son pedals his feet and says he's losing weight. A man with this last name trips a boy and points his umbrella at his eye before saying, "Never fight fair with a stranger." In that play, that man, with this surname, repeats that he walked into the jungle at 17 and came out rich.
Loman?
Loman's good for 10.
Nice. What play is that?
The novel Dona Flor and Her Two Husbands begins with a letter from the title character to the author claiming she does not have one of these items. 10 points each. Name these texts that begin each of the 12 chapters of a novel by Laura Esquivel. Answer?
No answer.
Recipes. The author of Dona Flor and Her Two Husbands, Jorge Amado, used this language to write his novels. This language was also used to write the Lusiads.
Spanish.
Portuguese. This earlier author composed a sonnet to introduce a book of 36 recipes made at San Geronimo. A poem by this author begins, "Pyramidal, death-born shadow of earth aimed at heaven." This is Sor Juana, so nothing on the bonus. Toss-up 6. The Skaldskaparmal cites a lost poem about this god to explain why his head is a kenning for sword. A stanza of the Voluspa attests that this god left his ear in the well of Mimir. Because the Voluspa addresses mankind as the children of this god is identified with Rig, who fathered the classes of human society. This god is called the whitest of the gods in a section of the Thrymskvida in which he suggests that Thor dress as a bride to retrieve his hammer. This god transforms into a seal to recover...
Loki?
No. To recover Freya's necklace, Brisingamen, from Loki. This god and Loki kill each other at Ragnarok, which begins as this god sounds his Jallarhorn. For 10 points, name this watchman who guards the entrance to Asgard in Norse mythology.
Heimdall.
Heimdall's good for 10. These materials were first synthesized by Omar M. Yagi, originating the field of reticular chemistry. For 10 points each, name this class of porous materials, the subject of the 2025 Nobel Prize in Chemistry, in which clusters of metal ions are connected by struts of carbon-based polymers.
Porous materials.
Answer?
Sponges.
Sponges.
These are metal organic frameworks. Metal organic frameworks are often created using the supercritical form of this compound in solvable thermal synthesis. MOFs have been proposed as adsorbents for scrubbing this compound.
Maybe sulfuric acid.
Answer?
Sulfuric acid.
Carbon dioxide.
No.
Oh, okay.
MOFs are contrasted with this type of organic framework, which contains no metals. This word denotes bonds in which two atoms share electrons.
Covalent.
Yeah.
Covalent.
Covalent's good for 10. Toss up 7.
Dioxide.
Eric Marshall White's recent biography documents this man's career making souvenir mirrors for pilgrims. In the 19th century, a rival city to Strasbourg commissioned Bertold Thorvaldsen to design the first monument to this man, a one-time business partner of Johann Fust. A portion of an invention by this man derived from a Roman-era device used to make olive oil and wine. This man was awarded a pension by Adolf II, Archbishop of Mainz. The earliest surviving evidence of technology invented by this man is an indulgence to raise money to defend against the Turks. It took a year for this man to make the punches for a 42-line Bible. For 10 points, name this European often credited with inventing the printing press.
Gutenberg.
Gutenberg is right for 10. Answer the following about the misadventures of French General Lazare Hoche for 10 points each. In the 1797 Battle of Fishguard, Hoche planned the last landing of a hostile force on mainland Britain, but surrendered without a fight. Therefore, the last invasion of Britain is traditionally held to be carried out by William the Conqueror in this year.
1066. 1066.
1066 is right. In 1796, Hoche led an unsuccessful expedition to assist this rebels United Irishmen. This Protestant lawyer names a band that recorded Come Out Ye Black and Tans.
Black and... So that's the Ireland.
Answer?
Collins.
Wolf Tone. Hoche's biggest military success was suppressing this counter-revolutionary royalist uprising named after a region in western France.
Western France. Maybe Britain, Norman uprising.
Yeah.
Brittany, Breton.
Answer?
Brittany uprising.
It's the War in the Vendée. So 10 on the bonus.
Okay.
Toss up 8. Many researchers at a Menlo Park, California institute named for this person moved on to the Genetic Information Research Institute. With Emil Zucker-Kandel, this person developed the concept of the molecular clock. This man's pacifist wife, Ava Helen, was an equally strong supporter of the Partial Test Ban Treaty. This man's hasty study of DNA resulted in an embarrassing triple helix paper published a year before Watson and Crick's paper. This man's anti-nuclear activism helped him become the only person to win 2 unshared Nobel Prizes. This man told Americans that they could defeat the common cold by megadosing on vitamin C. For 10 points, name the scientist who names an electronegativity scale.
Pauling.
Pauling's good for 10. Your bonus. In this practice, Amina Wadud has used the grammatical structure of Quranic passages to challenge the patriarchal biases of previous mufassirs. 10 points each, give this Arabic term for the exegesis of the Quran, which involves interpreting its passages in the context of linguistics and jurisprudence. Answer?
Sharia.
Tafsir. Wadud's Sisters in Islam NGO challenged Malaysian restrictions on women's rights in courts that practice this Islamic law system, which has been criticized for harsh punishments called hudud.
Sharia.
Sharia is right. Wadud has argued for more women to be these people, which is common in Nusi in China. According to a branch of Shia belief, Muhammad al-Mahdi is the last of a group of these Sharia-maintaining people. Answer?
Virgins.
Imams.
Oh.
So 10 on the bonus. Toss up 9. Thomae's function has this property for irrational inputs but lacks it for rational inputs. The Lebesgue-Vitali theorem states that Riemann integrable functions have this property almost everywhere. A function has this property if and only if the preimage of an open set is also an open set. The Cantor function displays the uniform, but not absolute, form of this property, which can be defined using the epsilon delta criterion. The Weierstrass function possesses this property over its domain. A function with a
Continuous.
Continuous is good for 10.
Always continuous.
It's always
Your bonus. A glass bottle tree and a floating wooden sculpture are shown in a film about this ethnic group, which is bookended by a shot of a matriarch's hands holding dirt. For 10 points each, name this ethnic group of the Peasant family, who decide whether to leave South Carolina's St. Helena Island in Julie Dash's Daughters of the Dust. Answer?
African Americans.
Prompt. These are
Creoles?
Gullah. Shots of black women in white dresses walking alongside water and Daughters of the Dust inspired shots in this musician's visual album, Lemonade.
Beyonce.
Beyonce's right. Julie Dash's film For Women was based on a ballad by this singer with first name Nina. This blues singer who covered Pirate Jenny criticized the murder of Medgar Evers in Mississippi Goddamn.
Simone. Simone.
Simone's good for 20. Toss up 10. A painting in the Crystal Bridges Museum depicts a man with this profession who pets his black cat while reading a book at his cluttered home desk. In a painting honoring a retiree from this job, the artist's wife snuck in a portrait of the artist behind Mary Clymer. A painting that depicts this job was displayed at an Army facility after its rejection by the 1876 Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia. 14 years after painting black frock-wearing members of this profession at Jefferson College, an artist depicted David Hayes Agnew. A woman hides her face in horror during a demonstration of this profession in one painting. For 10 points, name this profession depicted by Thomas Akins in The Gross...
Oh, like doctor?
Doctor's good for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. This person's death led an author to embrace lady philosophy in the tract The Banquet. For 10 points each, name this person whom that author only met in real life twice, according to a prosometrum of 30 love poems whose introduction proclaims, "Here begins the new life."
Do you have any idea as to what this could be?
Could it be like Petrarch? Laura?
Answer?
So Laura then?
It's Beatrice.
Oh.
This author's La Vita Nuova is dedicated to his lover Beatrice, who also appears as a guide in his Paradiso from the Divine Comedy.
Dante.
Dante's right. In his Purgatorio, Dante coined the name of this literary movement, whose members included Guido Cavalcanti. Members of this movement idolized divine love and often wrote in the Tuscan vernacular.
Oh, these are they're not romantics, but romantics, I guess. Yeah.
Answer?
Romantics.
It's the Dolce Stil Novo, or Sweet New Style. 10 on the bonus, which brings us to the half, where I have a score of Carl Sandburg B, 100, Walter Payton B, 80.
Yeah.
Okay, so I knew that was Beatrice.
Wait, what did you
but
say?
it didn't-
Oh.
Yeah, 180.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
I knew that was Beatrice, but the other stuff didn't sound like Dante,
Yeah.
so I didn't want to.
Carl. Okay.
All the science.
All right. Are both teams ready to continue?
This is bad.
Yeah.
All right. We've got toss-up 11. A bald character in this novel has a scar where a candle melted on his head. While leading dock workers in Belgium who unload petrol destined for Italy, this novel's protagonist feels responsible for the death of Little Lurvy. That character in this novel is blamed for the execution of his innocent secretary Arlova. This novel's protagonist learns about a professor's son, whom he nicknames Hairlip, through tapping on his wall by number 402. Interrogation from Gletkin and Ivanov leads to a confession of crimes against the state from this novel's protagonist, the old Bolshevik Rubashov. For 10 points, number 1 leads an allegory of the Soviet Union in what 1940 novel by Arthur Kestler?
The Prisoner.
No. Time. It's Darkness at Noon.
Oh, it sounds.
Toss-up 12. Description acceptable. Victor Schellcher championed a French law of this type passed during the Revolution of 1848. In 2015, the UK government paid off the last of the debt from a bill of this type, which also established a 6-year period of apprenticeship. A law of this type, authored by Agriculture Minister Rodrigo Augusto da Silva, was preceded by the more limited law of sexagenarians. The last major law of this type in the Western Hemisphere was promulgated by Isabel the Redemptress and was called the Golden Law for applying to some...
Abolition of slavery law.
Abolition of slavery is good for 10. Your bonus. Andrea Long Chu criticized Tarl ideology in an essay on the freedom of this concept. For 10 points each, what concept is part of a system theorized by Gail Rubin in an article about its political economy? Shulamith Firestone defined this concept as a class system in a book on its dialectic.
Government, maybe? I don't know.
Sure.
Answer?
Government?
Sex.
Oh.
And Fausto Sterling's book, Sexing the Body, studies this demographic to argue against sex-gender dualism. The I in LGBTQIA
Intersex.
stands for these people born with both male and female characteristics.
Intersex.
Intersex is right. Citing Monique Wittig, this 1990 Judith Butler book argues that sex is a fictive category as part of its performativity theory.
Oh, this is like gender and sociology. I read it. I don't
Answer?
know, like gender and sociology.
Gender trouble. 10 on the bonus. Toss up 13. A book titled For These Places argues that good and bad people suffer equally because hardship clarifies the good but exterminates the wicked. The pyramidal hierarchy of the human body resembles a virtuous one of these places according to Al-Farabi. A book titled For One of These Places originated the privation argument as part of a free will theodicy. A book that argues the 410 sack of Rome was not caused by Christianity contrasts earthly and heavenly examples of these places. An ideal one of these places is divided into producers, guardians, and philosopher kings in a Platonic.
Utopias?
No. Platonic dialogue. Augustine wrote about one of these places of God. For 10 points, what places were known by the Greek term polis?
Cities.
Cities is good for 10. Your bonus. Applying the magnetostatic approximation to the second of these equations yields Biot-Savart law. For 10 points each, name these equations, named for a Ukrainian physicist, which give the electric field and magnetic field strength in terms of the retarded time and account for relativity.
This is physics. I don't know.
I don't know Ukrainian physics.
Answer?
Curie.
Yefremenko's equations. Yefremenko's second equation includes a term for mu naught over this constant. Coulomb's constant is defined as 1 over this constant times epsilon naught.
E, I, pi. I kind of vibe with E as well. E.
4 pi. Yefremenko's equations are defined using charge density and the areal density of this quantity. This quantity is measured in amperes.
So current. Yeah, current.
Current's good for 10.
Easy for a guy.
Toss up 14. A group of these texts divided into 6 mothers and 11 children are found in the Kangyur. During an event at Rajagriha, Ananda recited these texts in order to preserve them. In one of these texts, a man conjures a distant image of a beautiful city to motivate a group of travelers. The line, "Thus have I heard," opens most of these texts, including one that illustrates expedient means via the story of a father promising his children toys to save them from a house fire. Xuanzang traveled to India to retrieve these texts, which have a name meaning thread and make up the second basket of the Tripitaka. For 10 points, the diamond and lotus.
Sutras.
Sutras is good for 10.
I should have buzzed so long ago.
Your bonus. Day-tripping tourists who head up north in Michigan are often given a derogatory nickname derived from this food. For 10 points each, name this food supposedly invented by Emmeline Battersby Hartridge. In the early 20th century, women's colleges such as Vassar held illicit parties to make and eat this sweet.
Are these
chocolate chip cookie?
Are they brownies, maybe?
Maybe.
I like chocolate chip cookies more.
Answer,
chip cookie?
fudge. Fudgies are instead referred to as come-heres in the beach towns on the eastern shore of this body of water. A bridge tunnel named for this body of water crosses the Thimble Shoals Channel and connects to Hampton Roads.
Virginia is...
Chesapeake Bay.
Yeah, try it.
Chesapeake Bay.
Chesapeake Bay is right.
Yeah.
Tourists to this state, nicknamed Outsides, might visit the Into the Wild bus, now at a university in its city of Fairbanks.
Alaska?
Yeah, I think
Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah.
Alaska.
Alaska's good for 20. Toss up 15. In 2025, Chen et al. Created a benchtop fusion reactor that loaded deuterium into this element, inspired by a discredited 1989 experiment in which this element made up electrodes in a heavy water cell that supposedly initiated cold fusion. This element can absorb up to 900 times its volume in hydrogen. This element is alloyed with gold in forms of white gold that do not require rhodium plating. This element on calcium carbonate makes up a catalyst that hydrogenates alkynes, named for Herbert Lindlar. This element, the more expensive rhodium and less expensive platinum, are used in catalytic converters. For 10 points, name this precious metal found left of silver on the periodic table, symbolized Pd.
Palladium.
Palladium's good for 10. Your bonus. Guy Brasfield Park's loyalty to this man led the Missouri governor's mansion to be nicknamed Uncle Tom's Cabin. 10 points each, name this Democrat from Kansas City whose namesake political machine supported the early career of Harry Truman. Answer?
Bailey.
Tom Pendergast. Pendergast's goat-themed political faction included 36 precincts named for this man. Boss Tweed dominated New York City with a political machine named for this man's hall. Tammany's right. Truman helped appoint Pendergast's affiliate Matthew Murray as the Missouri administrator of this program. Harry Hopkins led this New Deal agency, whose federal project number 1 sponsored artists.
I think that is it. I don't have anything else.
Works Progress Administration.
Yeah, WPA is good for 20. Toss-up 16. After a character in this play is accused of squandering his life for silver, he remarks, "It's terrible when the one who does the judging judges things all wrong." A man in this play is warned he will lose a son of his own loins if he executes one character. This play's chorus claims, "Wonders are many, and none is more wonderful than man." After a dust storm, a guard spots the title character of this play pouring earth on a grave. In this play, Haimon kills himself upon finding the body of the title character, who had earlier attempted to bury Polynices against.
Antigone.
Antigone's good for 10.
Her name.
Your bonus. You are searching for a rousing poem to inspire your Quizbowl team to victory. For 10 points each, you first consider and reject If, a poem by this British colonialist poet of Mandalay and Gunga Din.
Oh, Kipling.
Kipling's right. You consider this author's poem, No Coward Soul Is Mine. This author of the Gondal poems frequently used the word watcher in her poetry, as noted by Anne Carson in The Glass Essay. Answer?
Both.
This is Emily Bronte. You finally choose this poem by William Ernest Henley, which declares, "My head is bloody but unbowed. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul."
It's like some long word. I don't know.
Answer?
No answer.
Invictus. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 17. A solo violin leads a rustic Bavarian waltz in this piece's Tanzlied, which leads into the last section as chimes ring 12 times to signal midnight. In a sudden forte near the start of this piece, the top melodic voice plays short E, long E flat, before crescendoing timpani repeatedly alternate between C and G. This piece includes the fully chromatic fugue of Science and ends with the song of the Night Wanderer. This tone poem begins with trumpets playing the ascending notes C, G, long C, called the nature.
Also Sprach Zarathustra.
Also Sprach Zarathustra is good for 10. Your bonus. Agatha Christie met archaeologist Max Mallowan, her future husband, on a dig at this city. For 10 points each, name this ancient city where Leonard Woolley began excavations just 5 days before Howard Carter stepped into King Tut's tomb.
Maybe, yeah,
like
try it.
Or Memphis. Luxor.
Ur. A helmet made of this metal found at Ur belonging to Mescalamdug was frequently compared to a mask primarily made of this metal belonging to King Tut.
Gold, probably.
Gold.
Yeah. Gold.
Gold's right. The tombs of Tut and Mescalamdug are sometimes compared with that of Marquis Yi of Zheng, whose tomb contained 64 examples of these objects called Bianzhong. Only the shogun could enter a part of Edo Castle named for the Sudzu type of these metal objects.
Do you know what this is?
Metal, yeah.
Sword. Yeah, try it.
Sword.
Bells. 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 18. In one style of this dance, the Coca-Cola is a rare traveling left turn. Dancers move around one another in the casino form of this dance, whose Cali style is known for kicks. Melanie Mercedes and Charm LaDonna choreographed one of these dances staged with a newlywed couple and a singer in a white suit. This dance's New York and LA styles differ in whether dancers take their break step on 2 or on 1, as popularized by Johnny Vasquez. During Baile Inolvidable, Lady Gaga and Bad Bunny performed this dance at the...
Salsa?
Salsa's right, for 10. For small amplitudes of these phenomena, a transverse traceless gauge can be used to linearize the Einstein field equations. For 10 points each, LIGO confirmed a prediction of general relativity by detecting what oscillating distortions in spacetime that travel at the speed of light.
Gravitational waves.
Gravitational waves is right. Gravitational waves are written as a small perturbation, h, in the metric type of these mathematical objects denoted little g mu nu. Answer?
Functions.
Tensors. Changes in this rank 2 tensor produces gravitational waves. This tensor is the integral of mass density times Ri times Rj and describes the deviation of a mass configuration from spherical symmetry.
Answer.
Quadrupole.
Can we get a score check?
Sure, that was 10 on that bonus, which I have giving us a tie score of 170 for both sides.
Yeah.
Got that as well. Thank you so much.
I've got 170 as well.
Yeah, we have 2 cycles remaining. So toss-up 19. Binet's equation is often linearized in terms of a parameter u that equals this function of radius. A term equal to 1 minus a constant times this function of r appears in the temporal and radial terms of the Schwarzschild metric. V squared is proportional to twice this function of r minus this function of the semi-major axis in the vis-viva equation. The square root of this function of r appears in the formula for escape velocity and for the velocity in a circular orbit. This function of r is proportional to gravitational potential energy, which can be shown by integrating Newton's law of gravitation over dr. For 10 points, name this function that returns the multiplicative inverse of its input.
Negative reciprocal?
No.
Just reciprocal?
Just reciprocal for 10.
Okay.
Your bonus. Roman artists frequently copied this artist's painting of Aphrodite and Anadyomene for 10 points each. Name this ancient Greek painter whom Pliny the Elder called the greatest artist in history. An ekphrasis by Lucian describes how this artist painted an ass-eared King Midas, who reaches his hand out to slander in one work.
I only know sculptors, so I'm going to guess Praxiteles because I know he was just a vibing sculptor. Praxiteles?
Apelles of Kos. The lost calumny of Apelles inspired a painting by this Renaissance artist. This artist was inspired by ancient depictions of Aphrodite and Anadyomene to paint the birth of Venus.
Yeah, Botticelli.
Botticelli's right. Botticelli was inspired by a life-size fresco of Venus lying on a shelf from this city's House of Venus.
Pompeii.
The Alexander mosaic is from this city.
Pompeii.
Pompeii is good for 20. Final toss-up. In this decade, a teachers' union partnered with investment banker Felix Rohatyn and Governor Hugh Carey to prop up one city's budget.
1970s.
1970s is good for 20.
Was that us?
Huh?
Was that us?
No, Hugh Carey was governor of New York from
Oh,
72
okay.
to 70.
Your bonus. In one version of this ethnic group's myth, Guacar turns into an evil spirit to embody storms known as Huracan, sent by his wife, Guabancex. 2 points each. Name this indigenous ethnic group whose deities, including Atabe and Yukahu, were often depicted as 3-cornered stones and known as Zemis.
I think it's Maya.
I think it's mine as well.
Maya?
Taino.
Oh.
Yukahu was believed by many Taino to live atop El Yunque on this island. The first reported sightings of the Chupacabra were on this island.
Hispaniola.
Hispaniola? That's
Hispaniola,
where the Taino
yes.
Hispaniola?
Puerto Rico.
Oh.
The Taino people may have told the legend of Bimini that inspired Ponce de Leon to search for this legendary spring in Florida.
Fountain of Youth.
Fountain of Youth.
Fountain of Youth is good for 10, giving us a final score of 170 for Carl Sandburg B, 230 for Walter Payton B.
Good game.
Good game.
That was very bad.
Are we flipping back?
Evidently not.
Wow, what a dictionary definition of a barn burner there.
Sure
Just
was.
back and forth, tens and tens both ways, and then on toss-up 20, Kieran Blake out of nowhere destroys that toss-up
Yeah.
and gives Walter Payton B their first win of the tournament and clutches up on stream of all things.
Yeah.
I mean, really storybook moment for him.
That was a really impressive buzz. I'll be interested to hear in Samir's interview about how Kieran knew that, because I mean, a deep cut on New York City history is maybe not something you'd expect a Chicago team to know a lot about, but that was really impressive. And it sort of underscores what I was saying earlier today about how every one of these players has really deep knowledge about something. They can all get a power out of nowhere.
Yeah, and once Samir is ready, we'll cut back to Walter Payton B. But really, I mean, that was an impressive game from both teams. They were playing tight. They were getting what they needed to get, and I mean, the fact that it really came down to the last toss-up shows that. I mean, I expect in consolation both of these teams to be competitive, to be putting up points, and to be making their schools proud, and hopefully making themselves proud too.
Yeah, I mean, the final score was 230 to 170. So that's a 60-point margin, which looks a lot bigger than it actually was. I mean, as you said, it came down to the last toss-up, and the margin was sort of also inflated by the fact that Walter Payton 20'd the penultimate bonus and then 20'd the penultimate toss-up. But really, it was a 2 toss-up game at the very end, and it was, you know, back and forth the whole time. Really thrilling to watch.
So we'll be cutting to Samir now to get some more insight on that exciting Game 5, our last of prelims. Samir, take it away.
All right, welcome back everyone to the game floor. I am here with Walter Payton B, coming off of the backs of a very, very close win, especially with that toss-up 20 power on the 1970s. First of all, how are you guys feeling after the round and after prelims?
I mean, I think this was our first win. We've had a couple close calls all morning, but it was nice to finally win one. I personally, as soon as I heard this decade, I got excited. I've been studying my New York Governors on Sporkle just for pure fun, and Hugh Carey, 70s, made that connection.
Nice, nice. Any other thoughts on how prelims went for you?
Yeah, they were hard, but we knew they would be hard, so it's, you know, a little bit of what we expected.
Sure. Have you guys played, oh my god, what was the team you just played? Sorry.
Stanford B.
Yeah, have you guys being
Yes.
Chicago, being
Yep.
local Chicagoland
Many
teams, have you played
times,
them?
yes.
So how is it like seeing them again?
Yeah. Hi, friends.
Same old, same old.
Yeah.
Same old, same old. So, first of all, what is on the lunch menu? This is a very important decision that could make or break your playoffs.
Leftovers.
From?
My dinner last night.
Got myself some chicken and some rice.
I honestly have no idea, but I'll find out.
I have like a salad.
And I have a peanut butter jelly sandwich.
All right, all enticing options, especially leftovers. You know, can't go wrong, honestly. Economical. And last question before we cut back to the hosts is, after the lunch break, you'll be entering a consolation bracket for playoffs. Where is your head at? What types of strategies are you thinking about employing for these games? Or do you need to switch up your approach at all, or do you just want to keep doing you?
I think our current strategy of play well and pray for good luck is doing us decently, so probably continue that.
Yeah, I think the consolation bracket will have more chances to win, and I think it'll just be an exciting few moments in the afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we can just like use this lunch break as an opportunity to clear our heads, and you know, the playoffs will be a new thing, and the record will basically get wiped out. So we'll just be ready for it.
All right, I'm loving the optimism going into the playoffs. We are having bracket confirmation shortly of all of the records of the team, but for now, we will cut back to you, Aiden and Forrest. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Samir. So we've had our 5 rounds of prelims, meaning that very shortly the standings will be finalized. That means that we'll know who our all-stars and our rising stars are.
Yes.
The Pace all-stars are the top 8 overall scorers of the tournament. The rising stars, the top 4 JV scorers, so only 9th and 10th graders. And we have a pretty good insight into where our brackets are looking and where teams are ending up, and most importantly, who's still in contention in Saturday afternoon's top division of playoffs. Only the top 24 will advance to the top division. Teams who place 3rd and 4th will be in first consolation. Teams who place 5th and 6th will be in second consolation. Still plenty of more Quizbowl to be played for all of these teams, but in the aluminum bracket, which we've been
you said
covering-
aluminum.
I said aluminum.
Let's go.
Crud. Well, you can cut that in the VOD.
No,
and
you can't.
we'll
No, you
continue. But in the aluminum bracket, which I'm too sick of doing this bit now,
Let's
Saratoga currently 4-0. They are guaranteed to move on due to the 2 teams that are 3-1 playing
Yes.
each other. So Saratoga has officially punched their ticket to the playoffs and their best pace performance ever.
Yes.
Great work for a JV team, certainly one of the strongest JV teams in this tournament. And I'm looking through, and they may very well be the only JV team this year to make the top 24.
Yeah,
if things
I
don't,
think,
if things
in
stand
fact, all of the other JV teams, they've all taken at least 2 losses, so they're all out of it.
Except for another
right,
team
sorry,
in aluminum, Centennial B, a B team that is all 9th and 10th graders. We're sort of building the program, trying to get a good result for future years. Have really surprised everyone, 3-1 so far, and playing Livingston A in round 5, and whoever wins that matchup will stay alive in this tournament, with the loser going to consolation alongside Innovation B, who's finished a solid 2-2. Walter Payton B and Carl Sandburg B, who, as you just saw in round 5, 2 very solid teams, will be very serious in the second consolation bracket.
Yeah, so what's really impressed me about Centennial B is the fact that they've been able to win 3 games out of their first 4 with only 2 total powers. Now, I think that powers are for suckers, right?
Yeah.
They're flashy, of course, and they're guaranteed points, but also they make up a very small proportion of overall scoring. What you really want is teams that can dependably get toss-ups no matter where they are. And Centennial has basically they've been getting solid 10s, they've been getting solid conversion on bonuses, and they've been essentially letting their opponents beat themselves. So I'm really happy to see a team support the controversial take that I made at HSNCT, which is that powers are for suckers.
Yeah, well, but some teams have been powering quite a bit, and we'll be talking about some of those as we're just gonna as we wrap up our prelims, discuss where each of our prelim brackets are where the standings are before we take a break for lunch, and just so we can familiarize ourselves with some of the teams that will be in the playoffs, since we'll be covering some of the top teams in a top 24 bracket this afternoon. So in the boron division, Hoover has punched their ticket. Hoover's been a top 10 team this year, certainly the strongest team in the state of Alabama.
Definitely.
Chris Nathan's been a very strong player as well.
Yeah. Also, Alan Yuen, who is known for asking people to scrim Science 4-5 in main QB. It seems to have been paying off because he's got 82 points per game.
11-11 stat line.
Yeah, in his first 4 games. I mean, yeah, evidently the science has been very powerful.
That really says that grinding those PKs, I mean, it does work.
And
Getting
also, Sonny
puts in work.
Bracamontes with 65 points per game. So a really balanced and strong team there.
Yeah, and sort of and really a three-way race to take that second spot in boron, including two teams comprising just 1 player. Compass, which is Haut and Neppel, formerly of Georgetown Day, and Hazen, which is Padraig Finnan. From the state of Washington, probably maybe the furthest geographically trip to Chicago.
Possibly, yeah.
But Northmont as well, a fixture on the Ohio circuit, is still in it as well. And that will, we still need to wait for round 5 games to finish up before we know, but that might be a prime contender for a tie-break game with multiple 3 and 2 teams.
And if Hazen ends up getting eliminated here, I think that would be a little bit of a surprise. I mean, Padraig was 1 toss-up away from winning the IPNCT earlier this year. He took Hazen to top 21 at HSNCT.
And currently the top overall scorer of this tournament.
So
even if Hazen happens to end up in consolation, we will certainly be seeing more of them in the All-Star round.
Oh, yes, absolutely. But, I think it would be a pretty, well, I don't know. He's really got to lock in round 5 in a potential tiebreaker game in order to make his way into the top bracket.
Yeah. And so moving on to the Carbon division, Belmont A has gone 4-0 thus far, and with a 330 to 290. A close game against their 3-1 rivals, Klassen SAS from Oklahoma City. That game was a 1st to 11, and but that team of Gregory, Andrew, Peter, and Jeffrey did manage to get through. And I'm hearing from our guy in the stands that there are 3 protests in one game that matter. So, which is not my problem, thankfully, nor is it yours. It's the protest committees that matters.
Yeah, we'll see what they
I don't
come
have
up
an opinion
with.
on any of those. I'm sure if I saw the protests, I would. And probably at least one of them would be silly, as protests are inclined to be. Also, taking a look at Lambert B, 14 powers for a B team. Classic Lambert. Lambert.
Can you say more about Lambert, why they're like this?
Because they love to get powers, and that's been the case since I've been in school.
As I've argued, powers are for suckers.
And I guess I'm a sucker then. Bradley Bourbonnais out of Illinois.
Definitely the best name in the tournament.
Definitely the best name in the tournament. Also, definitely one of my favorite teams that I had the chance to interview yesterday. Very fun team, bringing. I think they had like 13 people total across 2 teams.
They've got 6 on each team.
But Xavier Schultz has been a real presence as well, getting 60 points per game.
Yeah.
And also brought his guitar to the tournament, which is pretty swag.
That's awesome, yeah. In the carbon bracket, I'm also seeing University School of Nashville, who it has approximately the same points per bonus as Klassen, but they've got 2 losses, so I think they would need to win round 5 and they would need to beat Belmont, which is a tough task, but they could do it. And then they would need to win a tiebreaker in order to make the playoffs.
A lot of things need to go USN's way, but anything can happen, including we've had 5-way tiebreakers just last year.
Yeah, we sure have. And USNA was a part of that as well. So that would...
In Dubnium, it looks like Johns Creek is kind of running away with this right now. 465 points per game, very impressive. 21 powers. And 20 points per bonus. This is a well-rounded team.
Sure is.
I actually talked to Edward Kim, their top scorer, on the shuttle here. He was a little bit worried about his team. He's the only senior on their team. He's going to Northwestern, so another future Illinois player. He was definitely a little bit worried that his team was too busy posting on Discord to lock in, but it really seems like everything's come together for them, and they've had 7, 6, and 6 powers in the last 3 games.
Really consistent there.
And it looks
I'm looking in that bracket. I'm noticing William Fremd has 2 losses, so they would need to win round 5 and a tiebreaker to make the top bracket, which is a bit surprising because I know they made a pretty deep run at HSNCT. I don't remember exactly how deep, but it also looks like they only have 3 players, so maybe they're playing shorthanded.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I always refer to them as Fremd. I forget that Fremd has a first name.
Well, I'm trying to be formal here.
Williams government, full government.
Sure is.
And also shout outs to Providence as well. Another solo player, Anne-Marie Kaufman, doing a fine job as a solo player. I mean, that's one of the toughest situations to be in.
It's really difficult. I've soloed 1 tournament in my career, and let me tell you, it's so exhausting.
Yeah,
You start just forgetting so many things that you know, but you can't access the connections anymore. But if you're able to, power through it, get some good buzzes, I think that's definitely a win for any solo player.
Yeah, speaking of Power Merchant.
No.
In the Erbium division, it's Lambert A. Lambert A, 25 powers, 26 tens.
But it's working for them.
It is working for them. They have taken a pretty impressive win and a commanding win over Walter Payton A.
And Walter Payton
450 to 180 against this probably statistically the second best team in their bracket.
Yeah, Walter Payton has 20.7 points per bonus compared to Lambert's 18.6. So we've talked this whole stream basically about how much of an advantage points per bonus is, but it doesn't matter if you can't get enough toss-ups to score all those bonus points.
It doesn't matter if you just stunt on them and get your 8 powers. I mean, you're not beating 8 powers.
You're not, that's true.
Walter Payton should also advance. They've got a round 5 match against Hinsdale Central. If Hinsdale wins, they will need to beat Walter Payton again in a tiebreaker. So it's sort of an advantaged situation for Walter Payton, and they will advance if they close down either of those games.
So next in the fluorine bracket, currently the only undefeated team there is Park Tudor. led, of course, by Evan Ting, who made the top playoff bracket last
And
year
was, I believe,
as
our
a
top overall
yes,
scorer.
as a solo freshman. Now he's got actual teammates, which really helps make the team a lot better.
A lot better, a lot worse.
Oh my
And this
God.
team got 4th at HSNCT, so
Yeah,
this
they
team,
did.
this team is not just Evan. I mean, it is a four-person roster. They're all putting up points. And
Yeah, although I'll note that Evan does have about half of the total scoring, so still definitely putting the team on his shoulders.
And yeah, but over here we've got, and I would say this is definitely probably one of the surprise teams of the tournament.
Yeah.
Has been Centennial A.
Really good stats,
They've got the win over Innovation A, which is a team that was definitely, I think, in the top 20 in Groger ranks this year.
Wow.
Definitely one of the surprise wins, getting a convincing 13 toss-ups against them.
Yeah, and look at the statistics. Centennial has 18.4 points per bonus compared to Innovation's 18, but Innovation has over twice the power rate. Of course, this power rate wasn't enough to help them beat Centennial because Centennial just kept getting more 10s. And once again, this means that powers are for suckers.
But however, Centennial will need to, if they want to finish 4-1, they'll need to beat Evan Ting and Park Tudor.
Oh, they will?
Which is a tough task. They actually dropped the game to Detroit Catholic Central B.
Wow.
Meaning that if DCC pulls out a win in the next game, we might have another three-way 3-2 tie.
Yeah, that would be pretty fascinating if that happened. The next bracket is Gallium, which I believe has had some pretty crazy upsets. Aiden, would you like to explain?
Yeah, Waubonsie Valley, a local Illinois team, ranked about 40th in the Groger ranks, defeating, in probably the statement win of the tournament, Strake Jesuit A, the defending champions, 300 to 230. They got to 11 toss-ups. They won that game.
Yeah.
And that team has really been showing out here. And it looks like we might be having a tiebreaker soon in here, but we'll be able to speed through the rest, I'm sure. Strake and Hunter playing that round in order to, whichever Strake and Hunter, it's a win and end game between Strake and Hunter. Strake being out early would definitely be a shock.
Yeah.
But Hunter is no slouch.
Yeah.
That game could go either team's way.
I do want to point out on Strike Jesuit A, Jacob Higgs, who was their second scorer at HSNCT, is by far their lead scorer here. He's got 92.5 points per game with nearly 4 powers per game, which is pretty incredible. I believe he's a literature first player, and literature and sort of adjacent categories tend to be favored at Pace NSC. So it's not so surprising that he would experience a boost, but maybe it is surprising that he's being so dominant, which is really impressive.
And probably before it looks like we're getting ready to start tiebreakers, I will, of course, I think Lexington has been the strongest team of the tournament so far, at least on the stat sheet. With 37 powers, 22.4 points per bonus, almost 600 points per game. That's ridiculous. This team is, I think, all juniors, so they have the potential to go even more nuclear next time.
Yeah, we're just getting word that in the flooring bracket, we told you about the potential tiebreaker. It looks like we have a 3-way tie for second between Centennial B, DCC B, and Innovation A. So only one team out of those 3 can make the top bracket.
Yeah. And just for information for y'all, how tiebreakers will go down is because all 3 of these teams are 3-2. What will happen is that the team with the best points per game of the 3 will automatically, they won't have to play the first game. In that case, that's Innovation A.
Yeah, and I believe these are going to be played on half packets. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, so just 10 toss-ups. So we'll start with Centennial B versus Detroit Catholic Central B, and the winner of that will play 10 versus Innovation A, with the winner of that second game moving on to top bracket, and the other 2 teams still, really taking each other to the brink and moving to the first consolation.
Yeah, I think we should have a little time to briefly go over the other brackets, which are being led by...
Do we? Signal to you. We'll find out.
Yeah,
maybe.
well, the other brackets are being led by Chapel Hill, Northview, and either Montgomery Blair or Carl Sandburg A, and either Lake County Academic Team A or Okemos.
Yeah, great tournament so far from Sandburg A as well. We saw Sandburg B in here, really shining. They're 4-0 so far. You can't argue
and it
with
looks
that.
like Montgomery Blair is very statistically strong. I think they've got the third highest points per bonus at 21.36. They've got a lot of powers, and for a team of all seniors, I imagine they want to go out as high as they can in the rankings.
Absolutely, and I remember Jason Yao being sort of a superhero on Blair B during
Really?
HSNCT. So combining that team it's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready to get rolling with the tiebreaker? I mean, we don't have to. I mean, we've got time. I didn't want to keep you all delayed.
Yeah, I mean,
we can yap for hours, they say.
Yeah, I mean, we can. I guess we should go over the top individual scorers.
Yes,
we're
that would be
still
great.
waiting on, of course, the results of the last game, which could of prelims, which could shake things up a little bit.
And believe me, I'm refreshing.
Yeah.
To make sure that
I am too.
The second it happens, we'll tell you.
But after round 4, the top 3 scorers are Padraig Fanon of Hazen, who, as we said, is a solo player, but a very impressive 142.5 points per game. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Shrikar Vaja from Klassen, who is, I believe, nearly solo, has one teammate, but he's providing nearly all of the scoring. 137.5 points per game. Again, very impressive.
And if I may notice something, I've got to say that it's very interesting that 7 of the top 8 scorers who are currently in position to be all-stars are not seniors.
Ooh,
Very few, very few top players graduating. The top senior right now is friend of the program, Winnie Nutkowitz from Northside College Prep, a local Chicago team, really showing out. One of the highest 10 counts if we're talking about just getting the toss-up and converting it for your team.
29 10s. I believe that's the second highest behind Ryan
behind
Dye of
Houghton
Carbondale.
and Houghton
these Illinois teams, they really know how to get their clutch 10s is what we're discovering.
Yeah, so definitely, I mean, this is almost sort of a preview for next year, and there's plenty of opportunity to run it back for many of these top teams.
Yeah, one stat line I find particularly impressive is Shashir Bharadwaj, the top scorer for Lexington. After 4 games, he's 4th in individual scoring with 120 points per game. That's coming on 18 powers and 12 10s. I know I said that powers are for suckers, and maybe he's being a bit of a power merchant, but you can't argue. You can't argue with a 60% power rate. I mean, what on earth? He's got insane specialism. He's known to be maybe the top literature player in the game, also in visual fine arts. Very strong in the other fine arts categories, beliefs, he's just unbelievable. Hopefully we can see him in this room later.
And for shout outs, I'll also shout out, and this is not even close to I would say it's not even close to close. For the top freshman scorer of this tournament so far has been Ahadi Yara from Chapel Hill.
Wow.
Chapel Hill, a team definitely in contention for the championship. Putting up a very impressive 9 powers, 8 10s. Strongest freshman of this tournament, I would say. Definitely a standout, even though when we did interview Chapel Hill, he did hold the mic like it was going to explode. And I had to tell him, nope, it doesn't bite.
Yeah.
So definitely, there's an aura there that
for sure.
That he's hiding his power level, I would say.
I mean, this whole Chapel Hill team looks so strong. They've got 3 players at 60 or more points per game.
Yes,
Robert Wisdom, a great name, with 70.
Very wise, yeah.
Ahadi with 65, and Graham Hallquist with 60. So they can beat you in a lot of different ways, it looks like.
Yeah, mostly by identifying score clues, so I've heard.
Ooh, yeah. I'm a big fan of score clues.
Yeah,
so can you?
Another thing during the interview was that Ahadi said his best buzz of the year was on a score clue, but he couldn't tell me, and all the rest of his teammates said he was lying. So
I've heard that Graham's their music specialist. Is that right?
But that's a team that Graham is a beast on auditory fine arts.
Yeah.
But that's a team that all of them named their favorite composer and number. Only some of which were real.
What were the real and fake ones, Aiden?
I think Locojuice was Mahler 824, and I don't think Mahler wrote that many symphonies.
No, he wrote
probably
like 9.5.
500.
Yeah.
So I'm calling his bluff specifically. The rest of them might be real. I don't know enough.
Yeah.
They sort of took advantage of my lack of wisdom.
That was terrible, Aiden.
I don't know
So
what
you talked about score clues earlier. Do you mind explaining to our viewers at home what these score clues are? That's a mysterious bit of Quizbowl-ese.
Yeah, well, you can score points on pretty much all clues.
True.
But in the context of music toss-ups, score clues are
bonuses
are any attempts to basically transliterate the music that's on the page, on the libretto, into an askable thing, such as listing notes, listing pauses between between notes, so that effectively people who have played the piece, who are familiar with the language of music and of notation, can sort of almost map that out in their head and be able to identify. Ethan Stromback may be one of the notable score clue guys I know.
Yeah. Well, speaking of scores, it looks like we will be able to finally go to the tiebreaker
Between
in our room.
Centennial B and Detroit Catholic Central B. Oh, it's
Centennial A.
We had Centennial B earlier, so I was just used to saying it. Centennial A versus DCCB. This it's going to be a showdown, so don't move a muscle.
All right. So, welcome both teams to the first tiebreaker in this two-tiered set of tiebreakers. We have Centennial A and Detroit Catholic Central B. If we could get started with a buzzer check, and also if you could introduce yourself, say your grade, and if you're a senior and you're going to a college, you could let us know that as well.
Hi, my name is Satvik, and I am a sophomore at Centennial High School.
I'm Jeremy, I'm a senior at Centennial, and I'm going to Tufts.
I'm Matthew, I'm a junior.
I'm Sahil, I'm a sophomore.
My name's Colin, I'm a junior.
I'm Brady, I'm a junior.
I'm Tommy, I'm a sophomore.
David Pan, sophomore.
All right, great. So my name's Karsten. I'll be the moderator for this first match. Right. And if both teams are ready, I have the packet up.
All right.
Oh, yeah, it's only, to be clear, half packet, 10 toss-up bonus cycles. So starting with toss-up 1. In the rainout model, this structure formed out of sinking droplets within a hot emulsion in a runaway process that caused one element's catastrophe. Elements classified as siderophiles preferentially move towards this structure. A component.
The root?
No. Component of this structure whose superrotation recently reversed grows by about 1 millimeter per year as it cools. Inga Lehmann discovered two different parts of this structure by measuring shadow zones. Dynamo theory holds that the motion of part of this structure produces the magnetosphere. S-waves cannot travel through the outer liquid layer of, for 10 points, what structure made of iron and nickel found below the mantle?
Earth's core.
Yes, Earth's core is correct for 10. Your bonus. While dying of a self-inflicted gunshot, Dr. Polyakov gives the narrator of this author's novella, Morphine, a journal detailing his descent into addiction. For 10 points each, name this author who drew on his work in a small village hospital in the semi-autobiographical collection, A Young Doctor's Notebook.
Gogol.
Bulgakov. In this Bulgakov novella, Philip Filipovich transplants a human heart and testicles into the animal Sharik, who transforms into a human named Polygraph Polygrafovich.
Heart of a dog.
Heart of a dog is good. Dr. Andrei Rogin is wrongfully admitted to his former mental hospital in this author's novella, Ward Number 6. The Dr. Ostrov appears in this author's play, Uncle Vanya.
Chekhov's.
Chekhov is good for 20. Toss up 2. Kazuhito Yamashita performed his fiendishly difficult transcription of this piece at the 1984 Toronto Guitar Festival. In a movement of this piece, a tuba plays a solo in its highest register above a plodding ostinato representing an ox-drawn cart. An alto saxophone solo represents...
Pictures at an exhibition.
Pictures at an exhibition is correct for 20.
Nice, good buzz. Good job, Matthew.
And your bonus. Yupno speakers gesture towards mountains when speaking about this concept. For 10 points each, name this concept central to a debate surrounding the Hopi language. This concept is represented by grammatical tense.
Time. Yeah, time.
Time is right. This American linguist controversially claimed the Hopi have no way to refer to time. He co-names a hypothesis that language affects worldview based on his tenuous claims about the number of Inuit words for snow.
Chomsky.
Go for it.
Chomsky.
It's Benjamin Lee Whorf. Australian Aboriginals express temporal order using these things. Many Austronesian languages lacked these things prior to European contact and instead used constructions based on the mountains, seas, and monsoons.
Names of locations, probably?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, directions?
Defer.
Directions?
Prompt.
Cardinal directions?
Cardinal directions is good for 20.
Good job.
Toss up 3. In this industry, British women were often employed as gutter girls. Native Americans reaffirmed rights to freely engage in this activity in Washington state in the 1974 Bolt decision. The Hague Line resolved disputes over this industry with Canada following the 1976 Magnuson-Stevens Act. In Britain, Hull and Grimsby were devastated by a decline in this industry due to NATO concerns of access to the GI-UK gap as part of a dispute with Iceland. In colonial North America, this industry was centered in the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. Productivity in this industry increased with the introduction of the steam-powered trawler, leading to depletion of...
Like fishing?
Fishing's good for 10.
Good job.
Your bonus. Zia-ul Haq helped lead the counteroffensive to retake the city of Irbid during this conflict. For 10 points each, name this conflict that resulted from transgressions of the 7-point agreement. The first female plane hijacker, Leila Khaled, was part of the larger Dawson's Field hijackings during this conflict.
Dawson's Field.
So this was in like this involved like Palestine or something. So maybe an intifada?
Go.
Answer?
Intifada.
Black September.
Okay.
Black September was a civil conflict between the PLO under Yasser Arafat and King Hussein bin Talal, who ruled this royal house of Jordan, now led by King Abdullah II.
Oh, Hashemid.
Defer.
Hashemid.
Yeah, Hashemite's good for that part. After Black September, the PLO and its members were largely exiled to this country. The Taif Agreement ended the civil war in this country, the home of Hezbollah.
Lebanon.
Lebanon.
Lebanon's good for 20 on
Good
the
job.
bonus. Toss up 4. A eulogy for poets from this country that repeats "The fear of death troubles me" is titled "Lament for the Makaris." In a poem from this country, a vision of the new moon with the old moon in her arms foreshadows the title man's ship sinking. A man trapped in a forest by the Queen of the Fairies titles one of this country's border ballads. In a poem from this country praising John Barleycorn, a man spies on a witch's Sabbath before drunkenly cheering the scantily clad Cuddy Sark. An author from this country warns against trusting the best laid schemes in To a Mouse and asks...
Scotland.
Scotland's good for 10.
Good job.
Nice.
Scotland or Wales.
Your bonus. An obelisk and walls were built around this location to represent the mast and prow of a ship a snake from Epidaurus stowed away on. For 10 points each, name or describe this physical location legendarily created when Calatinus and Brutus threw away either the grain or head of Tarquin the Proud.
Location.
The center of Rome, I don't know. Center of Rome.
Tiber Island.
Oh.
A temple to this Greco-Roman god was established on Tiber Island after the stowaway snake curled around the ship's mast like this god's own rod.
Hermes? No, Hermes.
Yeah.
Hermes.
Asclepius.
It was Asclepius.
The
yeah.
Tiber Island also hosted a grove to Faunus, where people would perform this action with the fleeces of sacrificed lambs. Hypnos, Somnus, and Morpheus govern this action in various Greco-Roman myths.
Sleep.
Sleep is good for 10. Toss up 5. Charles Kurtzman's 2004 sociological study of this unthinkable single-year event argues that it is best analyzed through the lens of anti-explanation. In a chapter titled For the Butterfly Effect, Scott Anderson's 2025 history of this event discusses an accusatory editorial published by Etalat. The left-wing MEK was suppressed following this event, which was partly instigated by the Cinema Rex fire.
The Islamic Revolution.
That Islamic Revolution is good for 10.
My God, what was that? We'll talk after.
Yeah.
All right, your bonus. Collections of these statements include the Blue Cliff Record and the Gateless Gate. For 10 points each, name these cryptic, often paradoxical statements such as one asking for the sound of one hand clapping, or one about whether a dog has Buddha nature.
Okay. Koan?
Okay.
Koan?
Koan's right. A popular koan states that if you meet the Buddha on the road, you should perform this action on him. The first of the Buddhist 5 precepts, like the sixth of the biblical 10 commandments, prohibits this action.
Oh, sacrificing?
Yes.
Sacrificing?
Killing. Several koans feature this Western barbarian. This founder of Zen Buddhism is credited with inventing Shaolin Kung Fu. Answer?
Lao Tzu.
Bodhidharma.
Okay.
Which brings us to the half That's... yeah.
Okay, just keep it.
Keep going.
Yeah, I saw...
Should take the top bonuses if we can.
Okay. So that's the half. Are both teams ready to keep going?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll continue with toss-up 6. The enthalpy relative to a system with this property can be calculated by a departure function with constants derived from the acentric factor. The virial expansion truncated to paired terms can approximate a system with this property at the Boyle temperature. In one model, a factor quantifying the deviation from this property depends entirely on reduced state variables and is 3/8 at the critical point. Gases behave as if they have this property when they have a compressibility factor of 1, as calculated by rearranging a namesake equation of state and finding PV over N.
Ideal.
Ideal is good for 10. Your bonus. The Chinese bulk carrier Yipeng 3 was accused of cutting 2 undersea telecommunications cables in this sea in 2024. For 10 points each, name this sea. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are often called countries of this sea.
Baltic Sea.
Baltic Sea is right. Russia exported this resource to Europe with the Nord Stream pipeline through the Baltic Sea before it was sabotaged. Russia's Yamal fields are sources for this resource, which the EU aims to stop importing by 2028.
Natural gas. Natural gas.
Natural gas is right. In 2025, the Baltic countries completed the integration of these systems with a European one called CESA, moving away from Russia's IPS. In Texas, these systems are managed by ERCOT. Answer?
Pipelines.
No, these are power grids. 20 points on the bonus. Toss-up 7. A 2023 minimalist adaptation of this play included a chair on a revolving stage that Jessica Chastain's character sat in. The maid, Anne-Marie, reunites with the protagonist in a part 2 of this play by Lucas Nath. This play's protagonist becomes a factory worker in an Elfriede Jelinek sequel titled After What Happens After This Play's Final Scene. The protagonist of this play realizes that she has never had a serious conversation in 8 years with a character who burns a letter about a forged signature.
A Doll's House.
A Doll's House is good for 10.
Did he say the doll's house?
Your bonus. Derek Parker followed this politician to campaign stops in a chicken suit until he agreed to participate in a debate. For 10 points each, name this politician who lost the 1992 presidential election after declaring, "Read my lips, no new taxes," 4 years earlier, and then passing new taxes.
H.W. Bush.
H.W. Bush is right. In 1992, this running mate of Ross Perot opened a debate by asking, "Who am I? Why am I here?" This vice admiral commanded the USS Ticonderoga during the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Buchanan.
This is James Stockdale. Bill Clinton's 1992 campaign largely focused on a single issue, exemplified by a phrase coined by James Carville that states, "It's this concept stupid."
The economy.
Good for 20. Toss-up 8. Examples of these places include one name for Kinder Eye chocolates and another name for an autodrome that was saved from being turned into an Olympic village. A film set in one of these places opens with a character named Lil Zay chasing a chicken. Examples of these places, like Vidigal, originated the funk karaoke music genre. The name for these places derives from a type of bush found at Providencia by veterans.
Favela.
Favela is good for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. An author with this first name provided a first-hand account of a surgery without anesthetic to remove a cancer in her breast. For 10 points each, give this first name of the author of Cecilia and Evelina with last name Bernie. Another author with this first name wrote A Little Princess and The Secret Garden.
No.
Francis.
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 Francis is right. This author was heavily inspired by Fanny Burney and may have titled a work after her quote from Cecilia, "To pride and prejudice you owe your miseries."
Austin.
Austin's right. Austin directly praised Burney's novel Cecilia and Camilla in this novel. This novel is credited with reviving interest in horrid novels like Anne Radcliffe's Mysteries of Udolpho.
What? Northanger Abbey?
Yeah. The Fur.
Northanger Abbey.
Northanger Abbey is good for
job,
30.
guys. Really good job.
Can we get a score check, please?
Yes. With 2 to go, I have Centennial A 150, DCCB 90.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Toss up 9. While speaking to some elders at the beach, a man recounts this figure saying, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." While talking to Agrippa at Caesarea Philippi, a man recounts that this figure told him, "It is hard for you to kick against the goads." This man does not directly answer a question about whether he will at this time restore the kingdom. This figure instructs Ananias to heal a man whom this figure had blinded. In a disembodied form, this figure asks a native of Tarsus, "Why are you persecuting me?" Before encountering Saul on the road to Damascus, this man promises to send the Holy Spirit to his disciples.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus is right for 10. Your
Thank
bonus.
you, Lord, literally.
Katharopoulos et al. Developed a linear form of this mechanism that can be modeled as an RNN. For 10 points each, name this mechanism whose multi-head type involves query, key, and value matrices. A 2017 paper titled for this mechanism introduced the transformer architecture.
Attention.
Attention is right. In linear attention, a feature map is used to approximate a function called soft this function.
Max.
Given two input values, this function yields the larger input.
Max.
Max is right. To speed up training, linear attention models are often put in a chunk-wise form with this property. Systems with this property utilize several CPU cores running at the same time.
Parallel.
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 Parallel is good for 30.
Nice.
Final toss-up. Dragonfly and Daffodil works in this medium were designed by Clara Driscoll, who led a group of girls working in this medium. John Lafarge had patent disputes over works in this medium with another artist, who commissioned Maxwell Parrish's mural The Dream Garden in the Favriel form of this medium. This medium is often rolled on a marver and shaped by jacks resembling large tweezers after being gathered on the end of a pipe. A Dale Chihuly
glass blowing?
Glass blowing is good for 10.
Nice.
And your bonus. In Beyonce's Love on Top, the direct type of this compositional technique is used a whopping 4 times. For 10 points each, name this technique that often involved pivot chords in the common practice period. John Coltrane's Giant Steps uses this technique in nearly every measure.
Chord change, right?
Yeah.
Chord change?
No. It's modulation.
Oh.
Modulations are sometimes notated by changing this element in the score, a set of sharps or flats placed on the staff next to the clef. The keys of C major and A minor share one of these elements.
Key signature?
Key signatures, right? Elliott Carter pioneered this other form of modulation, which occurs at the start of the operatic section of Bohemian Rhapsody. The direction eighth note equals quarter note indicates a kind of these modulations.
Tempo?
Yeah,
No,
tempo
no.
change.
Time. I think it's time modulation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Time modulation.
No. I want metric modulation.
Okay,
Oh,
different.
that's,
Like
yeah.
That makes
But you get
sense.
10 there.
Shake hands.
Right.
Good game.
Oh, I like it.
And that means that Centennial, you'll stick around to face innovation.
read to Centennial A and Innovation A. Let's buzzer check again. Should we have everybody reintroduce themselves and say where you're going if you're going to college?
Hi, my name is Satvik, and I am a sophomore at Centennial High School.
I'm still Jeremy Cantsper. I'm going to Tufts.
Matthew, I'm a junior.
Sahil, I'm a sophomore.
Sean, I'm a junior at Innovation Academy.
I'm Ian. I'm a senior from Innovation Academy. I'm going to Kennesaw State University.
I'm Tristan. I'm a sophomore in Innovation Academy.
I'm Kavanish, and I'm a sophomore at Innovation Academy.
Great. My name is Alex Damish. I'll be reading for this match. Scorekeeping. All right. Are both teams ready to go?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Good luck, both teams. Toss-up 1. In this novel, a company president who has a hobby of singing emotional songs at funerals employs one protagonist as a clerk for the RCC. After smelling dirty clothes, an eggplant-hating woman in this novel discovers that her husband is having an affair with Barbara Lynch. In this novel's opening, a bitter almond smell indicates the suicide of Jeremiah de Saint-Amour to a doctor who himself dies while catching a parrot in a...
Love in the Time of Cholera.
That is correct. Love in the Time of Cholera is correct for 10.
Nice job.
And your bonus, participants in this conflict named a fort for Huey Long, who denounced the forces of imperialistic finance fueling it, for 10 points each. Name is 1935 conflict, whose end sparked a long peace across South America. Eusebio Ayala secured an oil-rich region during this war.
No, maybe it's
Triple Alliance?
No, maybe what's it called? War of the
Answer?
Pacific.
War of the Pacific.
This is a Chaco War. Long also called for the independence of this territory. Douglas MacArthur proclaimed, "I shall return to this populous U.S. territory in the Pacific seized from Spain."
Puerto Rico.
Wait, Pacific.
In the Pacific, Guam.
Guam?
Philippines?
Answer?
Philippines?
That's correct. Philippines is correct. Long's speeches denouncing Standard Oil caused headaches for this Secretary of State from Tennessee, whose 12-year term under FDR included implementing the Good Neighbor policy.
Hopkins.
This is a Cordell Hull. 10 for the Philippines. Toss-up 2. Some of these microbes of the genus Trichodesmium produce the pigment phycoerythrin and are nicknamed for their sawdust.
Algae?
Prompt.
Red algae?
No, sorry. For their sawdust-like colonies. These microbes genus Nostoc can occur as free-living star jelly or form symbioses with bryophytes mediated by hormogenia. These microbes produce anaerobic cells called heterocysts that perform nitrogen fixation. These microbes, which include the edible spirulina, create layered sedimentary structures called stromatolites, and their proliferation about 2.4 billion years ago may have caused the Great Oxygenation event. Lynn Margulis deduced that these microbes are the ancestors of chloroplasts. For 10 points, name these photosynthetic bacteria, also known as blue-green algae.
Cyanobacteria.
Cyanobacteria is correct
Protest.
for 10. You want to note that? The buzz was on sawdust-like colonies. For the record, I have an explicit reject for red algae.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Okay. So bonus for Centennial A. This writing technique was used to depict a woman who takes on various different identities in Vendella Vita's The Diver's Clothes Lie Empty, for 10 points each. Name is technique used in Italo Calvino's If on a Winter's Night a Traveler, which is characterized by addressing the reader as you. Second person is correct. This character is given a week to investigate his own murder in a second-person Booker-winning novel by Shehen Karunatilaka, titled for his 7 Moons.
Someone 7 moons. Probably guess the name with an S.
Answer? This is Mali. This author depicted the historian Felipe Montero in his second-person novel, Aura. In another novel by this author, the title character falls in love with the tutor Harriet Winslow.
Oh, Winslow, is that Austin.
Answer?
Austin.
This is Carlos Fuentes. 10 in the bonus. Toss-up 3. It's not France, but this modern-day country is home to Nereid-like creatures with duck feet called Lamanek. The subterranean goddess Mari resides in the mountains of this nation, where children beat and sing to a Christmas log to entice it into defecating sweets.
Spain.
Spain is correct for 20. And your bonus, a painting of one of these things was subtitled Painterly Realism of a Peasant Woman in 2 Dimensions, for 10 points each. Name these objects. Casimir Malevich depicted these things in red, black, and the title color in his painting White on White.
Right? Black
These things.
Shoes.
Sure.
Answer?
Shoes.
Squares. Malevich's Black Square was shown in the so-called last exhibition of the Russian offshoot of Futurism, a movement which originated in this home country of Umberto Boccioni. Italy's correct. This artist recounted how Malevich sought to reduce all forms, all painting, to 0 with Black Square. This Russian artist painted the Pro-Uns series and designed a poster depicting a red triangle intersecting a white circle.
Kandinsky Russian?
I think he might have been born there, maybe.
Kandinsky.
This is L. Lizitsky. Says 10 for Italy. Toss-up 4. At the Battle of the Aeus River, this ruler defeated Antigonus II Gonatas, who compared this ruler to someone who does not understand how to use dice. At one battle, this ruler ordered his soldiers to capture alive any members of the Decii family to prevent them from committing devotio. The orator Cineas engaged in a Socratic dialogue to dissuade this ruler from invading Italy, but this ruler relieved Tarentum with 3,000 soldiers anyways.
Hannibal. Barca.
No, sorry. This ruler was fatally wounded in Argos after an old woman dropped a roof tile on his head.
Pyrrhus of Epirus.
Pyrrhus is correct for 10. And your bonus. This metal's nitrate was formerly used to treat felt via kerating, causing many hatters to be poisoned for 10 points each. Name this toxic metal, once used in thermometers, that is liquid at room temperature and forms alloys called amalgams. Mercury is correct. This process was historically used to extract silver from low-grade ore by pulverizing it with an arastra and dissolving the silver with mercury. This process was later sped up using pan-amalgamation.
What? Like purification? Purification?
This is the patio process. Though once used as a medicine, mercury 1 chloride, or calomel, is still used in a saturated one of these devices used as a reference. The standard hydrogen type of these devices is made of platinum.
Electrodes?
Electrodes, correct for 20. Toss-up 5 will have a score check after the cycle. These objects were sold on a New York street in artist David Hammond's breakthrough work. A 10-day battle centering around these objects at the Military Academy at Brienne was where a young Napoleon first showed his genius. A character name for one of these objects uses Mrs. Jones's green tablecloth to make a flag consisting of a horn and a white hoof prior to the Battle of the Cowshed. Geologist Joe Kirschvink.
Snowball?
That's correct. Snowball's correct for 10. And your bonus. The arctangent of this quantity is equal to the angle of repose for 10 points each. An object on an inclined plane will start sliding once what quantity times the normal force is less than mg times the sine of the inclined plane's angle.
Coefficient of friction.
Prompt.
Coefficient of static friction.
That's correct. Coefficient of static friction is correct. Once the object starts sliding down the plane, it experiences a form of friction described by this adjective instead of static friction. This adjective describes a type of energy equal to 1/2 mv squared.
Kinetic.
Kinetic is correct. The coefficient of static friction is greater than the coefficient of kinetic friction because of these microscopic imperfections on the inclined plane's surface that reduce the effective surface area and deform under a load.
What are these? Just ragged. Jaggedness.
These are asperities. 20 on the bonus, and that's the half.
Good job. Okay, we got this, guys.
I have that
Yep.
too.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Lock in.
Let's see how we fare. Bro, how did I lose it?
You're good.
Both teams ready to keep going?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, both teams. Toss-up 6. Alexander Pantagus claimed that an investor from this family framed him for rape to obtain cheap theaters for RKO. After serving as the first SEC chairman, a member...
Kennedy
is correct for 20. And your bonus. Microsoft researcher Jim Gray claimed that science has entered a data-intensive fourth one of these systems for 10 points each. What systems inspired Imre Lakatos's concept of the research program? Thomas Kuhn argued that these systems of widely accepted theories and practices were shifted by scientists like Copernicus. Paradigms is correct. Philosopher Mary Hesse modeled paradigms as systems of these concepts. Lakoff and Johnson argued that these concepts structure experience, so we'll live by them.
Memories? I don't know. Memories?
They're metaphors. Lakatos's theory of research programs inspired this thinker's minimalist program. This MIT linguist and champion of analytic philosophy theorized universal grammar. Chomsky is correct for 20. Toss-up 7. This scientist names a formula that uses the matrix element of a perturbed Hamiltonian to calculate the resulting transition rate. This scientist proposed a mechanism that describes the acceleration that cosmic rays experience when they repeatedly reflect off of magnetic mirrors in the interstellar medium.
Fermi?
Fermi is correct for 20.
For 20?
20, yes.
Nice job.
And your bonus. Samuel tells the protagonist of this novel a story in which humans eat a sacred fish and are saved from being killed by the golden carp for 10 points each. Name is Rodolfo Anaya novel in which Antonio is unsure whether to become a cowboy like his relatives, a priest like his mother wants him to, or a folk healer like his mentor, the titled Curandera.
Who's the author again?
Anaya?
I don't know. Smith.
This is Bless Me Ultima.
Okay.
Ultima's death is foreshadowed when the saloon keeper, Tenorio, kills one of these animals. A man nicknamed for this animal expresses amazement that Jay Gatsby's library has real books.
Owl?
Okay.
Owl.
Owl was correct.
Nice.
And the Chicano coming-of-age novel, Bless Me Ultima, is often taught alongside this Sandra Cisneros book about Esperanza's adolescence in the title building.
The House on Mango Street.
House on Mango Street is correct for 20.
Nice job.
Toss-up 8. In a novella by this author, a man asks, "You are saved. What has cast such a shadow upon you?" which Ralph Ellison used as an epigraph for Invisible Man. One character created by this author calls himself cowardly and repeats that there is a reward for him. In a novella by this author, a man shudders while being shaved before a shroud falls to reveal the sign, "Follow your leader," and
Melville.
Melville is correct for 20.
20.
20.
Nice job, Tristan.
And your bonus. In Miller v. Taylor, Lord Mansfield argued for a statute named after this monarch that is considered to be the first copyright law in the world, for 10 points each. Name this monarch during whose reign the Acts of Union unified the kingdoms of Scotland and England into Great Britain.
Elizabeth I, right?
Wait, I think so. Wait, no, it could be James first.
James first. You James.
James
first.
first.
This is Queen Anne.
Oh.
Mansfield also argued that habeas corpus prevented slaves from being sold in this 1772 case. This case's plaintiff was unlawfully detained by John Knowles, the captain of Anne and Mary.
Wait, no.
1772?
I don't know.
Is it like Winchester v. Georgia or something?
No. That's
Answer?
like Native
Dred
American.
Scott.
Somerset v. Stewart.
Oh.
Lord Mansfield quipped that there was no English law that prevented women from walking in the air in a case regarding this crime, the subject of a set of 1690s trials in Salem, Massachusetts.
Being a witch.
Witchcraft is correct for 10.
Nice. You want to take a turn now?
I have.
Toss-up 9. A systematic rebuttal of this philosopher compares a block of marble whose veins mark out the shape of Hercules to humanity's natural inclinations.
John Locke.
Locke is correct for 20.
Nice.
Okay.
And your bonus. The lyric, "You Ain't Been Blue, No, No, No," opens a jazz standard whose title starts with this word, for 10 points each. Name his first word in the title of a song originally titled Dreamy Blues. Another jazz standard by the same composer is titled In a Sentimental, this word. Mood is correct. This pianist and the composer of Mood Indigo and In a Sentimental Mood adopted Billy Strayhorn's Take the A Train as a signature song of his namesake orchestra. Ellington is correct. Ellington's early music often used growling and plunger mutes and an aggressive style named for this general location. Ellington first recorded African Flower for an album titled Money, This Place.
Dixieland? Wait, it's general location.
Yeah.
Dixieland.
What'd you say?
Dixieland.
This is a jungle. 20 in the bonus.
Timeout.
Sure.
How much?
Just score check.
So we're.
Yeah.
I have
Yep.
that
So
too.
we're up by 40.
Okay, we're up by 40. Just make sure that you mark it.
We got this, guys.
You
If
got
ever
this.
there was
Okay.
a time for myth bio, it would be now.
Let's go.
No, I've been actually doing pretty poor at the myth here. It'd have to be myth bonus.
Don't sell yourself short.
Okay, both teams ready to keep going?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
All right, good luck, both teams. Toss-up 10. The Met holds this artist painting of a rocky hill atop which the title House with the Cracked Walls sits. This artist painted a slanted bench past which the viewer sees a path that winds down a hill towards a house that may have belonged to a man named Pondu. Two entries in a series by this artist of The House of the Hanged Man depict its title...
Goya.
No, incorrect.
Yes.
Depict its title subject with large pine and from the Bibimas quarry. This artist's paintings of his hometown inspired Georges Braque's Houses at L'Estaque. This artist's other influences on Cubism include the shifting perspectives he often used to paint a mountain in Aix-en-Provence. For 10 points, name this post-impressionist who made many paintings of Mont Sainte-Victoire.
Cezanne.
Cezanne is correct for 10.
Nice.
Let's go.
And your bonus. The hypothesis that the genes for these receptors influence body odor and thus mate selection was supported by the sweaty t-shirt experiment for 10 points each. Name these receptors that present antigens on a cell surface for identification by immune cells.
MHC class MHCs.
MHCs is correct. Class 1 and Class 2 MHCs are inspected by the cytotoxic and helper types of these immune cells, respectively.
T-cells.
These lymphocytes are so named for maturing in the thymus.
T-cells.
T-cells are correct. Natural killer cells, which destroy infected or cancerous cells that do not express MHC Class 1, are part of this division of the immune system that does not rely on immunological memory.
Oh, it doesn't? So, like, innate?
Innate is correct for all 30.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's the game.
GG's.
Good game.
Good game. How do we get Ian? Like, so all four of us need.
No, honestly, if we just crowd like this, like it's
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Hey everyone, it's Samir back with another post-game interview. This time after a very, very crazy final sequence that Innovation Academy A has now gotten the best of and is now moving on to Tier 1. So first of all, in the flooring bracket, because those of you watching the live stream might not be aware with what happened to lead to this?
So basically, we are Innovation Academy A. We were in a bracket with Park Tudor, Centennial, which were the two people that we lost to. What ended up happening was that 3 teams ended up becoming 3 and 2 because we lost to Centennial and DCC lost to DCC beat Centennial. So that led us to do a tiebreaker where we were ranked the highest due to PPG. Centennial beat DCC in their half packet, and we played them in the sort of final round of this tiebreaker, which we ended up winning because my goats here ended up 20ing like 4 toss-ups.
My go Tristan, bro.
Like everyone did their part, it seems. Like, you all have some
Honestly.
good buzzes. Now, I've met some of y'all before. Me going to school at Georgia Tech, you all are definitely a very good team, as the viewers will have seen, and definitely a very strong powerhouse in the state of Georgia itself. As you move on to Tier 1, what are you hoping for? What type of results are you hoping for going into playoffs and super playoffs? And are you continuing with the same approach you did for prelims, or are there other strategies that you're realizing you need to take?
I think we played really well. I do hope we cut down on our negging. It has been a bit of a problem for us, not only in the state, but also like at this competition. So I hope that we will have great success if we just cut down on our negs and, just keep playing well.
I also think that, with a lot of these things, it's important just to take your time and like think slowly. And with like the prelims, there might be some easier teams where like it's more sense to wait a little bit longer to make sure you get those clues and don't neg. But with these much harder teams, it'll become a lot more difficult to have to like rely on that sincerely because these are like more difficult teams in general.
I'd say you'd also have to like if you neg, you shouldn't like take that account like into your like performance, because one neg shouldn't like discourage you, because even though like in the the Centennial game, we negged a lot, and that's probably what led to our loss. But if we just like don't let that discourage you, we could do a lot better.
Personally, I mean, about expectations, I don't really know what to expect. I hope that we do well. I don't know. Look, any of these top 24 teams, everyone's beatable really. Like despite how high Strake or Stevenson or Lexington look, and if you have a good packet, everyone's beatable. And so I think that we should go into that with that in mind. We shouldn't be like banking on certain things being tossed up naturally, because you never know what to expect with pace. But I think that having a good mental state going into this, plus having good expectations, can lead to better outcomes.
All right. A lot of thoughts from y'all. I really appreciate it. And I'm loving the ending on a confident note, as you guys go into playoffs, reminding everyone that every team is beatable, no matter the packet, as long as you just play your game. I won't keep you guys too long. I know you guys want to get lunch, so we will take it back to Aiden and Forrest.
Wow, INSA.
Wow,
99.
INSA. Hello and welcome back to the PACE NSC live stream. My name is still Aiden Leahy, and unless you've been replaced by a body snatcher in the past 5 minutes, I'm still joined by Forrest Weintraub. How are you,
Hello.
Forrest?
I'm very good. I'm really excited to see these playoff games. Yeah, we have a lot of top teams in the room, and I'm sure they'll bring their A game.
So if you either live under a rock or are just joining us, we've spent the morning doing preliminary matches, and we divided into 12 pools of 6 teams. The top 2 teams from each pool have advanced to the championship division of the playoffs, which will again be 4 pools of 6, and the top 2 teams from each of our playoff pools will advance to the 8-team super playoff. Those will be our top 8 teams and will be in championship contention on Sunday. All of the rest of our teams are still playing Quizbowl, still playing good Quizbowl, mind you. I mean, I think we learned through the prelims just how deep this tournament is, and they'll be playing our consolation rounds for placement, bragging rights, wins over their rivals, and being able to go out on top for many of our players who this might be their last Quizbowl tournament.
Yeah. So we've got, as Aiden said, 4 brackets of 6. We're going to be following the nitrogen bracket in the Rosemont Ballroom. So our 6 teams are, well, first we're going to have a game between Lambert A and Baton Rouge Magnet. Aiden, can you tell us more about these teams?
Yes. I love nitrogen, easily one of the top 60 elements. I would say it's easily in the top half. You know, I have preferences for the the actinides and all that, but nitrogen's good too. I'm pretty familiar with at least with one of these teams in the past 15 minutes when I was chatting them up, and familiar with the other team for the past probably, I would say, 10 years. Spoilers, I'm a little bit biased here. I graduated from Lambert High School in 2019. Lambert is continuing the tradition that I started of powering a whole lot, negging a whole lot, and not caring about anything else. Baton Rouge Magnet, meanwhile, is sort of carrying on the tradition of, they don't have much of a tradition yet. They're kind of a new team. They're being led by Bascard, who is the top overall scorer of prelims, but their support staff is really going to come in clutch here if they want to get some things in the win column.
Yeah, I believe we're ready to go to the game between Lambert A and Baton Rouge Magnet now.
Yeah, so let's cut to round 6.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Hello, everybody. We are going to do our score checks and introductions. We'll start with Baton Rouge Magnet. When you buzz in, please say your name, your grade, and if you're a senior, where you're going to college.
I'm Rishabh. I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Chris. I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Bhaskar. I'm in 10th grade.
I'm Viren. I'm in 10th grade.
I'm Audra, and I'm a junior.
I'm Bala, and I'm a junior.
I'm Ronnie, and I'm a sophomore.
Okay. Welcome. I am Palace Kern. I use they, them pronouns. I will be reading this round. I live in Chicago. Everybody's smartwatches, devices are off or silenced. Okay, excellent. Anything else? Okay, there's no sponsorship message. Good luck to both teams. Toss up 1. John references this composer ironically when describing his job at a blue silver chromium diner serving brunch on an ordinary Sunday in the musical Tick Tick Boom. This composer inverted the dies irae throughout a musical in which the title character cries, "At last my arm is complete again," when he is reunited with tools he calls my friends. This mentor of Jonathan Larson and Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote the musical Sunday in the Park with George. The title character of a musical by this composer slits the throats of his customers so Mrs. Lovett can bake them into pies. For 10 points, name this composer of Sweeney Todd, who worked with Leonard Bernstein as the lyricist.
Sondheim.
That is correct for 10. And that was Stephen Sondheim. And your bonus. This ion's concentration in the bloodstream is regulated by parathyroid hormone, and its resorption is performed by osteoclasts. For 10 points each, name this 2+ cation that, along with phosphate, is found in bones.
Surely just calcium. Yeah. Yeah. Calcium.
Calcium's correct. The primary inorganic component of bone is the hydroxy variant of this calcium phosphate mineral, which defines a 5 on the Mohs scale.
Yeah.
Apatite, right?
Apatite.
Appetite.
Correct, appetite. Osteoclasts resorb calcium using hydrogen ions produced by this catalytically perfect enzyme, which also helps produce gastric acid in parietal cells. This enzyme usually contains zinc coordinated to 3 histidines, though diatoms have cadmium instead.
Do we know this?
No.
No, we don't know this. Pepsinogen.
This is carbonic anhydrase, so
Oh,
that
it's a
was 20 on the
That is so
bonus.
good.
Toss up. A person with this relationship to the speaker kept a yellow scrapbook with clippings where Hoover outran the Democrats and an Anne Sexton poem whose speaker states, "I outlive you, bend down my strange face to yours and forgive you." One of these people has a palm caked hard by dirt and a Theodore Rothke poem titled for one of these.
Fathers.
That is correct, and that's power.
Nice. My papa
Father
calls
is
them.
correct. Answer the following about poets who leave things open for 10 points each. This poet wrote that each man is a half-open door in his poem, The Half-Finished Heaven. This Swedish Nobel laureate also wrote the long poem, Baltics.
Wait, Transdrummer, let's go. This is one of the things I wanted to come up. Transdrummer.
Transdrum is correct. Wisława Szymborska, a poet from this country, wrote that the book of events is always open halfway through in her poem Love at First Sight. The novelist Henryk Sienkiewicz was from this country.
Poland.
Poland is correct. The last of this character's poems declares the book of life is open at a page of greater price than the holies of the past. In the novel he appears in, this character is abducted by Liberius's Forest Brotherhood.
Oh, Liberius, Dr. Zhivago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Zhivago.
Dr. Zhivago is
Good.
correct, and that is 30 on the bonus. Toss up. Richard Deal associated fertility with this culture's dragon god, often depicted using flame eyebrows. Sculptures made by this culture were found at the sacrificial bog of El Manati. This culture created a serpentine sculpture of a lord with almond-shaped eyes holding an infant wearing a banded headdress. This culture created the jade Kun's axe, which depicts...
Olmecs.
That is correct, and that Olmecs is correct for 20.
Nice.
Literacy tests in this country meant most of its black population was ineligible to vote in post-war elections, for 10 points each. Name this country where a civil rights agenda was promoted in the 1960s by a politician nicknamed Django, who served as a vice president under Juscelino Kubitschek.
Brazil.
That's correct. Brazil is correct. Django supported a revolt of lower-class people in this profession in 1964 who were members of the AMFNB. A revolt of Afro-Brazilians in this profession was led by João Candido against corporal punishment. Time.
Farm.
This is sailors.
Oh.
The apex of Brazil's military dictatorship was under a president with this surname who led from 1969 to 1974. A house with this name included Cosimo I and other leaders from Florence.
Wait. Medici?
Yes, that's correct. Medici is correct, and that was 20 on the bonus. Toss up. Ganapathy Bhaskaran co-developed a model for this phenomenon in resonating valence bond theory. Andrea Young developed the ABC tri-layer stack to observe one form of this phenomenon, first seen in a twisted bilayer at a magic angle of 1.1 degrees. Two materials displaying this phenomenon are placed near each other and are separated by a weak barrier in Josephson.
Like, tunneling?
No.
Oh my god.
No penalty. In Josephson junctions. Metal oxides serve as charge reservoirs in a class of materials known as cuprates, which display this phenomenon and include YbCO. The condensation of Cooper pairs is used to describe this phenomenon.
Superconductivity.
That is, superconductivity is correct for 10. Oscar Strauss remarked that a slap heard during a concert in this city was the most harmonious sound of the evening, for 10 points each. Name this Austrian city where the 1913 Scandal concert showcased composers from its atonal second school of music.
Vienna.
Vienna is correct. At the Scandal concert, a riot broke out during two of this composer's songs based on postcards by Peter Altenberg. The title soldier kills his wife Marie in an opera by this student of Arnold Schoenberg.
Oh, it's Schoenberg's student, dude. Who could this be? It's either Webern or Berg. Pick one.
Berg.
Webern.
It is Berg.
Sorry.
The Scandal concert riot prevented the performance of this Gustav Mahler song cycle, whose songs such as In diesem Wette draw from a somber set of 428 poems by Friedrich Ruckert.
Okay, I'll just say like Song of the Earth or something. Man, this is a bad 10. I should have said Berg. I'm sorry. Song of the Earth.
This is Kindertoten Lieder, so that was
that's a
10 on
thing.
the bonus. Toss-up 5. This leader's possibly plagiarized dissertation proposed creating national champions in opposition to his predecessor's privatization efforts. This leader was named a Time Person of the Year after declaring that no one feels safe in a speech to the Munich Security Conference. This leader responded to the seizure of the separatist capital of Tskhinvali by attacking forces under President Mikhail Saakashvili. The Beslan school siege was used...
Putin?
Putin is correct for 10.
Okay. Good. No, that's good. That's good.
The letter to Menicius says that we should not fear this event because when this event exists, we do not. For 10 points each. Name this event that Socrates underwent after drinking hemlock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Death.
Yeah. This death is correct. This text argues that death should not be feared by comparing the time after death to the time before birth in its symmetry argument. This long poem attributes free will to a phenomenon that interrupts the downward motion of atoms.
Okay. Well, who wrote the swerve? It's like
Wait.
Oh, De Rerum Natura.
That's correct. De
Yes.
Rerum Natura.
Yeah.
De Rerum Natura is by Lucretius, a follower of this author of the letter to Monicius. An ancient philosophical school named for this ethical hedonist held that people should seek the pleasure of ataraxia and aponia.
Epicurus, right?
Yeah, Epicurean.
Epicurus.
Epicurus is correct. That is 30 on the bonus.
Let's go.
Toss up. In a play by this author, the auditor watches a stage that is entirely black except for...
I'm stupid. Beckett.
Beckett is correct.
Damn.
I thought it was Garcia Lorca. I buzzed and I just said something.
And that is 20. Issues with the treaty signed in this city, such as tonnage limits, were discussed 8 years later in London. For 10 points each, a 1922 treaty signed in what city gave each of the US and UK a 5-3 advantage over Japan in warship tonnage they are allowed to build?
London Naval Treaty? No, that's later.
I mean, if you have anything, say it.
London Naval Treaty?
This is DC.
Okay.
The first class of American battleships to exceed the treaty limits included one named for this state on whose deck Japan surrendered to the Allies. A city in this state names Charles Lindbergh's plane the Spirit of St.
Iowa.
Louis.
No, Iowa. St. Louis is not
Missouri.
Iowa.
Oh, yeah,
Son.
oh, my bad. I was thinking
Missouri.
of Iowa.
It is Missouri, yes.
Okay, good, it's fine.
Due to treaty restrictions, the U.S. converted this battle cruiser and the Saratoga into aircraft carriers. A ship nicknamed the Blue Ghost shares its name with this carrier sunk at the Battle of the Coral Sea.
That's right. Yeah.
Yorktown.
Yorktown.
And this is the USS Lexington, so that
Yorktown
was
was
10 on the
Midway.
bonus.
Yeah, my bad.
Lexington and Toga.
Toss up.
Yeah.
This state's overlogged cutover region contains the ghost town of Shanagolden and is now home to the National Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame in Hayward on the Nemekagon River. The Ringling brothers once lived in this state's second oldest city, Prairie du Chien. Fish boils are a popular summer activity on the Door Peninsula in this state.
Wisconsin.
That is correct, and that is Wisconsin's correct for 20.
Good toss.
A speech in this novel ends with a failed historian mocking the homemade pottery crowd, the organic husbandry crowd, the recorder playing crowd, after accidentally imitating Professor Welch. For 10 points each, name this 1954 novel whose title character gives a drunken speech on Merry England before passing out on stage.
Lucky Jim.
Lucky Jim is correct. In an earlier novel, Gussie Fink Noddle, a breeder of these animals, gives a drunken speech to a grammar school. A Carol Chapek novel is named for a war with a sea-dwelling race of these animals.
Newts.
Newts is correct. Fink Noddle gets drunk because his orange juice was spiked by Bertie Wooster and this extremely competent valet who appears in many stories by P.G. Wodehouse.
Jeeves.
Jeeves is correct. That is 30 on the bonus.
Keep it rolling.
Toss up. Variations that replace this word's prefix with ortho, para, and xeno describe sequences that have experienced speciation, duplication, or horizontal gene transfer, respectively. Sequences referred to by this adjective are absent in a type of end joining that occurs during VDJ recombination, which is contrasted with this word's directed repair. Presumed instances of traits described by this word are maximized when applying parsimony to a phylogenetic tree. This word is the opposite of homoplasy, or features...
Homologous.
That is correct. Homologous is correct.
Where did I pull that from? For 10?
For 10. In a famous scene from this film, a group of prisoners whistles the Colonel Bogey March for 10 points each. Name this David Lean film, which ends with Nicholson asking, "What have I done?" before falling on a plunger.
Do we know this? David Lane.
I might feel dumb, but...
Plunger. Well, fine.
Time. This is The Bridge on the River Kwai.
Oh my god!
Michael Redgrave whistles the Colonel Bogey March in The Lady Vanishes, a film by this director of Vertigo and Psycho.
Hitchcock.
Hitchcock is correct. The Colonel Bogey March inspired the theme song of Jewel Thief, a 1967 film from this country. Another film from this country begins with a brother and sister running through a grassy field to see a train.
It's just India. It's just like...
If you
thought
know.
you did right? Yeah, India.
Huh?
India.
India is correct.
Nice.
And that is 20 on that bonus. Toss up 9.
Complicated answer one.
Note to players, description is acceptable. In Book 24 of the Iliad, Achilles relates the story of the death of this group to Priam, who convinced him to eat dinner with him. Amyclus was a member of this group, as was Meliboea, who permanently became pale and was renamed Chloris. According to Ovid, Amphion killed himself out of grief after the death of this group, but Hyginus says that Amphion was shot after attempting to attack a temple of Apollo in revenge. This...
Hunters of Artemis?
No, that is no penalty.
Got too hot.
This group's mother was a daughter of Tantalus who fled to her home on Mount Sipylus and turned into a stone that kept crying. A massacre began after a woman bragged about how this group's size was greater than Leto's. For 10 points, Apollo and Artemis murdered what group of children? Time. This is Niobe's children. We're proceeding to toss-up 10. In December 2025, Didier Reichner broke the news that this complex's Dinan section had a dangerous water leak. This complex's first female director, Laurence Descartes, held its first fashion gala and launched a new Renaissance plan to reduce overcrowding. A teen standing near this complex named Pedro Elias Garzón Delvaux gained online fame as Fedora Man. A building designed by Jean Nouvel in Abu Dhabi currently shares its name with this complex. A man in a motorcycle helmet was part of a group that descended a mechanical ladder from this complex in an event that badly damaged the crown of Empress Eugenie. For 10 points, in October 2025,
The Louvre.
The Louvre is correct.
Okay, wow.
Answer the following questions about Boeing's faulty MCAS system that brought down 2 737 MAX aircraft for 10 points each. MCAS relied on a sensor for this quantity to see if the aircraft was approaching a stall. This quantity is the angle between airflow and a chord through the wing.
Like angle of attack?
Angle of attack.
Good, angle of attack.
Correct. Angle of attack. In the accidents, MCAS trimmed the horizontal stabilizer in response to faulty readings from the angle of attack sensor and overpowered these primary control surfaces, which pilots use to control pitch.
Primary control surface. What are these, like?
Joystick?
Throttles? Joysticks,
Time.
like
This is elevators. Since MCAS trimmed the horizontal stabilizer, the tail experienced this force, causing a crash. When this upward force acts at the wings, it allows an airplane to fly.
Lift.
Yeah, lift.
Lift.
Lift is correct. So that was
Good.
20 on the bonus, and this is the half.
Scorch. Very nice.
Okay, good. We're on. I mean, we low-key forgot to get our notebook. You want to go down and get it?
No, I'm good.
No.
Oh, we're playing better without the notebook. Yeah, probably.
Do you all have any requests, or is there anything I can change about how I'm reading, volume, enunciation, speed?
Everything's
Well,
good for me.
do pace rules require you to prompt for answer?
No, I was explicitly told that we are not supposed to say
Okay, that's
answer.
fine.
Yeah,
That's
that's why I do the fingers. Is that also on toss-ups or bonuses? Okay, I will do that then. Yes.
Thank you. Well, we've got none of them right anyway, but
Anything else? Are you good? Okay, so. All right.
good. I don't know where the packet.
Anything else
buzzed
are
in.
you all good tech-wise?
I buzzed in, thought Federico Garcia Lorca, realized we already had FGL toss-up and just said something.
That was the
So if
funniest
you all
thing I've
are
ever
ready,
seen.
we'll proceed.
Yeah, okay, let's go, guys.
Good luck to both teams. Toss up 11. A story by this author, which is interpreted in a George Saunders essay, The Wisdom of Omission, ends with the title character dying after clearing snow from a roof. The siege of a city inspired 3 stories by this author set in December, May, and August. In a story by this author, a character dreams of the fox fur-wearing chief becoming the devil after making a deal with the Bashkirs. That story...
Tolstoy?
Tolstoy is correct.
Nice.
That is 20 points.
Should've just said it.
A short story by this man introduces the aspiring child actress Miss Bobbitt and ends with her abruptly getting run over by the 6 o'clock bus for 10 points each. Name this author of Children on Their Birthdays and Miriam. The boy Buddy reminisces about making fruitcakes with his elderly cousin in this author's oft-anthologized story, A Christmas Memory.
Dickens.
Answer?
Direct.
Dickens.
Nope, this is Truman Capote. This Truman Capote character reminisces about sleeping 4 in a bed with her brother Fred as a child. Capote described this character who runs away from an elderly doc as an American geisha. Answer?
No answer.
Holly Golightly. In a Capote novella, Holly Golightly believes that she will wake up one fine morning and have breakfast at this store.
Tiffany's.
Tiffany's is correct, and that is 10 on the bonus. Toss up. This element bridges titanium and aluminum atoms in Tebbe's reagent, which replaces a double-bonded oxygen with a group containing this central element. Unreactive bonds between this element and hydrogen can be activated via oxidative addition by a metal center. Slipping causes 3 to 5 atoms of this element to participate in the coordination of the CP ligand to a metal, such as in sandwich compounds. Carl Ziegler and Giulio Natta won a 1963 Nobel Prize for developing catalysts to form bonds between this element. Double bonds between this element are rearranged in metathesis reactions.
Iron?
No, and that is no penalty. Reactions acting on olefins, such as ethylene. For 10 points, name this element bound to metals in organometallic compounds.
Carbon.
Correct. Carbon is correct.
Carry F.
This polity emerged after a similarly named one was dissolved following the Austro-Prussian War for 10 points each. Name this polity led by the King of Prussia that joined with Bavaria and other southern states in 1871 to form the modern state of Germany.
North German Confederation.
Say it.
North German Confederation.
North German Confederation is correct. Prussia left the earlier German Confederation at the outbreak of the Austro-Prussian War under this Iron Chancellor who spearheaded German unification.
Bismarck.
Bismarck is correct. To form the North German Confederation, Prussia annexed this kingdom. Following the end of a personal union with Great Britain in 1837, this kingdom was ruled by Ernest Augustus.
Hanover.
Hanover is correct. That is 30 on your bonus.
Oh.
Toss up. This economist wrote about the clash of industrial production with the profit focus of businessmen in his book, The Engineers in the Price System.
Veblen.
Veblen is correct.
Good
That is
buzz.
covered.
Nice.
Indigenous activists in the town of Progresso decried the erection of a statue to Poseidon in May 2024, suggesting it should have shown this god instead. For 10 points each, name this Mesoamerican god who wields a lightning axe and may be represented in namesake reclining statues.
No, it's not.
Answer?
No answer.
This is Chak.
Oh.
Chak is a god from the mythology of these people whose Quiche members told of the hero twins in the Popol Vuh.
Yeah, mine.
Hmm.
Mine.
Mayan is correct. Some critics of the Poseidon statue claimed that one of these events in July 2024 was proof that Chak was angry. The English and Spanish names of these events are derived from the Taino god of chaos.
Like hurricane.
Yeah, typhoon. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, hurricane.
Hurricanes is correct, and that is 20 on that bonus. Toss up. A singer in this language used a melody from Joaquin Rodrigo's Concierto de Aranjuez in a mournful song titled for the capital of her country. A song in this language translates to You Are My Life and is by a singer whose 1975 funeral had over 4 million attendees. This language gives the name for a system of melodic modes used across a large region's classical music, which often uses half-flats. Two dialects of this language are used by the singers Feiruz and the star of...
Hindi.
No, that is incorrect.
I'm mixing. I'm sorry.
The Star of the Orient, Kulthum. This language's word makam means the modes used in its classical music, which often features the darbuka and oud. For 10 points, name this language of songs like Li Beirut and 1001 Nights.
Arabic.
Arabic is
Nice,
correct.
cute. Actually,
In one of these works titled Noe Ateni, the author claimed to have held a dragon's rib at the Rajivu family's castle. For 10 points each, name these reference works exemplified by one edited by Denise Diderot that sought to capture all of humanity's knowledge.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
encyclopedia. Yeah. Encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia is correct. The second volume of John Harris's encyclopedia, Lexicon Technicum, included a treatise on acids by this man who feuded over his discovery of flux ions with a man who wrote monadology. Answer?
Let's go with something.
This is Isaac Newton. A long review of the Lexicon Technicum appeared in this organization's journal, Philosophical Transactions. Winners of this organization's Copley Medal include Longitude Prize winner John Harrison.
Royal Society.
The Royal Society is correct.
Okay.
That was 20 on that bonus. Toss up 15. These people captured a woman nicknamed Big Eyes while fighting the Tiwish War. Barley was banned by a leader of these people who ordered a return to antiquity after besieging the palace of the governors. In 1539, the black navigator Estevanico was killed by a subgroup of these people. The Acoma massacre targeted these people, who unknotted cords daily to count down the start of an anti-Catholic revolt led by the priest Pope.
Pueblo.
That is correct, just out of power.
Nice.
Pope is correct.
Good job.
Pueblo. Reuben fails to stop his brother's scheme to dip an object owned by this man in goat blood and present it to their father. For 10 points each, name the son of Jacob who was gifted a colorful coat and sold into slavery in Egypt.
Joseph.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Joseph.
Joseph's correct.
Nice.
Okay.
In Genesis chapter 37, verse 7, Joseph's brothers grow jealous of him when he dreams of stalks of wheat performing this action. In the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar throws 3 men in a fiery furnace for violating a decree about performing this action.
Singing or dancing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, dancing.
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 Okay. Dancing.
It is bowing. Joseph loses another cloak after refusing to sin against God with this person. Joseph interprets dreams of a cupbearer and baker after this person, who is unnamed in the Bible, schemes to have him sent to jail.
Like the Pharaoh of Egypt.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The Pharaoh of Egypt.
Hmm?
The Pharaoh of Egypt.
No, this is Potiphar's wife.
Okay.
And that was
Again.
10 on the
Oh,
bonus.
that makes sense. Oh.
Toss up. A novel set in this city opens as a fart is mistaken for British spies by a man nicknamed Dear Uncle Napoleon. In a book set in this city, university students put Jay Gatsby on a literary trial.
Tehran.
Hmm?
Tehran.
Tehran is correct, for power.
Reading Lolita and Tehran, yes.
I remember the
Yep.
Jackass match.
Answer the following about father of modern historiography, Leopold von Ranke, for 10 points each. Von Ranke's archival work emphasized this category of first-hand sources, such as diaries and letters.
Primary, right?
Yeah.
Primary.
Primary is correct. Von Ranke popularized the term for this period in a book written without access to a secret archive. Charles Borromeo of Milan vigorously enforced policies during this period. Give the term von Ranke used.
It's a period like Renaissance. I don't know, what period do you think this could be?
Answer.
Renaissance.
This is the Counter-Reformation. Von Ranke included ambassadors' reports and original accounts of eyewitnesses in a history discussing the Latin nations and nations described by this adjective. This adjective usually identifies an organization that lost the 1410 Battle of Grunwald.
Order, like knightly order. It's like, what do you, Brotherhood?
Answer.
Say something.
Brotherhood?
No, this is the Teutonic.
Oh,
So
wait,
that
oh,
was
I
10
thought
on
it
that
was like,
bonus.
It's fine.
Toss up 17. A premier of this province, former lacrosse goalie Boss Johnson, lost power in 1952, setting up 20 years of rule of W.A.C. Bennett of the Social Credit Party.
Alberta.
No. The father of this province, James Douglas, championed the Caribou Road to settle its interior. An infrastructure project agreed to as part of this province joining a confederation led to a scandal that brought down the government of John A. Macdonald. During World War II, this province's Okanagan Valley received forcibly relocated people of Japanese heritage. The Pig War emerged from an 1846 treaty setting this modern-day province's southern border despite efforts from the 54-40 or Fight faction. For 10 points, name this Canadian province, home to Vancouver.
British Columbia.
British Columbia is correct.
I would have done a pig war.
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you for that.
That's good.
The adiabatic index is defined as the ratio between a gas's value for this quantity at constant pressure and constant volume. For 10 points each, name this quantity equal to Q over m times delta T. This quantity is the amount of energy required to increase the temperature of a substance of unit mass by 1 degree.
Heat
This is
capacity.
necessity.
Wait.
Specific heat capacity.
Yeah, specific heat.
I'll just say everything, right? Yeah.
Just say
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Specific heat capacity.
That specific heat capacity is correct. The W model describes specific heat using these quasi-particles, which are the quantization of lattice vibrations.
This should phonons, right?
Oh, I don't know this.
Phonons.
Phonons is correct.
should be.
This model overestimated the contribution of electrons to the specific heat of a metal by 2 orders of magnitude. This model applies the kinetic theory of gases to explain the behavior of electrons in metallic solids.
What could this be? Nothing.
Answer.
Icing.
This is the Druid model.
Oh, that's a thing.
Toss up. A devotee of this god wrote a hymn beginning, I have attained the feature of God's name, and legendarily merged with an idol of him. Women place rice flour in doorways to represent this god's...
Krishna.
Krishna is correct for 20.
I know that nearby. That's nice.
Christ's head serves as a vanishing point in this fresco for 10 points each. The Brancacci Chapel holds what fresco in which an orange-clad St. Peter appears simultaneously retrieving a coin from a fish's mouth and paying a tax collector?
Fresco, Italian. Do you have anything, Chris?
That was like the procession of cavalry.
Answer.
Procession of cavalry.
This is the tribute money. The tribute
that's
money
one
is
thing.
among the Brancacci Chapel scenes painted by Masaccio and this artist, his teacher. In this man's version of the Madonna and Child, several angels pull a patterned red fabric over a looming Saint Anne.
Did they say Masaccio? They didn't?
Wait.
Answer.
Masaccio.
I did say that. This is Masolino.
Sorry about that.
Masolino's
bullet
fresco depicting the raising of Tabitha is one of the earliest that uses vanishing points, which are central to this technique that gives a 2D surface the illusion of 3D space.
Yeah. Perspective.
Perspective is correct, and that
Nice.
is 10 on that bonus.
Shout out big.
Toss
Shout
up.
out big.
Small sums of 2 of these objects can be described using a generalized arithmetic progression by Feynman's theorem. One theory restricts constructing these objects' comprehension using the scheme of specification. Paul Cohen developed the method of forcing to describe the independence of the continuum hypothesis.
Sets.
That is power set.
Wow.
The
Alright,
two-hit hypothesis of this disorder proposes it arises from genetic risk and stressors during adolescence or young adulthood. For 10 points each, name this mental disorder with paranoid and catatonic types that is characterized by auditory or visual hallucinations and delusions.
Schizophrenia. Yeah.
Schizophrenia is correct. A negative symptom of schizophrenia is the blunted type of these displays of emotion. People with autism may speak in monotone and with few facial expressions, exhibiting the flat type of these displays.
Like cat is. Flat state. Like something like
Answer?
flat state.
No, this is affect. Schizophrenia was the first disorder identified to exhibit this type of stage, where early symptoms, like unusual thoughts and speech, precede the onset of diagnostically specific signs like psychosis. Answer?
No.
Time.
Yeah, sure.
This is prodrome or prodromal.
Can we
that
take a
was
timeout?
bonus. Huh?
Can we take a timeout?
Yes, you can.
It's long, yeah.
Do you want a score check during
Yes.
that timeout?
one. And it did toss up 20.
Just one
We're
cycle
going in
up.
20. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
one
So
turn.
we won. Okay,
Yeah, let's
nice.
go.
Good job, though.
Are you all ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Last toss-up. A series of wooden sculptures by this artist shares its title with his friend's Constellations paintings. In 2025, a museum named This Artist's Gardens opened in Philadelphia. The Whitney Museum displays models of lion tamers and sword eaters that this artist used in mock circus performances. To honor the siege of Almaden, this artist displayed...
Wait, it's not called a Muro.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's called. Fuck me.
And... What is that noise? Could you all stop it? And sorry, so that was Bhaskar, and
Yes,
that was incorrect.
I got it wrong.
This artist displayed a sculpture in front of Picasso's Guernica titled Mercury Fountain. Chicago's Federal Plaza contains this artist's steel sculpture Flamingo, which he painted in a signature shade of red. This artist's lobster trap and fishtail exemplifies his use of wire in a type of kinetic sculpture that he pioneered. For 10 points, name this American sculptor of many hanging mobiles.
Calder.
Calder is correct.
Calder.
And that was Balasconda, right? A fictionalized version of this author exchanges letters with a fan of his work, Lee Yi-do, in a narrative thread from one of this author's novels. For 10 points each, name this author who, in that novel, wrote about Ding Guo's investigation into claims of cannibalism at Mount Luo coal mine. Answer?
Diaz.
No, this is Mo Yan. In this short story, a character sees the words "eat people" written in between the lines of a history book. This Lucian short story ends with a plea to save the children.
Diary of a Madman.
Diary of a Madman is correct.
Nice.
Ding Guo appears in a Mo Yan novel titled For a Republic of This Substance. A poem by Li Bai describes drinking this substance alone in the moonlight.
Wine.
Wine.
Wine is correct, and that is 20 on that bonus, and that is the game.
Good.
Yeah.
Good game.
Good game, guys.
Good game.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
We're back, apparently, I would hope. What were we saying? Let's run it back all the way.
Yeah,
So that was a very good showdown between Baton Rouge and Lambert. Baton Rouge taking it with 360 to 270.
Yeah.
But really, as we were sort of saying, you know, Baskar really doing, you know, with 4 very deep powers and 5 toss-ups, 12 first buzzes overall. Chris providing some necessary support. Also a Dreet on Lambert with a very nice 3-2-1 stat line, providing that assist. But really, I think this was ultimately a battle of the literature toss-ups.
Yeah.
All 4 lit toss-ups were powered in this match. 3 by Baskar, 1 by... Awesome. Samir got really bored of me just then and decided to cut away.
He
But
hates
anyways,
us.
Baskar got 3 of the lit powers that round, and Arani on Lambert got the last one. All really early buzzes as well, very competitive on the lit front. Forrest, did you have any thoughts on this match in general, or just any tosses that stood out to you?
It just kind of felt like a really dominant performance by Baskar. I mean, he got the first 2 toss-ups, and from there it sort of felt like he had control of the game the whole time. So, yeah, I think that's kind of a statement win by Baton Rouge. They're only 31st in Groger ranking, but I think they proved that they can definitely play with the very top teams here.
Absolutely. I like looking at the stats from before this tournament, going into the NSC, Baton Rouge, only 5 and 13 versus top 50 Groger ranked teams.
Really?
They've probably doubled their top 50 wins already in this tournament, or they certainly will by the time we're done here. A few questions, a few toss-ups I wanted to shout out as pretty cool. I liked the Kulthum content on the Arabic toss-up. That's an Yvonne Jo special.
Yeah, it is.
You know, good sort of combination of you know, real knowledge you get from really interacting with the music. You know, coming from a historical perspective as well. And just, you know, things that are very widely known in a broad
I mean,
corner of the world.
it's still sort of accessible from things like packet study and reading. So
as well as the, you know, the content on Tehran, a more familiar ground tread there, although obviously pretty similar on that. It looks like we're already ready to start with round 7.
Yes, this will be Belmont A versus Innovation A.
Yeah, teams that we've both already seen via the tiebreaker for Innovation and interview yesterday for Belmont. So this should be a good match for sure.
All right. So welcome both teams to round 7. My name's Karsten. I'll be the moderator this round. Before we get to anything else, this round does have a sponsorship message, which is the editors of the 2027 Open Set Chewan need you to lock in. Best of luck today, and we look forward to seeing you play our set next summer.
We guys, we got this.
All right, having done that, let's do a buzzer check along with introductions. So if you could buzz in, give your name, grade, and then if you're a senior and if you're going to college somewhere, you could add that too.
I'm Kavanish and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Tristan and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Ian, I'm a senior, and I'm going to Kennesaw State University.
I'm Sean, I'm a junior.
I'm Andrew, I'm a junior.
I'm Peter, I'm a sophomore.
Jeffrey, and I'm a junior.
And I'm Gregory, and I'm a junior.
All right. So we've got the packet.
We got this, guys.
Innovation, Belmont, both teams ready?
Good luck.
Good luck.
We'll start out with toss-up 1. Clive Bell's hypothesis, named after this field, claims that a peculiar emotion is induced by significant form. The epilogue of an essay in this field argues that fascism leads to war by introducing this field into political life. George Dickey's institutional theory in this field builds on work in this field by Arthur Danto. An essay in this field claims that secularization caused cult...
Education?
No. Continuing. Cult value to be displaced by authenticity, a part of an object's aura. This field of philosophy's foundational works include Kant's Critique of Judgment and a Walter Benjamin essay about the age of mechanical reproduction. For 10 points, the sublime is a key concept in what field of philosophy that studies beauty and art?
Aesthetics.
Aesthetics is correct for 10. Your bonus. The first part of this novel concludes with an extended metaphor comparing Russia to a three-horse sleigh, or troika, that shall one day force all nations, all empires, to stand aside. For 10 points each, name this novel whose protagonist attempts to forge the will of Klubayev's aunt to sell the title deeds.
Dead Souls.
Dead Souls.
Dead Souls is right. Dead Souls is a novel by this Ukrainian-born author of the stories The Nose and the Overcoat.
Gogol.
Gogol is right. In this other novel by Gogol, the titled Cossack warrior joins his son Andriy and Ostap in fighting a war against the Poles before he is tied to a tree and set on fire.
I don't know this.
Answer?
Yemelon.
It's Taurus Bulba, so 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 2. This family name was adopted by Francois Noël Babouf, who led the conspiracy of the equals against the Directory. A woman declared that her 2 sons with this family name were her jewels after being asked why she wore plain clothes. After the first ever Senatus Consultum Ultimum was used against a man with this family name, Lucius Opimius had 3,000 of that man's supporters executed. One man with this last name, who proposed expanding Roman citizenship, selling grain at a fixed rate, and redistributing land to poorer citizens, was killed by Senate.
Like Gracchus?
Gracchus is good for 10.
Oh, it's the brother Gracchus.
Yeah.
Your bonus includes a note to players, composer, and genre required.
Beethoven.
In a 1980 piano competition, Dong Tai-son used his fist to hammer out the 3 low Ds that end one of these pieces, named The Storm, a choice repeated by his student Eric Liu in 2015. 10 points each. Name the composer and genre of these pieces, 24 of which make up its composer's opus 28. The 15th of these pieces opens with the descending notes F, short D-flat, long A-flat.
F, short, D flat, long A flat. Let's go with Beethoven piano sonatas.
These are preludes by Chopin. The International Chopin Piano Competition is held every 5 years in this home country of Chopin. Poland is correct. Kate Liu won praise in 2015 for her performance of one of these pieces that is preceded by an andante spianato. Chopin also wrote an A-flat heroic piece in this genre.
Polonaise.
Polonaise is good for 20. Toss-up 3. In one work, this author of A Russian Journal encounters the segregationist cheerleaders, a farmer who gives him Applejack, and a Shakespearean actor. In a novel by this author, 4 Confucian scholars dispute the translation of a word as thou shalt. This author described fighting the sea cow motor and discovering 50 species in his log from the Sea of Cortez.
Steinbeck.
Steinbeck is correct for 10.
Nice.
In a 1965 experiment, Jose Delgado stood in front of a charging bull and then stopped it with brain stimulation. For 10 points each, Delgado's stimoceiver electrodes were planted in the caudate nucleus of the bull, positioned above this melanin-rich region of dopaminergic neurons within the basal ganglia of the brain.
Substantia nigra?
I believe it.
The substantia nigra?
Substantia nigra is correct. The stimoceiver used EEG to measure activity in the brain. EEG is more often used to measure delta waves during this process, which has an REM phase. Sleep is correct. Delgado did research at an institute named for this biologist, who is considered the father of modern neuroscience for showing that neurons are separate cells, disproving reticular theory.
Who did that?
Answer?
Schwann.
Cahal. So 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 4. This process can be detected by measuring the erythrocyte sedimentation rate of blood in a Westergren tube, or by measuring levels of C-react...
Clotting?
No. C-reactive protein in the plasma. Based on whether they promote or inhibit this process, macrophages are categorized as M1 or M2. This process is counteracted by prednisone and other drugs that mimic cortisol. The 4 classical signs of this process are calor, dolor, rubor, and tumor. The degranulation of mast cells can initiate this process by releasing histamine. Non-steroidal drugs that prevent this process include ibuprofen. This process causes conditions that end in itis, such as arthritis. For 10 points, name this immune response characterized by redness and swelling.
Inflammation.
Inflammation is correct for 10. Forces prevented Chief Joseph from leading his band of the Nez Perce from this territory to claim asylum in Canada. For 10 points each, name this territory whose northern boundary was set at the 49th parallel in 1846.
Idaho, yeah. Idaho.
Oregon. The lingua franca in both the British and American parts of the Oregon country was this native people's jargon. This people's Multnomah band names the county containing Portland.
Chinook.
Chinook is correct. Chinook jargon arose around a trading post on the Columbia River for this German magnate's American Fur Company.
Astor.
Astor is correct for 20. Toss-up 5. 3 volumes of photos of this building were published by Takashi Okamura as part of a rights deal with Nippon TV. James Beck opposed the removal of carbon black from this building during a project that began with the ancestors' lunettes. A painting in this building depicts a dangling green cloth that has been compared to an umbilical cord.
St. Peter's Basilica?
No. Continuing, Daniele de Volterra got the nickname Breeches Maker for censoring figures in this building. A painting in this building depicts a pink cloak that has been likened to a brain. In this building, frescoes based on Genesis were damaged by the soot from candles used in conclaves. For 10 points, name this building home to the creation of Adam and other Michelangelo paintings.
Sistine Chapel.
Sistine Chapel is correct for 10. Your bonus. The first poem of one collection declares, but this time period, a vengeance falls and I love you, and begins by describing white hills, white thighs. For 10 points each. The refrain, in you everything sank, is repeated in the poem set during what time periods of departure?
Hour departure.
Like
Hour.
Hour is correct. Those poems appear in this Chilean author's collection, 20 Love Poems and the Song of Despair.
Neruda.
Neruda is correct. The 17th of Neruda's 20 love poems describes burying these objects. A Neruda poem titled For One of These Objects begins, before the wig and the dress coat, there were rivers, arterial rivers. Answer?
Letters.
Lamps. So 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 6. A collection titled For This Character, featuring an expedition to the North Pole, was translated into a Latin bestseller by Alexander Leonard. A 1966 short film titled For This Character, released alongside The Ugly Dachshund, drew from When We Were Very Young. This character personifies Uwe in a 1982 bestseller by Benjamin Huff.
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh is correct for 20.
Crazy.
Your bonus. Bhima dueled against Duryodhana with both men using one of these weapons. 10 points each. Name these weapons with which Bhima smashed Drona's chariot 11 times. Hanuman was believed to own the largest one of these weapons.
Astra. Okay. It's like the Astra?
No, mace. Bhima killed one of these animals with the name Ashwatthama to trick Drona into believing his son was killed. Ganesha's head was replaced with that of one of these animals after his father accidentally beheaded him.
Elephant.
Elephant is right. Vayu, the deity of this phenomenon and father of Hanuman, blessed Kunti and Pandu with Bhima as their son. Astraeus and Eos parented Notus and Eurus, two Greek gods of this phenomenon.
Yeah, wind.
Wind is correct for 20. Toss-up 7. During this war, actress Pauline Cushman hid battle plans in her shoes. Elizabeth Van Loo's spy ring during this war placed messages in eggshells. Loretta Llaneda Velázquez likely made up an account of spying in this conflict. During this war, Dr. Mary Edwards Walker was imprisoned with Mary and Molly Bell in the Castle Thunder prison. Mary Boykin Chestnut's extensive diary of this war described Mary Jackson-led bread riots near the Tredegar Iron Works.
It's the Civil War.
Civil War is correct for 10.
Nice.
Your bonus. The fifth of Edmund Husserl's Cartesian Meditations foresees potential claims that his phenomenological method implies adherence to this view. For 10 points each, name this philosophical view that denies the existence of minds other than one's own.
Okay.
Answer?
Soloism.
Solipsism. A book by Alvin Plantinga argues that all arguments for believing in other minds can be repurposed to support this belief. Thomas Aquinas' Quinque Viae are 5 arguments in support of this belief.
The existence of God. Yeah.
Theism.
Theism is right. This English philosopher's paper, Other Minds, likens knowledge of other minds to knowledge of a bittern in a garden. This philosopher developed the theory of speech acts in how to do things with words.
What's the guy's name?
Answer?
Russell.
J.L. Austin. So 10 on the bonus. Toss-up 8. After a girl in this novel laughs at a man's bad Latin, his wife throws a tray of food at her. In a parody of a Homeric battle scene in this novel, a woman uses bones in a graveyard to fight off people who notice her pregnancy. A woman in this novel leaves a fur muff on her love interest's bed.
Just like Tom Jones?
Tom Jones is correct for 20.
Nice.
Your bonus. This composer's advice on how to behave in the face of adversity titles a song he wrote for Cannonball Adderley, Mercy, Mercy, Mercy. 10 points each. Name this Austrian jazz pianist who founded a namesake syndicate in 1988. Wayne Shorter and this pianist co-founded the fusion band Weather Report. Zawinul is right. Zawinul played keyboard on this musician's pioneering fusion albums In a Silent Way and Bitches Brew. Adderley played alto on this trumpeter's album Kind of Blue. Davis is correct. Cannonball Adderley's brother, who had this first name, featured Zawinul on several albums in the 1960s. Nature Boy and Unforgettable were popularized by a singer with this first name and the surname Cole.
It's not his first name.
Nat.
That's good for 30.
Let's go.
Toss up 9. Heightened levels of this minority element in duplex mixtures make them susceptible to embrittlement around 475 degrees Celsius when this minority element undergoes spinodal decomposition into an enriched nanophase. One company's Lindgas division pioneered the use of an argon-oxygen blow to protect this minority element during a decarburization step. Addition of nickel or manganese allows alloys containing at least 10.5% of this minority metal to adopt the face-centered cubic austenitic.
Chromium.
Chromium's good for 10.
Yes.
Why are we using stainless steel?
Your bonus. A show-making post by officials in this province featured Olympic mountain climber Wu Peng, photoshopped onto the peaks of this province's iconic Mount Tai. For 10 points each, name this Chinese province whose city of Chufu was the birthplace of Confucius.
Jiangxi.
Let's go. What's it called?
Answer?
Pudong or something.
Shandong. Taishan, like this landmark, appeared on renminbi notes issued in the early 2000s. An infrastructure project named for this landmark in Hubei and Chongqing resulted in the relocation of part of Wanzhou in the 1990s.
Great Wall of China or like Three Gorges Dam? Great Wall of China.
Three Gorges.
Oh.
An ancient earthquake on Taishan is recorded in a chronicle named for this plant. Hong Kong is phasing out the use of this fast-growing plant from the grass family as scaffolding.
Oh wait, it's the
like
it's the yeah.
Kudzu?
It's bamboo.
Oh, that makes so much
Nothing on the
sense.
bonus.
What am I doing?
I thought it was the invasive.
Ay,
thing.
caramba.
Oh my.
Toss up 10.
I thought it was the invasive thing.
The finale of Haydn's 98th Symphony features a solo for this instrument written for Johann Peter Salomon. A long solo for this instrument represents the Holy Spirit descending to earth in the Benedictus of Beethoven's Missa Solemnis. The Olympic Lodge Orchestra was directed by a player of this instrument, a Guadeloupean fencer titled the Chevalier de Saint-Georges. Two of these instruments play an F-sharp major duet after the other musicians have left the stage in Haydn's Farewell Symphony. Joseph Joachim revived interest in Beethoven's only concerto.
Violin.
Violin is correct for 10. Your bonus. The fundamental theorem of a calculus is a single variable case of the generalized form of this theorem. Then each, name this theorem whose generalized form states that for a differential form, its integral over the boundary of a manifold equals the integral of its exterior derivative.
Heine-Borel theorem?
This is Stokes' theorem. Stokes' theorem relates the line integral of a vector field to the surface integral of this operation applied to the vector field. This differential operator is symbolized del cross.
Oh, curl?
Curl is right.
Nice.
Another special case of the generalized Stokes theorem is the divergence theorem, sometimes named for this mathematician. This mathematician also names the normal distribution.
Gauss.
Gauss is good for 20.
All right, well.
And we're at the half.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty close.
Ish.
I have that too.
Alright.
I have the same.
Okay.
Yeah,
What was
I
that?
just got
What was that? And bonus.
A lock-in? No.
Yeah, I got a
Bro,
lot.
Then we don't talk about those two
bamboo, bro. What?
Too big?
I was looking for it.
No, it makes more sense because they're
Because
it's low-key.
yeah, that's
It was all places.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's bending.
Yep.
yeah.
I wasn't really
Yeah,
listening.
I knew what it was
It's like
talking
close
about.
to
The umbilical cord thing is the creation
Oh
of
wait,
matter.
I see what
I
you're
just
saying.
I just visualized
What
it.
Earth was like t-shirt was
My mistake.
No, I
Is that
was
cool,
I
like,
was well because I
thing?
mixed.
Steel, yeah.
Well, no, because I was trying to
In
figure
any
it
case,
out.
let's not dwell on that. It's 0-0.
I just knew where. I just knew.
I
what-
saw
I
that.
knew the painting. I forgot where it was.
saw the exact same bonus on aesthetics yesterday.
That was
Yep.
I got this.
It's fine. It's not fast.
Brief nuke.
Wait, it's 60 points. It's 60 points. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's basically nothing.
All right.
one toss.
Are both teams ready to continue?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Okay.
So we've got toss-up 11. A cross-dressing one of these beings who serves as a psychopomp is the dedicatee of the homoerotic Masisi celebration. Two of these beings are creator serpents, sometimes associated with rainbows, named Dambala and Aida Wedo.
Loa.
Loa's good for 20.
Good job.
Your bonus. In Edo, people in this job, called Hikeshi, specialized in dry methods. For 10 points each, name this profession also practiced by Roman Spartioli. Crassus partly made his fortune with Rome's first crew of men in this job.
Yeah, firefighters.
Firefighters, right. Edo's Great Fire of Meireki started when a monk burned a cursed one of these objects. These traditional Japanese garments worn by both men and women may be held together by obi.
It's a kimono or a yukata? I think it's a kimono.
Yeah,
Kimono.
Kimono's right.
Yes.
The Qianhuo Pu fire brigades, introduced during this Chinese dynasty, employed tools like the Ji Tong water pump. Shen Kuo's Dream Pool essays describe scientific advancements of this dynasty, such as the theory of true north.
Yeah, true. Song, eh?
I think so.
Song.
Song is good for 30.
Good work.
Toss up 12. This ruler used red sandstone from Chunar to construct an object whose abacus features pecking geese. This ruler commissioned the bilingual Chehel Zina inscription, written in both Aramaic and Greek, as a message to the Yonas and Kambojas. This ruler's father was
Ashoka?
Ashoka is good for 20.
Great.
Your bonus. This man wrote the collection Cabbages and Kings in Honduras, where he fled to escape charges of bank embezzlement. 10 points each. Name this author of many short stories with twist endings, such as The Gift of the Magi.
Oh, Henry.
O. Henry's right. In a short story by O. Henry, Jimmy Valentine reveals his criminal history by performing this action to save a child, after which a police officer pretends not to recognize him.
It's criminal action.
Answer?
Breaking a window.
Safe cracking. In Henry's Conscience and Art, the conmen Jeff Peters and Andy Tucker swindle a businessman in this city by selling him his own ivory carving. In a play set in this city, boy Willie plans to sell an elaborately carved piano to buy the land where his ancestors were enslaved.
That's Cindy. Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh is good for 20.
Easy 30.
Toss up 13. Post-infancy abnormalities with this behavior may cause the development of soft and fine body hairs called lanugo. Ritualistic types of this behavior, such as performing it extremely slowly or in multiple sections, developed in an experiment led by Ansel Keys at the University of Minnesota. This behavior is described as avoidant or restricted.
Attachment.
No. In a disorder with high comorbidity with autism. Inorganic materials are subject to this behavior in pica. Disorders of this behavior may involve misuse of emetics and laxatives, and uncontrollable or excessive amounts of this behavior may be followed by purging. 10 points. What behavior is disordered in conditions like bulimia and anorexia?
Eating.
Eating is correct for 10. Your bonus. People of this ethnicity often allied with the Cape Colony during the frontier wars between it and the Xhosa. 10 points each. Name these nomadic pastoralists whose Ganakwa subgroup settled near the Kate River in the 19th century.
Shona. Swati. Swati.
The Khoikhoi. Khoisan speakers arrived in modern-day South Africa several centuries before agriculturalists who spoke these languages, which include Xhosa.
Yeah, Bantu.
Bantu is right. In the 17th century, the Khoikhoi warred with these Dutch settlers in South Africa, who later fought a series of wars against the British. Boer is good for 20.
Nice.
Toss up 14. A character from this novel, whose father died choking on an orange pip, vanishes from the cathedral school and becomes a wealthy spiritual leader. This novel's final chapter is titled for the baby Adam's first word, abracadabra. A character in this novel mistakes the leprous...
Midnight's Children.
Midnight's Children is good for 20.
Good. Let's go.
Your bonus. Answer the following about groups who don't believe that Jesus died in the Holy Land for 10 points each. This group believes that Jesus survived crucifixion and died in Kashmir, searching for the lost tribes of Israel. This Islamic movement, founded by Mirza Ghulam, is still persecuted in Pakistan.
Ahmadiyya.
Ahmadiyya is correct. According to a Gnostic text named after this figure, the Archons tried to kill Jesus but failed. This son of Adam and Eve allegedly lived to the age of 912.
Seth?
Seth. Yeah.
Seth.
Yeah, Gospel of Seth.
Seth is right. A popular tourist hoax claims some Japanese Christians believe that Jesus was replaced on the cross by a man with this relation to him named Isukiri. Cain kills a figure with this familial relation to him named Abel.
Brother.
Brother is good for all 30.
Nice. I like the
Toss of
Japanese
15.
thing.
Along with a virtual W and Z boson, this particle is emitted by collisions between a fermion and antifermion in its namesake Bremsstrahlung. It's not a kaon, but this particle decays in a two-step process to produce 4 leptons in the golden channel. Francois Engler published a 1964 PRL paper describing this particle, which avoided...
Higgs boson.
Higgs boson is good for 20. Bonus. This artist's Little Boy exhibition exemplified a style inspired by the continuity from ukiyo-e to post-World War II low art. For 10 points each, name this Japanese artist who coined the term superflat. This artist designed the covers for the albums Kids See Ghosts and Kanye West's Graduation. Murakami is correct. Murakami's concept of superflat describes artists of this genre like Osamu Tezuka, whose work Astro Boy has received several anime adaptations.
Manga?
Manga is correct. Murakami's artworks influenced by manga and anime often include this round, sharp-toothed character who is depicted riding an ocean wave in the painting 727.
My goodness gracious.
Shark Boy.
Shark Boy, Shark Boy.
Mr. D.O.B.
Oh, Mr. Dio, he's the bear. He's the
20 points on the bonus.
Not bad.
Toss-up 16 has a note to players. Description acceptable. A poem titled For This Figure claims our souls have not enough boldness if we don't turn to rape, poison, daggers, arson. The Wasteland's first section ends with a line directed at this figure, quoted from a poem that declares Satan holds the strings that move us. William Agler's translation adds the suffix ish to a word describing this figure, who varying translations call twin and fellow. A poem addressed to this figure invokes folly, error.
Just like you, the reader?
Yes, exactly. You, the reader.
Okay.
For 10. Your bonus. In 2017, a research group produced one of these substances in a microcavity containing excitons that were strongly coupled to photons. 10 points each. Name these substances, which were first produced by Cornell and Wieman by laser cooling a gas of rubidium atoms to 170 nanokelvins.
Bose-Einstein condensates.
Bose-Einstein condensates is correct. Wanier and this scientist name a class of excitons with large Bohr radii. Nickel oxide is the canonical example of a class of materials developed by this scientist whose behavior is explained by the Hubbard model.
Fermi?
Mott.
Mott insulators.
Excitons are produced by some of these devices, which rely on photons to excite charge carriers. These devices convert sunlight into electrical energy.
Photovoltaic. Solar cells.
Yes, solar cells or photovoltaic cells. 20 on the bonus. Toss-up 17. In the 1980s, Mexico subsidized 41 tons of this good from Ireland that was revealed to be radioactive due to Chernobyl. Macy's co-founder Nathan Strauss established a nonprofit to reduce the spread of TB via this good following a scandal involving a cheap version of it sold by whiskey distilleries called Swill. Gail Borden used a vacuum evaporator to develop a shelf-safe version.
Milk?
Milk is good for 20.
Good job.
Your bonus. A man writes, we should be careful of each other. We should be kind while there is still time after an encounter with a hedgehog while doing this activity. 10 points each. Name this activity, which in another poem, Damon compares to what Juliana does to my thoughts and me. Answer?
Running.
Mowing the grass. Yeah. This poet recounted running over a hedgehog in The Mower. This poet wrote, what will survive of us is love in An Arundel Tomb, and noted in another poem, man hands on misery to man.
Larkin.
Yes, good.
Larkin.
Larkin's correct. This author of The Mower's Song wrote, my vegetable love should grow vaster than empires and more slow in To His Coy Mistress.
Marvell.
Marvell's good for 20. Toss-up 18. A number estimating the amount of these phenomena equals an observer-dependent constant times the quantity 10g plus s, where g is the number of groups. These phenomena are more common when energy transfers from the poloidal to the toroidal field in the Babcock-Layton model. These phenomena appear when flux tubes that are several thousand kilometers across break through one region. George Hale observed Zeeman splitting in these phenomena to argue that they're created by strong magnetic fields. The butterfly diagram shows...
Sunspots?
Sunspots is correct for 10.
Let's go.
The butterfly was like...
Oh, yeah.
Your bonus. The rise in popularity of these vehicles has led to more women being killed in car crashes. For 10 points each, name these vehicles. The EPA is not required to regulate fuel efficiency on large vehicles of this type, such as the F-250, because they're classified as work vehicles. Trucks is correct. One of the few options for buying smaller trucks is importing these mini trucks from Japan, which include the Mitsubishi Minicab.
K-Trucks.
K-Trucks is correct. In 2025, Donald Trump authorized Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy to allow K-Truck manufacturing in the U.S. Duffy reverted many of the fuel economy standards set by this Indiana politician, Biden's transportation secretary.
Buttigieg. Buttigieg.
Yes, Buttigieg.
It's the goat. The genuine goat.
Yeah.
It's been locked.
It's fine, guys.
There's
2 left.
Yes.
Right, I have Belmont at 400 apparently.
Yeah. That's my bad for not being.
Yeah, they got 30 on the last one.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Maybe.
Oh wait,
if things are good.
Belmont is the wrong
Doesn't
one.
matter.
Yeah, okay.
I'll get a line there.
Previous one they got 30.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate I lost the
On
abracadabra.
17 they got 30.
Makes sense. 'cause
Oh wait, they got,
it's
how's mowing? Okay. Yeah, they didn't get mowing. I don't know how that got clicked. Alright, yeah. Yeah, we're good. Are both teams ready? Got
Yes,
2
sir.
cycles left. Toss up 19. Harmut Esslinger created this company's design language Snow White. One of this company's products was depicted on Anya Major's tank top in a commercial that ends with her destroying a giant screen with a sledgehammer.
Apple.
Apple's good for 20.
1984 one.
That's correct. Your bonus. This process makes a heterogeneous mixture more homogeneous. For 10 points each, name this process, which may be driven by an impeller or turbine. In lab settings, it is often accomplished using a bar with an alnico core that rotates when placed over a magnetic plate. Mixing is right. These suspensions, whose facilitating agents include the lecithin found in egg yolks, consist of 2 or more normally immiscible fluids. They are often classified into oil and water and water and oil types.
Wait, what do you call like mayo?
Answer?
Emulsions?
Emulsions is right. This mixing process, similar to the liquefaction that occurs during earthquakes, creates a namesake dynamic bed by forcing a gas or liquid upward through a granular material.
Solufluction?
Fluidization.
I guess, bro.
20 points on the bonus. Final toss-up. A type of these creatures, sometimes called shrat or shrot, may have been the etymological origin for the English fey name Puck. The 9 herbs charm features many hapex legomena, describing a cure for the atter of one of these creatures. A dwarf kills his father and turns into one of these creatures to steal the ring on...
Like dragon?
Dragon is good for 20. Your bonus. The cristallo produced in this city was the first completely transparent form of glass ever manufactured. For 10 points each, in the city, whose island of Murano was long a hub for glass making.
It's in Italy. Venice. Sure, yeah. Venice.
Venice is right. Cristallo supposedly shattered instantly when it came into contact with one of these substances. Mithridates VI supposedly developed immunity from these dangerous substances by regularly consuming small doses. Poison is correct. A guest's ability to drink effortlessly from a Cristallo wine glass was a demonstration of this quality, which is articulated in the Book of the Courtier. This Italian word denotes a type of effortless grace.
Wait, no. Xenia's Greek. Effortless grace.
Oh, say Ksenia.
Answer?
Xenia.
Sprizzatura. So 20 on the bonus.
GG's.
Good game.
Very similar sports.
Welcome back. That might have been one of our highest scoring games that we've had in this room, and you can immediately tell. I think in the prelims, I don't think we had a single cycle that was a power and then a 30 on the same cycle.
And we've had a lot.
And we've had a lot
in
of
the
those
past
in
2 games.
playoffs. So Belmont won that game 430 to 270. Let's keep it a $150. That was the Greg Zeldovich show,
Oh, it
pretty
sure
much all
was.
the way. That was a stellar performance by him. 4 powers, 4 gets, really crushing it on the sort of history and history adjacent content that Belmont really looks to him to nail down for them. Great auxiliary support as well. Every single one of their team members got at least 1 buzz. All 8 players in this game got on the board, which I think is the first time we've seen that all tournament as well.
Yeah, I think another factor that really contributed to the result almost equally to Greg Zeldovich's explosion was Belmont was so efficient. They didn't have a single incorrect answer compared to Innovation having 4 incorrect answers that basically handed Belmont free toss-ups. I mean, you give 2 toss-ups from...
not neg.
Well, they figured out a way to do it. I mean, if you give 2 of those toss-ups from Belmont to Innovation, all of a sudden it basically becomes a tie game. So I think also the fact that Belmont were able to make sure they were getting their early buzzes. I mean, 6 total powers. Peter and Jeffrey each had an additional power. 6 total powers and also 0 negs. That's just a great combination of efficiency and speed that's going to be really hard to beat.
Yeah, and that's something that Samir will hopefully be able to elaborate more on in a moment when we flip to talking to Belmont at the Pace NSC stage.
Good afternoon to all the lovely viewers at home. My name is Samir, and if you're just joining us, I've been doing the post-game interviews on the field, getting to know what goes on behind all of the matches that these bright Quizbowlers play. And I am here with Belmont A, who has just finished an amazing game against Innovation Academy. So first of all, just in general, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was a little worried at half because I wasn't really getting in that many buzzes, but then really just as soon as the second half began, I really started to feel in my groove.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty solid game.
Yeah, I especially noticed as a viewer a lot of very impressive powers from all members. Now, Andrew, we have actually seen you before. On Friday night, we saw you at the interview booth, which, when edited in a few days, will be on the Pace NSC YouTube channel. So keep an eye out for that special content. But how did you spend your Friday, and how did prelims go for you?
Okay, I guess I slept early. Prelims were pretty solid. We had a close game. Shout out to Srikar from Klassen. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I really loved how prelims went. Shout out to all the moderators, especially Mike Bentley, who we had the pleasure of being read for in two games.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Bentley, treasurer of Pace. And so, as we look forward towards the rest of the playoffs, what matchups do you have ahead that you might be a bit worried for, that you have your eye out? What are you thinking for the next 5 rounds?
Against like Stevenson, they're a really good team, probably one of the best. So that's going to be a challenge, but I hope we can surmount it.
I'm especially worried about Baton Rouge Magnet, which is our next game. I believe they do a lot of the same categories I do. So I'm scared.
All right, well, best of luck against those two teams and for the rest of the tournament. We'll now take it back to Aiden and Forrest.
Wait, Steven has a son? I didn't even know he was sick.
That's a terrible pun, Aiden. Thank you.
Of course, I'm happy to be here. Well, I think we've been procrastinating long enough on one aspect of this stream that we've been baiting out of people, and we need to prove that their questions and the Pace NSC mailbag at pacehottakes@gmail.com
So true.
will be read. So we're finally getting back into it. We're finally answering the questions that the people want us to answer.
What's the hottest take you have there, Aiden?
So let's take a look. So we've got a question from user Oral Atlas. I don't know who that is. It's a pseudonymous. They might be afraid of persecution for their hot takes and their opinions. I understand.
I mean, we believe in free speech here.
We believe in free speech, but we're braver than many.
That's true.
Braver than the troops, I would say. And their opinion is mixed academic questions need to appear more in non-NAQT sets. And
I mean, this is exactly the place for that, right? We have probably the largest other academic category of any non-NAQT set. We're famous for Bentley Bowl, so yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of these sort of Bentley Bowl questions, and I'm really happy that we have a lot of them here.
Yeah, I feel like there is room for other academic. Where it sort of loses me, and I think this, I value I'm someone who cares a lot about theming. I think that there is, I think it's important to have connective tissue when writing another academic question, and to make sure that, that there's an underlying idea behind it. I think if you're just pulling things from across the academic spectrum to make a common link work, then that's probably pushing it a little bit too hard. And that's sort of mixed academic that I never really liked.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. I think there's great fun in both approaches to other academic. I mean, part of it is just like seeing the virtuosity of the question writer. Like we had this common link on snowballs that was common linking Animal Farm with the snowball earth. I think that's just so awesome to see stuff like that. I wrote 2 questions for ICT this year, and they were both like the stupidest common links you've ever heard of, but it's so fun to just have a little bit of that. And so I'm maybe a bigger fan than you of this sort of thing.
There's a time and place for whimsy. I don't think every place is the time and place for whimsy.
Sure.
I like when NAQT has it.
Yeah, I also like, more traditional other academic questions that are about, say, a really niche subfield of the humanities, like, I don't know, library science or something. But, there's also room for these zanier common links.
Yeah. So I think this is one where it's truly subjective.
Yeah.
I would say I think that there is overall an appropriate amount of other academic in the space right now.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to increase the wackiness. I am a centrist on this issue.
Oh.
You
just want to grill.
I love to ride fences. You know me. Our next take is from Devraj Bora, who says, in all caps, Saratoga will win Pace.
Ooh.
Subject, Arjun Harini duo plus the GOAT, Mihir Kotam Raju. Don't overthink it. That's a called shot if I've ever seen it. I mean, we had Saratoga in here.
Yeah.
They had the hot hand for sure. I think if they can sort of tighten up in the playoffs,
Yeah.
Go to bed a little bit earlier tomorrow. I did see that they were up at 1 a.m. last night. That's not, that's not a perfect recipe for success. I definitely think they have the base ingredients, though, as a team to, if not this year, to be a major threat in the next 2 years to come, because they are a JV team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that Saratoga's not going to win, but I am saying that there's a lot of Quiz Bowl left to play. There's very many good teams, such as Lexington, Lake County, the team that we're about to see in here. So I don't know. I think it's really too early to call any of this.
So I'll say maybe. I don't have the script.
Yeah,
that's
we're really
that's
fence sitting here
that's
again.
in the control room. I believe this is Pace NSC comms member and friend of the show, Anila Moparthy, who's writing in to say Quiz Bowlers should not run for political office.
Ooh.
Andrew Wang had a very successful political campaign. I still own the T-shirt.
Successful.
But I mean, I think that there have been good. I mean, I don't think they shouldn't. I mean, there have been good people. I think Quiz Bowlers tend to have a certain aura about them that might dispel people. I think they might. We need to find our least abrasive Quiz Bowlers to send out into the world. But I mean, Ashwin Ramaswamy, formerly of Chattahoochee, ran for State House in Georgia.
Did he win?
No.
Oh, well, that's rough.
It's a little bit too early, I would say. Maybe a few years behind,
well,
but definitely some qualified candidates. If we want to, have a Quiz Bowl caucus in Congress someday, we need to build that grassroots effort now. By having Arjun Zembla run for Congress in Wyoming or whatever
This is not the stance of Pace. Okay, I'm going to say that there's one exception to this take, which is that I would vote for Aiden Leahy, former Pace president. I think
current United States president.
Aiden won the Electoral College by a lot. Trust me, folks.
Jeb! Exclamation point. But yeah, thank you for that question. I don't know if it's real. Samir Sarma, who is in this room, wrote in and said, "Boo! Wayzata, boo! Wayzata's not even at this tournament. Are they?
Are they? Wait, let's look at this. They're not here, Samir. Unless they're playing as. No, they're not under a pseudonym either. They're just fully not here. So I guess the context.
The context here is that Samir has selected a team at random to put his ire onto, and also he did attend Wayzata's rival school in Minnesota Quiz Bowl, but that's irrelevant, and he just doesn't like Ben Weiner personally, I think.
Yeah, so I think this take gets a definite thumbs down from me.
For sure.
Yeah, as someone with a few tenuous connections to the Wayzata debate team, I have to say it's possibly the best school in the greater Twin Cities co-prosperity sphere.
And wasn't there was a question in the Slack, I believe, as well?
Was there?
That someone said, I think it might have been Tomas who asked that question.
Was it the one about bounce backs?
It was. It was about whether should we bring back.
I think that was from Kevin Payne.
Should we bring back the bounce back? And I am an adamant no on this issue.
I'm fully with you, Aiden. I'm not a fan of bounce backs.
Yeah, my take is that bounce backs. I think that relative to other tournaments, because of both the scoring structure and the difficulty of pace, I think it is a little bit more resilient to upset potential than other tournaments are. Even if you're, get 11 toss-ups in a round.
Yeah.
Even if you're winning that, if your PPB is significantly worse, then you're probably not going to win the game. Yeah. And bounce backs are usually a win more button for good teams.
Yeah, they decrease the likelihood of upsets. And I like chaos.
I'm not like team chaos.
I am. I loved the 5-way tiebreaker last year.
I'm sure Arthur really liked it too.
Yeah.
Our dear president. But taking a look at the standings in general, let's just discuss what we've got so far in our brackets for playoffs, which are I would say reasonably sorted. Some brackets, at least on paper, are a little bit stronger than others, just because some teams were upset
Which
in the
would
morning.
you say is stronger?
I would say the phosphorus bracket, just on paper, is definitely the strongest
Oh.
because Strike Jesuit went into the playoffs as the second seed
Right.
in their division because they did lose to Waubonsee Valley.
Yeah.
Strake, Montgomery Blair, Park Tudor, and Saratoga, all very strong teams, all in the top 15.
Yeah, and only 2 of them are going to be able to make it to top 8.
Yeah, Parkway West, as we mentioned earlier, took their first loss of the season in almost a year to Chapel Hill just a few hours ago.
Mhm.
And then IMSA, sort of the Cinderella of the tournament.
Yeah.
On pure Groger ranks, the lowest ranked team still in contention, but still had a very convincing performance to get into playoffs.
For sure.
So really, I mean, at this point in the tournament, there's no rest games. There's no games where you can neg 10 times and reasonably expect to still win.
I mean,
on the
for these
scoreboard.
teams, they're not going to have one of those games again. Like, all of their opponents are going to be top line from here to the end of the tournament.
Yeah, so part of it, I mean, so much of this is consistency. You know, being able to deliver at a high octane, to be able to work together, even when you're more fatigued. And we'll really be able to see, probably in the later rounds, what teams are best equipped.
We've even started to see some signs of fatigue already. I forget the questions, but in the last game we had...
That's also a sign of fatigue, is
Yeah,
forgetting questions.
thank you, Aiden. But we had a bageled bonus and a Michigan 20, which is where you only get the medium and hard parts of the bonus. So, yeah, I mean, the tiredness is starting to hit, and it's up to these teams to power through it, to not let themselves get sloppy, and to keep performing at their best even as they're tired.
But next up, we are ready for round 8. I think Palace will be reading this one. Shout outs to both Palace and Karsten locking it down on the moderating side. Our round 8 matchup is between Lake County academic team. We still haven't figured out who they are. Our best detectives are on the case for that. Fighting against Lambert A, my alma mater, who really need to lock it in so I'm not sad. So take it away.
Hello everybody, my name is Palace Kern. I use they them pronouns. I currently live in Chicago and I will be reading this round. And if I can have Lambert A start, so you're going to say your name, what year you're in. If you're a senior and going to college, you're also welcome to share where you're going to college.
My name is Ronnie Pittu, and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Balaskanda Shivanandam, and I'm a junior.
Can I ask you to speak up a little bit, Bala?
My name is Balaskanda Shivanandam, and I'm a junior.
Thank you.
My name is Ajay Yadav, and I'm a junior.
I'm Viren Kohli, I'm a sophomore.
I'm Monique Karmakar, I'm going to UIUC.
I'm Spencer Manning, I'm a junior.
I'm Ani, I'm a junior.
I'm MKD.
Right. Yeah. Is better, yeah.
Cool. And we have a sponsorship message for this round. The Academic Competition Federation produces 4 high-quality collegiate Quiz Bowl tournaments every season. If you're going into college and wish to continue playing Quiz Bowl from novice to college nationals level, sign up for an ACF tournament near you. Anything else that we need? Okay, both teams, are you all ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, good luck going into round 8. Toss-up 1. This phenomenon names a xanthine compound whose isothiocyanate is used to track cells in flow cytometry. This phenomenon is displayed by molecules beginning C and Y that are often used in a spectroscopic ruler by measuring the energy transferred between them.
Fluorescence?
That is correct for 20, fluorescence. This poet lamented Lords lost him his mockingbird in a mourning poem for a gospel singer and interspersed a slave ship log with the hymn Jesus Savior Pilot Me in middle passage for 10 points each. Name this poet who's recounted his father rising in the blue-black cold to light fires and asked, "What did I know of love's austere and lonely offices?"
Hayden? Hayden?
Robert Hayden is correct. That Hayden poem is named for those winter instances of this word. A Wallace Stevens poem whose title starts with this word describes complacent seas of the peignoir.
Sunday?
Sunday's correct. Hayden wrote a poem from the perspectives of this author in London. This poet wrote on being brought from Africa to America.
Phil Sweetley?
Wheatley is correct. That is
Nice.
30 on the bonus. Toss-up. A man in this novel says that Christ was not crucified but worn away by little wheels. A man in this novel buys a little girl a 5-cent loaf of bread, but her brother Julio believes he's abducting her. A girl in this novel who smelled like trees climbs a tree to reveal...
The Sound and the Fury.
That is correct, and that is 20. Extremely rarely, this disease can occur in people assigned male at birth, for 10 points each. Name this often debilitating gynecological disorder which affects about 10% of women. It occurs when tissue similar to the uterine lining grows in other parts of the body.
It's endometriosis. Maybe. Endometriosis?
Correct, endometriosis. One proposed cause of endometriosis in males is the reactivation of remnants of these embryonic ducts, which fuse to create the reproductive tract in females but degenerate in males due to a hormone being named for being anti these ducts.
I don't know. Blastopore direct.
No, this is Mullerian. Cirrhosis or prostate cancer therapy may cause Mullerian remnants to reactivate by exposing men to these sex hormones, also found with progesterone in combined oral contraceptive pills.
Estrogen direct.
That is correct, and that is 20 on the bonus. This group's 3-year economic plan included selling fish from Peru under the Your Supermarket brand. This group created cosmetics and toiletries it branded as Power, such as clean and fresh skin. Along with James Lawson's UANM, this group was profiled in Louis Lomax's documentary, The Hate That Hate...
The Nation of Islam?
That is correct for... Nation of Islam's correct for 20.
Nice.
The last one of these texts seeks to soothe the suffering of Osiris by making offerings at his temple in Abydos, for 10 points each. Name this collection of ancient Egyptian funerary spells, some of which were later used in the Book of the Dead. Some of these texts were taken from the earlier pyramid texts.
Oh, cannibal hymns?
Canopus.
Cannibal hymn?
What?
Cannibal hymn?
No, this is coffin texts. The coffin texts are inspired by Khonsu's role as butcher of the gods in the pyramid text by calling him the one who burns these objects. Heavy examples of these objects are devoured by Ammit.
Yeah.
That is correct for heart. Yes, hearts. In spell 334, the deceased is transforming into the god Ihai by invoking the name of Khonsu and this other god. Spell 1130 is spoken by this god, who drives his sunboat through the underworld during the night.
Ra.
Ra is correct, and that is 20 on the bonus. Yeah. Toss-up. In plants, this organelle is where branch chain components of the cell wall, such as hemicelluloses and pectins, are synthesized. This organelle is where phosphocholine is attached to ceramide to produce sphingomyelin. This organelle is the primary site of O-linked glycol... That is correct for 20 gold.
Nice.
Yep.
Why is there been 2 bio?
Paul McCartney led a 30 superstar rockestra during relief concerts for Cambodia at this politician's suggestion, for 10 points each. Name this politician who was the target of an expose written by Alfred Wurm for Profile magazine. This leader succeeded U Thant as United Nations Secretary General.
Sumo.
This is Kurt Waldheim. Original language term required. Vorum revealed that Waldheim had served as an intelligence attaché for this organization in Yugoslavia. The Clean Hands myth argued that leaders of this force, like Albert Kesselring, had no knowledge of the Holocaust, unlike the more specialized SS.
Wehrmacht?
Wehrmacht is correct. Accusations that he was part of the Wehrmacht nearly foiled Waldheim's 1986 campaign to become president of this country, which became part of Nazi Germany after the 1938 Anschluss.
Austria.
Austria is correct. That is 20 on the bonus. Toss-up. A character in this novel uses advice from 3 sealed envelopes to marry a woman who initially scared him with her collection of weapons. In this novel, a character asks a cursed horse if it will obstruct him, which spurs it into miraculously jumping over a stream. A dancing maid in this novel is used in a seduction plot by her adoptive father to drive Lu Bu to kill Dong Zhuo.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
Romance of the Three Kingdoms is correct for 10.
Good.
A 2008 book compared the attitude of historians towards this woman to the Catholic Church's attitude on the Da Vinci Code, for 10 points each. Name this resident of Mulberry Row who went to France in 1787 with Martha Randolph. James Callender's accusations that this woman was impregnated by a president were only accepted following a 1998 DNA test. Hemmings is correct. Hemmings and her children lived on the Mulberry Row quarters for enslaved people at this Virginia plantation owned by Thomas Jefferson.
Monticello.
Monticello is correct. Modern scholarship on Hemmings was largely pioneered by this Harvard historian, whose book, The Hemmingses of Monticello, received a Pulitzer Prize.
Gordon Reed.
That is correct for all 30. Annette Gordon Reed. Toss-up. A 2018 book by Michael Gomez claimed that this empire's fall ended 1,000 years of dominion. This empire's western half was exclusively managed by Kermina Fari administrators. This empire's victory over the Mossi was recounted by Mahmud Khati's history of it, the Tariq al-Fatah.
Songhai.
Songhai is correct for 20. In 2024, this republic's Ministry of Culture banned music with a BPM lower than 80 or higher than 116. For 10 points each, name this republic ruled by dictator Ramzan Kadyrov.
No, I think it's
Answer.
Transnistria.
Chechnya. A large one of these buildings in the capital of Chechnya is named for Kadyrov's father. In 2020, Recep Tayyip Erdogan announced the conversion of Hagia Sophia from a museum into one of these buildings.
Yeah. So.
What was the directed answer? Mosque is correct. Description is acceptable. Kadyrov called on revelers at a 2023 holiday party in Moscow named for this characteristic to be sent to the front lines in Ukraine. TV presenter Nastya Ivleva and rapper Vasio had their careers in Russia damaged by that gathering named for this characteristic.
Prisoner, like poor, maybe.
Answer.
Like they're prisoners?
No, this is being almost naked.
Okay.
That was 10 on the bonus. Toss up. Anne Burgess's 2021 book is titled For These People by Design. Holmes and DeBurger defined visionary and mission-oriented types of these people. Robert Ressler and John E. Douglas's 36 interviews with these people were depicted in a Netflix series. A portmanteau of memorabilia and an action done by these people describes items they owned who sale on eBay.
Like serial killers.
That is correct, and there's 20 serial killers.
Nice. Perfect.
The first movement of this cyclic form symphony is based on the rising theme E, A, short B, C, for 10 points each. Name the symphony composed from 1829 to 1842. The flowing theme of this symphony's second movement is introduced by solo clarinet and ends with a short long rhythm characteristic of its title. Answer?
Tchaikovsky 4.
This is the Scottish Symphony. Mendelssohn used a transposed version of that theme for a piece in this genre titled For the Hebrides. Operas and ballets typically open with pieces in this orchestral genre.
Overture?
Overture is correct. This composer based his Scottish fantasy for violin and orchestra on folk songs. A Vorspiel or prelude begins this German romantic composer's violin concerto number 1 in G minor.
It is a Bruch or what key? No. Bruch? Bruch?
Bruch is correct. That is 20 on your bonus. Toss up. As-Samiri leads the creation of one of these animals in a text named for the mysterious letters Taha. According to a hadith, a man is rebuked by speaking one of these animals after mounting and hitting it. The plural word for these...
Like a donkey?
No, that is incorrect. Donkey is incorrect. The plural word for these animals names the text containing the story of Ibrahim and Muhammad's affirmation of Tawhid to pagans. The throne verse appears in a text named for these animals. The Surah Yusuf recounts a king's dream of 7 of these animals representing a famine who devours 7 fat ones. These animals lend their name to the second and longest surah of the Quran. For 10 points, the people waiting for Musa to descend from Mount Sinai worshipped a golden idol depicting one of what animals?
Locust.
No, this is a cow. No penalty. Toss up. A production of this ballet featured sets and costumes by Nicholas Georgiadis that was inspired by Quattrocento artworks and was intended to be premiered by Lynn Seymour and Christopher Gable. John Krenko's edition of 3 Harlots to...
What's it called? The fuck. Romeo and Juliet.
That is 20.
Gorgeous.
Romeo and Juliet. This poet wrote, "Oh, for a beaker full of the warm south," in a poem that begins, "A drowsy numbness pains my sense as though of hemlock I had drunk." For 10 points each, name this poet of Endymion who asked, "Do I wake or sleep?" An ode to a nightingale.
Keats.
Keats is correct. The title character of this non-Keats poem offer citrons from the south and figs to fill your mouth. This poem notes, "One may lead a horse to water, 20 cannot make him drink."
It's the Goblin Market.
Yeah.
Goblin Market?
Goblin Market's correct. This poet described a woman whose hair had smells of all the sunburnt south in Laus Veneris. This poet of Hymn to Proserpine wrote, "Winter's rains and ruins are over" in Atalanta and Caledon.
Oh, Swinburne. Swinburne.
Swinburne is correct.
Nice.
That is 30 on your bonus, going into toss-up 10. A transit strike against this national leader succeeded after soccer fans walked back from Les Courts Stadium. The collapse of the mining industry caused by this leader's implementation of a stabilization plan led to a general strike organized by the union CCOO, which had been outlawed by the law of syndical unity. That 1959 stabilization plan, advocated by members of Opus Dei, ended this...
Franco. Franco.
Franco is correct, and that is 10. This mixture consists of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur. For 10 points each, name this explosive that was phased out by modern smokeless counterparts in the 19th century to improve visibility and prevent fouling of rifle barrels.
Explosive. Yeah.
Answer.
Nitrate.
time. This is gunpowder. Gunpowder is also classified as this type of substance which provides thrust to a payload. High test peroxide and fuming nitric acid are mono examples of these substances.
Provide what?
Thrust. Projectile.
Answer?
Sure, say.
Projectile. Projectile.
No, this is propellants. This polymer, also known as gun cotton, was one of the first smokeless alternatives to gunpowder. This polymer was combined with camphor as a base for photographic film prior to the development of acetate film.
Teflon.
No, this is nitrocellulose. And that is 0, and that is the half. Do you all have, what can I do in terms of reading speed,
it's great.
volume, clarity?
Great.
Yep.
Are we good in tech, or?
Yeah, sure.
The mics are really finicky.
Alright.
You're good. Does everybody wish to proceed?
Sure.
Going into toss-up 11, good luck to both teams. This play quotes, "When a lion meets another with a louder roar," to reject Nietzsche's dictum to "take your whip to women." A man in this play pops a chocolate into a woman's mouth to silence her.
Pygmalion?
Oh my god.
Power.
God.
The German colony of Jiaozhou was the only territory to ever fully apply this thinker's signature idea. For 10 points each, name this thinker whose best-selling book, Progress and Poverty, advocated for a single tax on land. Answer. Time. This is Henry George. George was an advocate of the secret ballot, often named for this modern-day country. This was the larger and more populous of two countries whose troops formed the Anzac Corps in World War I.
Australia.
Australia is correct. Lizzie Magie developed the predecessor to this product in the Georges community of Arden, Delaware. Charles Darrow was long credited as the inventor of this consumer product. Answer.
The fridge.
This is Monopoly, the board game. And that was 10 on the bonus. Toss up. Mohists regard this concept as the wisest moral agent and defined its will as what is righteous. In the end...
Love?
No. That is incorrect.
They're going for it.
Okay. In the Analects, Confucius claims that only this concept knows him and that by 50 he too knew this concept. During the Chinese rites controversy, the Pope banned the word Shangdi and the word for this concept, which the Zhou dynasty treated synonymously. An imagined community said to be all under this concept was equated with the domain of the Chinese emperor, who was called son of this concept. Poverty and natural disasters were often interpreted as signs.
Yeah, just heaven.
Heaven is correct, and for 10. This phenomenon in diffraction created a pattern of light and dark fringes in the double slit experiment. For 10 points each, name this phenomenon that arises due to the superposition of two waves and can occur either constructively or destructively.
Interference.
Interference is correct. In this variation of the double slit experiment, marking a photon to obtain path information resulted in the disappearance of the interference pattern, and unmarking the photon brought it back.
Quantum eraser.
Quantum eraser is correct. Constructive interference can only occur if both waves have this property with respect to each other. Through stimulated emission, lasers produce collimated beams with this property.
Coherence.
Coherence, and that is all 30 on your bonus. Toss-up 13. One of these institutions in Bratislava has a sculpture of a human gut. The Channel 6 balloon was revamped for the 150th anniversary of one of these institutions in Philadelphia in 2009. Paul Manship designed the Rainey Memorial Gates for one of these institutions founded by William Temple Hornaday at the notoriously housed Oda Benga in the Bronx in 1906. Harry M. Wedgeforth founded a large one of these institutions in Balboa Park in San Diego. One of
a zoo. Nice.
Zoo is correct for 10. A chronicle of this period by Kunihiro Shimura describes the conflict between Yamana Sozin and Hosokawa Katsumoto in the lead up to it. For 10 points each, name this 10-year conflict sparked by a succession crisis over who would succeed Ashikaga Yoshimasa that led to the start of Japan's Warring States period.
Genpei.
No, this is the Onin War. The Onin War devastated this traditional capital city of Japan, which was replaced by Edo during the Tokugawa shogunate. Kyoto is correct.
Nice.
The Onin War is exacerbated by the growing influence of these large landowners who were granted power as regional governors known as Shugo by the Ashikaga.
Daimyos?
Daimyo is
Sorry,
correct. That's
sorry.
20 on your bonus.
Nice, nice, nice.
Toss up. Systems displaying one form of this phenomenon trace out logarithmic inward spirals in phase space. For a series RLC circuit, a quantity characterizing this phenomenon equals r over 2 times the square root of c over L. This phenomenon is described by the bx dot term in the equation mx double dot plus bx dot plus kx equals 0. This phenomenon's namesake ratio given by 1, let's see.
Damping?
That is correct for 10.
Nice.
Damping. The protagonist of this novel is only referred to as number 17 throughout its last chapter, for 10 points each. Name this novel where a prune-faced character named Tohil demands that this novel's protagonist make a human sacrifice. Angel Fase advises the title character of this novel. Answer?
Answer 1.
This is El Señor Presidente. In the vein of Asturias' El Señor Presidente, this novelist fictionalized Rafael Trujillo in his novel The Feast of the Goat. This Peruvian Nobel laureate also wrote Aunt Julian, the scriptwriter.
Vargas Llosa.
Vargas Llosa is correct. This author drew on the life of Gerardo Machado for his dictator novel Reasons of State and wrote about the slave T. Noel in The Kingdom of This World.
Carpentier.
That is correct, Carpentier. So it's 20 on the bonus. Toss up 15. A musician in one of these ensembles developed an extended technique that involves slowly sliding one's fingers off the instrument, or smearing. One of these ensembles commissioned pieces such as Prelude, Fugue, and Riffs, and Stravinsky's Ebony Concerto. An editorial error led to a suite for Variety Orchestra to be published.
Band.
Prompt.
Concert band.
No.
Oh, wow.
What? And that was Spencer.
It's probably something stupid.
To be published as a suite for this ensemble. The waltz number 2 is from that suite by Dmitri Shostakovich. For a concert titled An Experiment in Modern Music, one of these ensembles led by Paul Whiteman commissioned a piece that begins with an iconic clarinet glissando. For 10 points, Rhapsody in Blue was written for piano and what ensemble made of a rhythm section, brass, and saxophones?
Like a jazz band?
A jazz band is correct.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That is 10. These objects cover the chest and run down the leg of a spindly blue woman in the painting The Burning Giraffe. For 10 points each, name these objects. The artist of The Burning Giraffe added pom-poms and these objects to a copy of the Venus di Milo in a 1936 sculpture.
60.
Answer?
Flags?
These are drawers. The Venus di Milo with drawers was created by this surrealist who also painted The Persistence of Memory.
Dali.
Dali is correct. Repeated images of the Venus de Milo create one of these people in a painting by Dali, whose title describes them as hallucinogenic.
Toreador.
Is that directed?
Yes.
Toreador is correct, and that is 20. Toss up. Infinitesimal copies of this deity float in the causal ocean after he breaks out of a golden egg. The Skanda Purana contradicts the Upanishad's description of the mixing of the 3 gunas to this deity. This deity is sometimes equated with Prajapati, whose name is a title given to many of this deity's mind.
Like Indra? Indra?
Indra is incorrect. Mind children. This deity.
Brahma. Brahma.
That is power.
Nice.
That's one of power.
Brahma is correct.
How did he do that?
In 2021, an unsuccessful petition to rename a telescope drew attention to this person's firing of gay employees during the Lavender Scare.
Yeah,
For 10
James
points
Webb.
each.
Yeah.
What former NASA administrator oversaw the Apollo program and names the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope?
Yep.
What? Webb is correct. NASA renamed a planned space telescope named for this letter in the word first in honor of former administrator Nancy Grace Roman. This letter, followed by map, names a telescope that observed the CMB.
So it's blank map.
Yeah, Z.
Okay, sure.
Z. Direct.
This is W. In 2019, the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope was renamed after this astronomer. Observations by this astronomer revived interest in Fritz Zwicky's calculation of the coma cluster's mass-to-light ratio.
Vera Rubin. Maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Rubin?
Rubin is correct.
Nice.
Has 20 on that bonus. Toss-up. These devices were generally more effective than fans invented by suffragette Hertha Ayrton. Examples of these devices made for children by the Sun Rubber Company were nicknamed for their Mickey Mouse ears. An early black...
Gas masks.
That is power.
Good.
Gas masks, yes. Apis is the divine embodiment of this substance to which offerings are made in the Abzor ritual for 10 points each. Name the substance used in Padyab, a Zoroastrian purification ritual characterized by washing. This substance is held in mikvahs operated by Jewish synagogues.
It is water.
Is that directed?
Yeah.
Water is correct. Zoroastrian water purification can sometimes be eschewed in favor of touching the ear of one of these animals, some of which are left near dead bodies. 2 of these animals stand at the Chinvat Bridge.
Dogs. Dogs.
Yep, dogs is correct. The offering to the waters often concludes yasna ceremonies conducted at these Zoroastrian places of worship. Atar is the hypostasis of these places' central phenomenon.
Fire temples.
Fire temples is correct. That's 30 on your bonus. Toss-up 18. A violent novel by this author ends as an engineer and fireman throw each other off a moving train. A prostitute created by this author bankrupts the wealthy banker Steiner and dies of smallpox during the Franco-Prussian War. In a novel by this author, the anarchist Souvarine causes a flood which traps the protagonist and the cart pusher Catherine. This author's novels include Nana and the one in...
Zola.
Okay.
And that is correct for 10.
Yeah, knew that.
That's hard.
Good clinch.
Very
clinch.
hard, but yeah.
The speaker muses, I embraced a cloud, but when I soared it rained, in a Frank O'Hara poem titled for this author, for 10 points each. Name this poet who detailed Yvonne's struggle against Woodrow Wilson in his allegorical poem, 150 Million. This Russian's author's satirical plays include The Bedbug and The Bathhouse.
The Bathhouse, Russian.
Gorky, maybe. No, Mayakovsky.
Is that direct?
Mayakovsky.
Mayakovsky's correct. Among Mayakovsky's most influential poems is one titled for one of these things in trousers. Socrates heads the thinkery in an Aristophanes play titled for these objects.
Clouds, right? Yeah.
Clouds is correct.
Yes.
The speaker of Mayakovsky's Backbone Flute asks an accursed woman what disciple of this author has created you in his fancy. In a story by this author, Nathaniel cries, pretty eyes, before leaping to his death.
Hoffman, yeah.
Hoffman.
Hoffman is correct, and that's 30 on your
Way to
bonus.
go.
Nice.
Toss-up.
Getting scary.
Victor Pan developed a trilinear technique to reduce this task's bound of n to the omega. That algorithm for this task was improved upon by an algorithm that performs the laser method on a namesake tensor. One algorithm for this task...
Matrix multiplication.
That is correct for 20.
Nice.
Identify the following about academic inspirations of the band 21 Pilots for 10 points each. The band used the empty set symbol introduced by this group to represent the character Blurry Face. This group of 20th century French mathematicians wrote the elements of mathematics textbooks under a collective pseudonym.
What is that thing?
Group of mathematicians.
French.
They say the elements?
Answer.
What?
Time. This is the Bourbaki group. 21 Pilots song My Blood claims, if you find yourself in a lion's den, I'll jump right in and pull my pen, alluding to this biblical character.
Say David, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, say
Answer.
David.
David.
This is Daniel. 21 Pilots took their name from this Arthur Miller play, in which Joe Keller's faulty aircraft parts caused 21 pilots to die in plane crashes.
All my sons.
Is that directed?
Mhm.
All My Sons is correct, and that is 10 on your bonus. Toss up the last. The location of this painting can be seen through the right airplane window in the painting Otherworld, which was originally titled in reference to this painting. Former Apple CEO John Sculley donated a building in this painting to the Farnsworth Art Museum. This painting was long confined next to an escalator in fifth floor restrooms of the MoMA. Betsy, the wife of this painting's artist...
Like Christina's World.
That is correct.
Nice.
That is 10. Christina's World. A quote often attributed to George Bernard Shaw calls this man's home what God would have built if he had the money. For 10 points each, name this owner of an opulent castle in San Simeon. This man's house was fictionalized in one film as Xanadu, in which a sled is thrown onto a fire. Answer. Time. This is William Randolph Hearst. Hearst Castle was built by this first woman to obtain an architecture license in California. This architect of many YWCAs designed the concrete reinforced Mills El Campanile bell tower.
Hadid. It's like the one.
Okay, sure. Hadid. Hadid.
No, this is Julia Morgan. Hearst Castle was depicted as Xanadu in Citizen Kane, a movie by this director.
Orson Welles.
Orson Welles is correct, and that is 10 on your bonus. That is the game. Good game,
game.
teams. I will need a representative of each team.
Let me do my obligated boo-hoo. My home team lost.
Yeah, it sucks to
Bummer.
suck.
To a team where we don't even know where they're from besides the lake.
And the county.
And the county. So true.
Yeah,
Well, let's get right to business. This was probably, I would say, the most successfully aggressive we've seen teams be today.
Definitely.
This is the first game we've had in this room with double-digit powers, 11 overall, 7 for Lake County, 4 for Lambert, and an additional 3 toss-ups were buzzed in and gotten incorrectly in power. So 70% of the toss-ups, you're buzzing in power in order to be competitive. You know, at this stage in the tournament, you know, it's like both of these teams, objectively speaking, had good, strong games. That's just not enough at this point.
Yeah, you need to also be even stronger than your opponent, and you need to be a little lucky with packet sequencing. I mean, Spencer Manning, he had 5 powers. I mean, that's a very good game, obviously. It's something that he's capable of, but he can't do it in every round because the packet needs to mesh with his knowledge, and then you get crazy buzzes like his buzz on the Mickey Mouse gas masks, which I really enjoyed.
Yeah, but strong games overall for Spencer from Lake County, as well as VRAN from Lambert, getting 3 powers all in that subject area. Really couldn't have done any more to keep Lambert in there. I mean, this was really just a strong game for 2 teams these are top 20 teams we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, we started to talk after the last game about fatigue sort of setting in. There were a couple of instances where maybe that was apparent. There were a couple of missed easy parts and one toss-up that went dead that sort of surprised me, the one on cows where the giveaway clued the golden calf. Maybe the fact that
you just have to name an animal.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, maybe the fact that it was clued using the Arabic name for Moses, maybe that confused the players, but I don't know. It's a toss-up that I would be expecting playoff teams to convert. So, you know, I mean, you're going to make mistakes like this over the course of the tournament, you know, failing to convert things that you really ought to. But it's very important to minimize this because, you know, a couple mistakes like this can, if the game was even a little bit closer, then I think Lambert would be really kicking themselves about not bouncing that back.
Yeah, and it really is tough to compete with. I mean, a monster performance, 5 powers from one player.
Yeah, and it's
going to win you the game 90% of the time.
It's so interesting that Spencer Manning has the same exact name as the player who won IPNCT, just from a school where we actually know where it is.
And is related actually to another Manning that both of us know, Peyton Manning.
Really?
From football.
Is he related to Peyton Manning?
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
lied.
Well, I believed you because I thought you had done your research, Aiden.
I have done no research at all.
Oh, well, you sold it so well.
AV crew, are we ready to turn it over to Samir, who appears to be standing there very confidently?
Okay.
I'm hearing that that Samir is having issues. I hope that they're technical in nature and not emotional.
Yeah. Well, do we have time to maybe pull up a question and go over it?
Yeah, totally. Let's do it.
I thought, I thought the Zeus toss-up 13, I thought that was very interesting. If we could possibly get that pulled up. That's another example of Bentley Bowl. I mean, I keep identifying Bentley Bowl as some of my favorite questions.
Naming famous zoos. I've only been
Yeah,
to a few. Atlanta. When I was going to go to the one I was going to go to the Bronx Zoo and it rained on me. Bummer.
Oh, I mean, that's rough. But, you know, I think it's just a good example of sort of, I know that you've expressed a mild distaste for this sort of question, a very broad common link that's just, you know, it's the sort of thing that might come up if you just buy a book about zoos and you just read about zoos. And then you'll learn everything there is to know, including all of these clues. So I thought that was really well done.
Link was very charming. I, you know, as someone like you, who grew up in the Tumblr mines, I knew that 21 Pilot stock cold. None of it was news to me.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't know any of the 21 Pilot clues. I mean, of course, I do the math clue.
And that's a common link that feels that feels a little bit silly Billy. But I like a little bit silly Billy when it comes to Quizbowl.
Yeah, that's true. I believe the 21 Pilots question, that was by Jamie Burchett. They've written a lot of really great sort of pop culture adjacent content as this 21 Pilots bonus was.
And I will note to say we've got another response in the mailbag.
Let's hear it.
This one, much like Ari's request, this is from Ben Weiner. And the subject line is UMN Quizbowl.
Okay.
More people should apply and attend the and correction, Ben, it should be applied to. You know.
I mean, that basically invalidates his argument, right?
Invalidates his argument, but
yeah, I'm not sure that we can.
He wants people to go to the University of Minnesota, but clearly it's not going to teach you how to write your sentences good. So
I mean, you don't need to write sentences to buzz. I mean, famously, science players can't read, and yet they still manage to score large quantities of points.
Yeah,
So
I mean, UNC's been been a consistently good program as well.
that's true.
Carrying
Yeah.
on the J-stat tradition, as they say.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess we're sort of skeptical on the
that
idea
one.
that you should go to UMN, but don't let us stop you. Of course, it's a great school.
Yeah, there are plenty of there are plenty of other state flagship universities,
Such as the University of
such as the
Connecticut. If
University
you
of
want to give me
Connecticut,
teammates,
that could really use some secondary support. They're
It
having
looks
a
like-
conversation, but it's not our conversation.
yeah,
you
it
know?
looks like the interview setup is
But that's
still
fine.
on the fritz.
But
So
we do have some updates for playoffs.
Yes.
So let's talk about where we are after 3 rounds. So in nitrogen, which is where my body will be frozen when I pass in liquid nitrogen. But it's also the bracket we're looking at right now. We've got our 6 teams. Lake County academic team moving to 3-0 there.
Yeah.
They sort of controlled their own destiny. They'd probably be favored
Yeah.
to move on to super playoffs at this point.
I'll also note their points per bonus around 23.5. That's 4
That is
full
absurd.
PPB higher than all the other teams. And I mean, this actually showed up in this game. They effectively clinched the game. They had a 130-point lead with 3 cycles left. They effectively clinched it with only 9 toss-ups. So their points per bonus and their power rate is so good that they're making it a race to 9 toss-ups instead of a race to 11. That's really impressive.
Yeah, and that's really that's really tough to beat when the game is close like this one.
Yeah.
Belmont also 2-0. They sort of have the driver's seat, although they will be they'll have to go through the gauntlet after this. Baton Rouge Magnet and Lambert A. Lambert A now 1-2. Baton Rouge now 1-1. Lambert really needs to win these next 2 games. I'd say that they haven't played Belmont yet. That game is a must-win for them.
And I mean, even if they win out with 2 losses, that's still not a guarantee that they make the top super playoff. They also need things to go right with the other teams.
Yeah, and Innovation A and Compass, who will be joining us soon, at least through 2 rounds, had yet to claim a win.
Yeah, although they just played each other.
They
So
did
one
just
of
play
those
each
one
other.
of those teams now has a win.
And in the other brackets, we've got in Oxygen, which of course we all need it.
Well, maybe you do. I'm built different.
All right, sure. We sort of a 3-way race between 3 very strong teams: Hoover, Lexington, Northview.
Yeah.
All top 10 in Groger ranks. All 2-0 so far.
Yeah,
Only
really
2
impressive.
spots for those teams.
Yeah, and I'm noticing Hoover's winning the toss-up battle so far. They have more total points than any of the other teams, but they only have 17.5 PPB, which is 4th in their bracket. So they're really, I mean, they
gotta
continue to prove
outbuzz.
my mantra that it's about getting the toss-ups.
And meanwhile, in Phosphorus, Strike Jesuit has totally forgot that they lost that game in prelims. It didn't
Yeah,
carry over.
they're locked in.
2-0 right now, along with Park Tudor, Saratoga, and Montgomery Blair at 1-1, and Parkway West at IMSA at 0-2. It looks like our tech is ready, so we'll be able to cut to Samir shortly with an interview with someone.
Apologies. We just wanted to get a quick word in with We wanted to get a very quick word in with Lambert because they are the alma mater of our glorious host, Aiden Leahy. So I just wanted to give you all a chance to, make some shout outs and just tell us how you're doing, how you're feeling about NSC in general, and how you're feeling going forward.
Yeah, we're just really excited to be here. We had a good run in prelims, and yeah, I would just like to thank our coach, Mr. Roper, back home, and last year's seniors for helping us on our Quizbowl journey.
All right, I appreciate it. The camera is blank right now, so they are actually only hearing this. But I'm sure what was the teacher again?
Mr. Roper.
All right, shout out to Mr. Roper over there in the audience. And we will move now back to the hosts, and we will start round 9 momentarily.
I would say it was definitely an interesting choice to move the interview locale to a pitch black cave under Rosemont, but I think it creates the necessary ambiance.
Yeah, that's sort of the vibe at Lambert High School right now.
Yeah, it's all dark and dreary.
Yeah.
In beautiful Swanee, Georgia. But we won't need to dilly-dally much longer because we've got round 9 already here, featuring one of our brave, intrepid solo players.
Yeah.
It's Lake County A. They're back again, and they're playing Compass Homeschool. Will Houghton be able to take it home all by his lonesome? Let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, making it this far as a solo player, it's
very impressive.
It's unbelievably impressive. We had one player do it last year. One player, is that right? One player do it this year?
Yeah.
And it's extremely difficult. I mean, we've talked already about just how tiring being a solo player is. And when you add that now you've made the playoffs and you're doing it against the best teams in the tournament, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what they can do against Lake County A in this next game.
So let's let it go for game 9.
All right, so in just a moment, we'll get through everything. But to start off, my name's Karsten. I'll be the moderator this round. And this round does feature a sponsorship message, although I think it's anonymous. And it's not from me. Take it from an old. The Quizbowl memories you'll treasure most won't be the sick buzzes. They'll be the acts of kindness and camaraderie you perform and experience. People won't remember where you buzzed, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. Be good to each other.
It's facts.
So, powerful message there. And then if we could we'll do some introductions / buzzer checking. So we've got Compass and we've got Lake County ATA. Compass, if you could start us off by buzzing in, giving your name, your grade, and then if you're a senior and planning to go to college, you could let us know where that is.
I'm Houghton. I'm a junior.
All right, and then Lake County, once your microphone on the left. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wait.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, so it looks kind of upside down. It'll be... Yeah, it'll wrap over the ears. Yeah, now you got it. Oh.
Oh. Like that.
No.
It's that shape, but over the back of your head now.
You did it last time.
So yeah, like that. Oh.
No, but it's on the right.
No, it should be on the left. It's correct.
It's on the left.
Flip it.
Yes.
And then just like that, around the back of your head. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Always fun technical difficulties. All right. Lake County, if you want to buzz in, and same deal.
My name is Monique, and I'm going to UIUC.
Spencer, I'm a junior.
Adi, I'm a junior.
I'm Katie, I'm a junior.
All right. And then, yeah, we're just waiting 1 second. All right. Are both teams ready to get started? Okay. We've got toss-up 1. A woman from this city lamented the horrendous churches and terrible morals of Paris after marrying Henry I of France and serving as regent for Philip I. Abbess Yanka's creation of women's schools in this city was documented by Nestor the chronicler.
Kiev.
Good buzz.
Kiev is good for 20.
Good quiz.
Your bonus. In a hack computer, a program that translates this language encodes A instructions or C instructions by changing the first bit of a 16-digit output. For 10 points each, name these low-level languages which allow for direct manipulation of registers and have a level of abstraction between machine code and high-level languages.
Oh, assembly. Assembly?
Assembly is correct. Instructions requiring arithmetic or logic are handled in the ALU in this computer part, which is considered the brain of a computer.
CPU.
CPU is correct. Machine code and data is stored together in the memory of a computer in this architecture contrasted with the Harvard architecture, which stores them separately.
The NVIDIA one.
It's not that one. It's not that one.
Answer?
Add a level.
Von Neumann architecture.
Oh,
20 on the
different.
bonus.
That's for RAM.
Toss-up 2.
Nice.
A Paganini tour overshadowed this composer's only public concert in 1828, which likely premiered a movement from his last string quartet in G major. Early in this composer's final piano sonata, a trill of doom on G-flat foreshadows a magical modulation from the home key of B-flat major. This composer's only string quintet is in C major, and his only piano quintet in A major replaces a violin.
Schubert.
Schubert is correct for 20.
Ooh, wow.
Your bonus. In a 1949 production, this character's mother, played by the author's wife, Helen Weigel, gave a silent scream after he was killed by impatient ransomers. For 10 points each, name this character who hides a cash box in a river from the Catholics. This character is the younger brother of Eilif and Katrin.
I don't know his name.
Cheese.
Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese is a character in this play. In this play's opening scene, the title character enters pulling a cart with provisions for soldiers in the 30 Years' War.
That's Mother Courage and Her Children.
Mother Courage is correct. Mother Courage is a prime example of Bertolt Brecht's theater described by this word that focuses on provoking critical thinking in the audience. This word also describes long narrative poems such as the Iliad.
Epic.
Epic is good for 20. Toss up 3. A mission named for this scientist observed a 115 square degree patch of sky, contrasting its successor's coverage of the whole sky in large sectors, and provided conclusive evidence for the radius valley. This scientist names a velocity profile proportional to the inverse square root of r, deviation from which is evidence for dark matter. The TESS satellite succeeded a telescope named for this scientist, which observed transits from thousands of newly
Kepler.
Kepler is good for 10. Your bonus. A shrine on the Velian Hill belonged to Mutunus Tutunus, who the Romans identified with this Greek god. For 10 points each, name this god, who, according to Ovid, attempted to rape either Lotus or Vesta, but was thwarted by a donkey.
Who's a volcano, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It's Priapus.
Yeah,
It's Priapus, direct.
Priapus is correct. Roman brides simulated the loss of this characteristic at the shrine of Mutunus Tutunus in preparation for their wedding nights. Hearth-tending Vestal priestesses were named for having this characteristic.
Yeah,
virginity.
Yes, virginity. Mutunus Tutunus was also symbolized by the Fascinus, a phallus often adorned with these features. These objects allowed one man to flee from Crete to the court of King Cocalus of Sicily.
Bow?
It's
A bow.
I like bow.
No, that makes no sense.
No, I like wind. No, that's not a thing.
Answer?
I don't know,
Bow.
shield to direct.
It's wings.
Wings.
So 20 on the bonus.
Perseus.
Yeah.
Toss up 4. This author's work is compared to a skater on ice that hardly bears him in a Tennyson poem titled For an 11-syllable meter. This author used iambic verse for a poem whose narrator castrates out of regret for drunkenly worshipping Cybele. This author wrote a short epic about Theseus's abandonment of Ariadne, as well as a poem mourning a lover's dead sparrow.
Sparrow is Petrarch.
No. This author imagines mixing up thousands of kisses that asks, let us live and let us love. This author, who declared, I hate and I love in an elegiac couplet, paid tribute to the silent ashes of his brother in his 101st poem, which ends, Hail and farewell. For 10 points, name this Roman poet who frequently addressed his lover Lesbia.
Catullus.
Catullus is right for 10. Your bonus. A faction of bandits led by Habibullah Kalakani in this country was named the Sakawists, deriving from his nickname as the son of a water carrier. For 10 points each, name this modern-day country whose emirate was once ruled by the Durrani family. William Elphinstone led a British retreat from this country.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is right. In 1539, a water carrier named Nizam Saka inflated a buffalo skin to save this Mughal emperor. This father of Akbar the Great died when he tripped down a flight of stairs.
Humayun.
Humayun is right. This man captured 3 water carriers before the Battle of Badr, which led Muhammad to seize a nearby well. Hassan abdicated after the death of this final Rashidun Caliph, who was considered the first Shia Imam.
Abu Bakr.
This is Ali. So 20 on the bonus. Toss up 5. A settlement partly named for this ethnicity in northern Pennsylvania was called Azalum. A man of this ethnicity commissioned the Anti-George and 3 other privateering ships in South Carolina in violation of the Neutrality Proclamation.
Like French.
French is good for 20.
It's just Genet.
Your bonus. Nyaya critics accused this thinker of a refutation-only style of debate. For 10 points each, name this Buddhist philosopher who argued from a tetralemma called the Katushkoti, in which contradictions are allowed. This thinker claimed one should embrace emptiness, or shunyata.
No answer.
Nagarjuna. Nagarjuna's other main doctrine differentiates between the ultimate and conventional types of these concepts. Another set of these concepts includes dukkha, or suffering, and nirodha, or cessation.
Emotions.
Truths. Nagarjuna founded the Madhyamaka school, whose name is often translated as a middle one of these things. The 4 noble truths include an 8-fold one of these things.
Path.
Path is good for 10. Toss-up 6. This character reviews 3 watercolors, including one of a colossal head leaning towards an iceberg, as elfish. This character calls a woman cold, sick, and silly while disguised as a fortune-telling...
Yeah, so Rochester.
Rochester's good for 20.
Yeah, I knew the first line, but I waited too long.
Your bonus. This word is the first noun in the title of a collection which includes an essay on grave discovery by Wendy S. Walters, for 10 points each. Give this first noun in the title of an essay collection edited by Jesmond Ward. That collection is named This Time in reference to a previous collection with this first noun with sections My Dungeon Shook and Down at the Cross.
Fire next.
Fire.
So just say the full thing.
Fire.
Ward's Fire is correct. Ward's The Fire This Time is named in reference to a collection by this author of Go Tell It on the Mountain and Notes of a Native Son.
Baldwin.
Baldwin is correct. Ward's The Fire This Time includes this author's message to my daughters on police brutality. This Haitian author of Crick Crack wrote a novel in which Sophie Kako learns about her mother's trauma.
Danticat.
Dantica is good for 30. Toss up 7. This figure's cremation in Pavapuri contributed to the location's current designation as a pilgrimage site. Discussions between this figure and his disciples appear in the Exposition of Explanations and the Akaranga Sutra. This figure's lion symbol may have been inspired by the third of 14 auspicious dreams of his mother, Queen...
Buddha?
No. Stupid. Queen Trishala. This figure added chastity to the 4 principles espoused by his predecessor, creating the 5 great vows. The 5th day of the festival of Payashana celebrates the birth of this figure. Gautama served as a Gandhra of this figure, collecting his teachings in some of the Agamas. For 10 points, name this Ahimsa espousing successor of Parshvanatha, the 24th and last Tirthankara of Jainism.
Nanak.
This is Mahavira. Move on to toss-up 8. Toss-up. A Doge official was caught wearing a hat from a startup from this industry called Valar after Donald Trump fired regulator Christopher Hansen. In December 2025, a company in this industry called TAE Technologies unexpectedly merged with Truth Social.
Like crypto?
No.
No. That makes no sense.
Startups in this industry, such as Oklo, have benefited from the abandonment of the Alara safety standard. Several European startups in this industry have built on research to exceed a Q=1 break-even point by France's ITER. The startup Terrestrial in this industry has a small modular design using molten salt, while Virginia's CFS is betting on arc tokamak technology. For 10 points, name this industry that operates the recently rebooted 3 Mile Island facility.
Nuclear power.
Nuclear power is good for 10. Your bonus. A 2025 book by Anna Barker chronicles how Iowa City arose from a settlement named for this person. For 10 points each, name this person, whose victory at Marengo and loss at Waterloo name other Iowa cities.
Napoleon.
Napoleon is right. The Mud Pike Stagecoach, dubbed the worst road on the continent, serviced the town of Napoleon in this state's Great Black Swamp. This state's city of Xenia is named for the Greek word for hospitality.
Florida.
Ohio. The original copy of Napoleon Crossing the Alps was once displayed at the Point Breeze estate of Joseph Bonaparte in this state. The first Hadrosaurus was discovered near this state's present-day Cherry Hill Mall in Camden County.
New Jersey.
New Jersey's good for 20. Toss-up 9. In one technique, a limit set by this phenomenon is equal to h bar times line width over 2 times k sub b and was exceeded by Cohen-Tanuji. A sample of iron 57 was placed inside of a speaker coil in an...
the Doppler effect?
Doppler effect is good for 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Your bonus. The Benedictines of Mary, Queen of Apostles, are an order of nuns based in rural Missouri whose chart-topping albums in 2012 and 2013 are mostly in this style of music. For 10 points each, name this style of music, a monophonic form of chant named for a great pope.
Gregorian.
Gregorian is right. For their album Easter at Ephesus, the sisters recorded this composer's motet Sicut Cervus. This composer supposedly saved Polyphony with his Pope Marcellus Mass.
Palestrina.
Palestrina is right. The sisters' music is arranged by their abbess, who shares her name with this saint. Handel and Purcell both composed odes for the feast day of this saint, who names a National Academy of Music in Rome.
Cecilia.
Cecilia is good for 30. Toss-up 10. This leader threatened to jail all French nationals after a disapproving edit of a documentary from French filmmaker Barbet Schroeder. The French ambassador's residence was in earshot of the torture chambers of this leader's bell-bottom-wearing secret police. The musician Christopher Sebaduka recorded a song thanking this leader for carrying out an action against a class of shop owners called the Bayindi. This ruler's country was where Yonatan Netanyahu was killed.
Idi Amin.
What the fuck?
That's correct. Idi Amin for 10. Your bonus. Kenneth Brown, a reverend with dwarfism, was photographed sitting in front of the podium where this speech was given. For 10 points each, the phrase, free at last, ends what Martin Luther King Jr. speech delivered at the March on Washington.
I Have a Dream.
I Have a Dream is right. The opening remarks at the Lincoln Memorial were delivered by this man, whose earlier March on Washington movement with Bayard Rustin helped desegregate the military. This man founded the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters.
Lewis.
A. Philip Randolph. A last-minute speaker was Daisy Bates, who described this city's long shadow in a 1962 memoir. Bates failed to warn Elizabeth Eckford before she was harassed by a mob in this city.
Little Rock.
Little Rock's good for 20. That brings us to the half.
That was such a free bonus. Holy shit. Holy shit. And then
Oh yeah, sure.
All 5 of us buzzer is there.
Alright. Are both teams ready to keep going?
Good luck in the second half.
You too.
Start again with toss-up 11. One of these objects was said to hide in a location known as the Land of Women, home to Siwe Teteto, or women who died in childbirth. One of these objects is replaced when a god who lost his leg in a battle with a sea monster is unable to fulfill his
A spear.
No. No. Fulfill his duties. Deceased warriors were thought to accompany a god of one of these objects named Tonatiuh. Another one of these objects is hit with a stone club. Tezcatlipoca sends jaguars to eat all of humanity. After Tlaloc rains fire and Chalchuatlicu floods the earth with blood, Huitzilopochtli becomes the 5th of these objects to which sacrifices were often dedicated. For 10 points, the Aztec calendar appears on a stone named for what celestial object?
Sun.
Sun is right, for 10. Your bonus. These functional groups are added to biomolecules by kinase enzymes. For 10 points each, name these groups with the formula PO43-. ATP has 3 of these groups, while ADP has 2.
Riboses.
Phosphate groups. Heterotrimeric types of these proteins activate adenylyl cyclase to initiate a signaling cascade that involves protein kinase A. Glutamate receptors exemplify a class of receptor that is coupled to these proteins named for a nucleotide.
Adenines.
These are G proteins. These serine threonine kinases mediate a signaling mechanism involving RAS proteins after the binding of namesake cell division inducing factors. These kinases are divided into ERK, JUNK, and P38 subfamilies.
Phosphofructokinases.
These are MAP kinases, so nothing on the bonus. Toss-up 12. This phenomenon is sustained by social capital according to Douglas Massey. This phenomenon is followed by a segmented process according to Alejandro Portes's study of entrepreneurship. David Card rejected George Borjas's claim that this phenomenon...
Immigration.
Immigration is good for 20.
Nice buzz.
The French programmer Jean Perse generates poems of this type with the help of an Uzbek translator whose initials are AI in Hamid Ismailov's novel We Computers. 10 points each. Name these Arabic and Persian love odes made up of paired couplets. Rumi's Divan contains quatrains called rubaiyat and this other genre.
Ghazals.
Ghazals is right. Jean Perse tries to reconstruct the existence of this poet who described a sickle of the new moon over a green farmland of the sky. Mohammed Golandam compiled ghazals by this author like one about a Shirazi Turk.
I don't know.
Maybe Tabrizi. Sure, Tabrizi.
Hafez.
Oh.
Jean Perse believes his AI-generated poetry upholds the resistance to the idea of selfhood and authorship central to this Islamic mystical tradition followed by Rumi and Hafez.
Sufi.
Sufi is good for 20. Toss-up 13. Censored passages in the 1825 Braybrook edition of this book made it confusing as to why the philandering author's wife attacked him with red-hot tongs. The posthumous publication of a similar work by John Evelyn sparked efforts to decode this text from a stenography system invented by Thomas Shelton. This book relates how the country was mad for war in the lead-up to the Second Anglo-Dutch War. This book's author was left sterile following surgery to remove a bladder stone. This primary source relates how on September 4th, 1666...
Like the Diary of Samuel Pepys?
Nice.
Diary of Samuel Pepys is good for 10.
Oh, that's hard.
Your bonus. This event began with a freedom walk in national dress to the Gedung Merdeka, 10 points each. Name this 1955 conference in Indonesia that gave rise to the non-aligned movement.
Yeah. Bandung, direct.
Bandung is correct. This politician was inspired by the spirit of Bandung to start broadcasting Radio Cairo programs to sub-Saharan and Eastern Africa. This Egyptian politician names a lake formed by the Aswan High Dam on the Nile.
Nasser.
Nasser is correct. After returning from the Bandung Conference, Adam Clayton Powell Jr. convinced the State Department to sponsor a 1958 Goodwill tour by this band leader, which was captured on the album Jazz Impressions of Eurasia.
Brubeck.
Yeah, Brubeck is good for 30.
Nice.
Toss of 14. Fat-soluble xenobiotics are transported along with this substance in a pathway where 95% of it is recycled by enterocytes. Ursidiol, a component of this substance discovered in bears, is a potential alternative to laparoscopic surgery for blockages affecting this substance. Either glycine or taurine is conjugated to derived steroid acids in this substance. The hormone CCK is named for signaling this fluid's release through the sphincter of Oddi.
Bile.
Bile is good for 10.
Now it's bile.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Your bonus. This compound is the hydrated version of indane 1,2,3-trione. For 10 points each, name this compound which, in the presence of amines, produces the pigment Rumens purple. It is commonly used to stain amino acids in thin-layer chromatography.
TLC.
What's asking for?
Compound used to stain amino acids and thin layer.
Answer?
Oh, I don't know.
Ninhydrin.
Oh, that makes
The
sense.
only amino acid to stain yellow instead of purple when reacted with ninhydrin is this one, which has a cyclic secondary amine. The hydroxylation of this amino acid, a major component of collagen, requires vitamin C as a cofactor.
Oh wait, it's glycine. Oh, glycine?
Proline.
Proline.
Ninhydrin is typically used in forensic analysis to detect these identifying features, whose loops and whorls can be recorded in databases by pressing them with ink.
Fingerprints.
Fingerprints is good for 10. Toss up 15. In this play, a woman recounts pushing a man into the river after he asks where the Museum of Natural History is. In this play, a man attributes to Jonathan Edwards a song about Jack the Sailor Lad, during which people suggestively rap on the table. A man claims to see a car during a long-promised walk around the ward during this play, where one man repeats, "The days grow hot, oh Bab..."
Iceman cometh?
Yeah.
Iceman cometh is correct for 10. Your bonus. John and Beatrice Whiting investigated different approaches to this process across 6 cultures in a landmark 1950s study. For 10 points each, name this process. A Common Sense book on this process opens by telling the reader to trust yourself. You know more than you think you do.
Portrait Almanac.
Answer?
I didn't hear anything.
This is child rearing.
I didn't hear
The
anything.
Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care was written by Benjamin Spock, the pediatrician for the daughter of Gregory Bateson, and this thinker who analyzed the sex temperament of 3 societies in New Guinea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Mead, direct.
Mead is correct. In Coming of Age in Samoa, Mead claimed this process must focus on how to think, not what to think. Maria Montessori names an approach to this process.
Education. Education, direct.
Education is good for 20. Toss up 16. Claire de Lune plays over a 2-minute Baz Luhrmann film about this product that is the most expensive commercial ever made. The design of containers for this product was inspired by Boy Capel's whiskey glasses. Apocryphally, this product's distinctive qualities were created when Ernest Bow's assistant added an excessive concentration of aldehydes to its formula.
Coke.
No.
I knew he was going to know. Formaldehyde.
2010's advertisements for this product controversially used a CGI recreation of Marilyn Monroe repeating her real-life declaration that this product was the only thing she wore to bed. This product is named for a designer who popularized the little black dress and whose logo features 2 interlocking C's. For 10 points, name this amber-colored, numerically named perfume by Chanel.
Number 5.
Number 5 is correct. 10 points. Your bonus. Note to player. 2 answers required. God explicitly refers to himself by these 2 terms 3 times throughout the book of Revelation. 10 points each. Name these 2 Greek letters used to refer to God as the beginning and the end, respectively. Answer?
Alpha and beta.
Alpha and Omega. The line, "I am the Alpha and the Omega" in Revelation 21 precedes a description of this place surrounded by a wall of jasper inlaid with stones. Ezekiel's prophecy about this location is extended in the book of Zechariah.
Jerusalem?
Prompt.
New Jerusalem?
New Jerusalem is correct. After stating, "I am the Alpha and the Omega" in Revelation 22, John prophesies Jesus' claim to being the bright and morning, one of these objects. Wormwood is one of these objects that poisons all the rivers in Revelation.
Star.
Star is good for 20. Toss up 17. 2 of these businesses, one owned by a madam named Esther, held early punk shows in Los Angeles. Black and gold checkerboard patterns decorate a cubist rendition of one of these businesses in the Whitney's collection by artist Max Weber. Another painting and set in one of these businesses features women with similar cloche hats modeled on the artist's wife, Josephine.
A restaurant.
Prompt.
Diner.
No. Indian versions of these businesses often allow one to order dry or without gravy. A letter from a Maryland pediatrician to the New England Journal of Medicine began a panic often named for these businesses and their use of monosodium glutamate. For 10 points, name these businesses that introduced Americans to chop suey.
Like Asian restaurants?
Prompt.
Chinese restaurants?
Chinese restaurants is good for 10.
That's so hard.
We went through most of the prompt list there. Your bonus. This physicist spurred the development of quantum electrodynamics by deriving the Lamb shift on a train to Schenectady. For 10 points each, name this physicist who George Gamow made the second author of a PhD student's landmark paper on Big Bang nucleosynthesis to create a pun.
Starts with a B.
This time it's Beta. Beta and Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker independently theorized this nuclear reaction that dominates in massive stars, in which 3 namesake non-metals catalyze the fusion of hydrogen into helium. Answer?
Triple carbon.
It's the CNO cycle. Beta and this physicist developed a formula to calculate the energy yield of a nuclear bomb. This Caltech physicist developed diagrams that represent particle interactions. Teller. Feynman. Nothing on that bonus. Toss-up 18. This poet described watching the doom of autocratic psychopaths with jubilating eyes in an ode which precipitated his exile. The hard-to-translate line, "I remember that magic moment," is the opening line of this author's love poem to Anna Kern. This author warned Swedes to beware and described the 100-year building of a window to the west in the prologue of a poem whose protagonist holds on to a pair of marble...
Pushkin.
Pushkin on the last word of power for 20.
I knew Anna Kern.
Yeah.
On the PBS special Make Me a World, Betya Sar criticized this artist's paintings of slaves and minstrelsy as being for the amusement and the investment of the white art establishment, for 10 points each. Name this artist whose installation, A Subtlety, depicts a black woman as a sphinx coated in sugar.
Walker.
Walker's right. Walker's cutouts of slaves are examples of these images, whose name is derived from French, in which a figure's outline form appears as a solid shape.
Silhouette.
Silhouette is right. In 2017, Walker highlighted police brutality by drawing the pool party of This King, which was inspired by a Eugène Delacroix painting in which this king lounges on a bed as his concubines are killed.
Sardanapalus.
Sardanapalus is good for 30. Toss-up 19. This artist depicted wriggling sperm framing his lithograph of a red-haloed Madonna. This artist painted a woman's unkempt dark hair spilling over white sheets as she lays by a table with several wine bottles. An intraocular hemorrhage inspired multiple self-portraits by this artist, though he recovered before painting one between the clock and the bed.
Munch.
Munch is good for 20. Your bonus. With Lorenz Hart, this composer adapted a Hungarian play into the musical I Married an Angel. 10 points each. Name this composer who worked with Oscar Hammerstein on musicals like Oklahoma.
Rogers.
Rogers is right. Rogers and Hammerstein gave the main character this first name and the surname Bigelow when adapting the Hungarian play Liliom into the musical Carousel. In a 2005 Elton John musical, a boy with this name feels electricity when he dances.
Michael.
Yeah, sure.
Answer?
Michael.
Billy. Right before writing this musical, Jerry Bach and Sheldon Harnick adapted the Hungarian play Parfumerie into the 1963 musical She Loves Me. This musical's main character imagines all day long I'd biddy biddy bum.
Oh, it's the Fiddler on the Roof.
Sure.
Fiddler on the Roof.
Fiddler on the Roof is good for 20.
Nice.
Final toss-up. Linus Pauling described the residual entropy of this material using the 6-vertex model, which follows the Bernal-Fowler rules for this material, where each vertex exhibits a 2-in, 2-out pattern. Analogs of this material, which have geometrically frustrated spins, include holmium type.
Like ice?
Ice is good for 20. And your bonus.
On your respect.
2 answers required. One of these characters, who declares that's the way we do it, talks through a swazzle stick and throws these characters' baby out the window, causing them to fight. 10 points each. Name these 2 characters, represented by puppets in a slapstick children's show often seen at the British seaside.
Oh. Bert and
Sure, I have no idea.
No, it doesn't make sense, actually.
Answer?
Mommy and Daddy.
Punch and Judy. In this play, the Puritan zeal of the land Busy complains that some puppets in Little Wit's play are cross-dressed, only for them to respond by taking off their clothes at the title event.
Fair. What's the fair called? Bartholomew Fair.
Yeah.
Bartholomew Fair.
Bartholomew Fair is right. Bartholomew Fair was written by this author of The Alchemist and Volpone, a contemporary of Shakespeare. Johnson is good for 20. End of game.
Good game.
Welcome back. Just finished round 9, another commanding win for the Lake County academic team. Spencer Manning in particular, I'll call out as someone who appears to be allergic to 10s. Has 9 powers in the past 2 games.
0 10s.
0 10s, 5 incorrects. Truly, you know, maximizing the stat line.
I mean, clearly he hasn't learned that powers are for suckers and 10s are where it's at. Let me tell you, Ani Srinivasan, 2-3-1 stat line in that game. He had the most correct buzzes on Lake County, even though he ended up having less points than Spencer. For my money, that's a really valuable performance. I think he's kind of underrated in terms of how much he brings to this team.
What are your thoughts on Mukundan, who, after 9 rounds of Quizbowl, has only powered?
I mean, that's going to happen when you're a good specialist playing with 3 players of Monique Spencer and Ani's caliber.
Yeah, I mean, just only buzzing in the first 2 lines. I mean, really the ideal 4th scorer you want for a team of this caliber.
Yeah.
And you know, let's give our flowers to Houghton as well, who did a very commendable job against a real powerhouse of a team.
Yeah, I mean it's not easy to score 180 points against the HSNCT champions.
Yeah, but we'll have the chance to talk to Houghton after round 10. But for now, before we send them off, we'll be having Samir check in with Lake County AT.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. It's your man, Samir, here with another post-game interview, this time with Lake County academic team right after their round against Compass. First of all, how are you feeling throughout these playoffs rounds?
Could be better. Yeah, we're feeling all right. You know, some close wins, but been getting it done.
Yeah, feeling good about the wins, but kind of tired after a bunch of games.
Yeah, definitely tired, but feeling good.
That's very understandable. It is a really long tournament after all. Now, what I did notice is that 2 weeks ago at a tournament called HSNCT, there was another team, I think, from around your guys' area that ended up doing very, very well at that tournament, HSNCT. I don't know if they're related to you guys at all, but what I do know is that PACE NSC is very similar to HSNCT in some ways, but also different in other aspects. How did you adjust your preparation strategy coming into NSC?
I mean, the main thing we changed was by introducing this guy, MKD. You know, Charan Srikumar is a great player, but unfortunately, most of his knowledge does come from Geo, and not a lot of Geo at the PACE NSC, so got MKD on the squad instead.
We also learned to, wait a little bit instead of just, longer questions.
Yeah, so mostly changes in strategy, but not really studying. Pretty similar.
All right, so we got a roster addition to this team that may or may not be similar to that other team. And lastly, are there any other matchups that you are looking forward to, either in the rest of the playoff bracket or something that you're hoping to see in super playoffs, or?
I mean, our next team against Belmont should be good, and then also just any team against other teams in the state of Illinois are usually fun to play as well.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. Thanks for joining us in the streaming room, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
All right. Thank you.
I was scared for a second that we were never going to get back on screen.
I was scared that we had turned into Samir.
I did that last year, and it was horrifying.
Oh.
I never want to do that again. Well, let me tell you, for Lake County AT, it's very possible that realistically their super playoffs may start in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they've got a matchup with Belmont. Lake County is 4-0. Belmont, 3-0 right now. They've got a match against Lambert. Depending on the result of that, if they win, they've locked up super playoffs as well. And whatever the result of that game is will carry over. Even so, I mean, this is that upcoming game in, I think, United A, I want to say, is going to have a lot of playoff implications.
It's United B, but, same difference.
Yeah, letters are kind of the same.
Yeah.
Those two teams are definitely in the driver's seat. A lot of our other brackets are a little bit murkier.
Yeah.
We've got multiple teams that are 2-1. In Radium, 4 2-1 teams. That's going to be a bit of a clown show to resolve.
Of course, Radium is the bracket that has Waubonsee Valley, who had that upset over
over Strake.
Right, over Strake in prelims.
Yeah, but I mean, Johns Creek, Walter Payton, Chapel Hill, and Waubonsee Valley, all strong teams.
It's anyone's game there.
Yeah, and our last matchup of today, I think. I'm not sure
if we may have a tiebreaker in here. Yeah.
Will be the return of a team we got to know well earlier during round 6. It's Baton Rouge Magnet, and Compass will be returning as well. Both of these teams hoping to open the door to, at worst, the 9th to 16th place bracket, which is very much in reach for at least one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Baton Rouge, they get about 90% of their scoring from Busker, and of course, Compass gets 100% of their scoring from Houghton. So this should be a very interesting game, dominated by a 1v1 between these two top generalists.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup to see. We've seen that Houghton has been able to do very well in those generalist v generalist showdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, the very reason that he's in this top 24 is two commanding wins against Hazen, another top overall soloist. So
I mean, I will say, of course, we've talked about how fatiguing being a solo player is. I mean, there were a couple of bonus zeros in that last game. Hopefully Houghton can get those behind him.
Yeah, and some would say that the only thing more fatiguing than being a solo player is?
What?
Is being a live stream commentator.
I don't know about that. I feel so fresh.
I'm glad you do, because I feel fresh, but I also am feeling the tournament fatigue.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine
Consider we're barely more than halfway done.
That's so true.
Yeah.
In fact, we have 10 more rounds today.
That's not true, Aiden. But thank you for spreading misinformation on the internet.
This is the first ever 72-team full round robin pace NSC.
Oh my God!
And we will be here until next Wednesday to find out once and for all objective measures what the best team is against every manner of competition. It's the ultra marathon of Quizbowl in a way.
I mean, I know that people used to run like Chicago Open on a round robin, but this is ridiculous.
Well, they're calling us Rosemont closed.
If you think Pace NSC should be run on a round robin, write to us at paceHotTakes@gmail.com.
That's PACE hottakes@gmail.com, and that is our mutual shill. I think especially because we're getting ready to wrap the day up, also worth just shouting out people, both on our end and on the writing staff, because I mean, you were an editor, you were able to sort of get to know those people. We've been supported both by our erstwhile friend and attempted Spike Lee impersonator Samir Sarma, who's been rocking the dad cap all weekend and looking pretty fly while doing it. We've also got Ashish Kumardare and Rama doing the stream setup, which required setting up a lot of computers, which is not something I know how to do.
Yeah,
I buy all
and
my computers from the store.
They've been dealing with various technical challenges, no doubt caused by our idiocy.
Yeah, by me.
Well, also me, but also of course Arthur Ramsey, president of PACE, Anna, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's the tournament director.
Anna.
Okay, and also, of course, our valiant co-head editors for the NSC, Gannon Evans and Hari Parameswar, and they've been a real pleasure to work with.
Who I heard firsthand did not put the reference to his hometown of Xenia, Ohio into the packet.
Yeah, that's correct.
That was all Mike Bentley.
Yeah,
So
I mean, Mike Bentley knows ball.
Mike is just a big fan of Hari, and if Hari has one fan, let me tell you, it's me. And also, coming down the line, also shout outs to Aspen Wu, who has been our photographer pretty much this whole weekend for all the teams, both who wanted to get their epic gamer headshots, which appeared to be relatively few of them, and also me, and also Mitch McCullough.
Oh, well, congratulations on your epic gamer headshot, Aiden.
Wang said it looked very good.
Oh, okay.
Which was definitely told to me in confidence and in truth.
All right, well, it looks like we're finally ready to start the game. Thank you, Samir. So we'll stop yapping, and we'll take you over to Baton Rouge and Compass.
Name is Palace Kern. I use they, them pronouns. I live in Chicago, and I'll be reading this round. And can we have our people buzz in, say your name, your grade. If you're a senior going to college, you can share where you're going.
I'm Houghton. I'm a junior.
I'm Bosker. I'm a sophomore. Wow.
Chris, I'm a junior.
I'm Rishabh. I'm a junior.
I temporarily forgot my grade.
Thank you all so much. And we got Baton Rouge Magnet versus Compass. And are we all good tech-wise? Okay. Both teams good?
Yep.
This round is sponsored by Palace Kern, that's me, in memory of Monica Kern, the best Quizbowl mom ever. And good luck to both teams. You're ready with toss-up 1. A literary treatise in this language discusses 3 stage shapes and devotes 2 chapters to the juice of...
Sanskrit?
That is power...
Crazy, bro.
This period saw a substrate revolution in which the oldest evidence of burrowing appears in the fossil record for 10 points each. Name this first period of the Paleozoic era, during which apex predators such as Anomalocaris may have preyed on the earliest trilobites.
Is this like the Cambrian, or like do we want to say later Devonian?
Answer?
Yes. Devonian?
Cambrian. The evolution of burrowing is thought to have destroyed these structures, which sustained the previous Ediacaran biota. These layered, sheet-like colonies of microbes were the first life to colonize land.
First life.
The flat things, bro.
Like what, stromatolites? Stromatolites.
This is microbial mats.
That's
The
what I
ability
want.
to burrow efficiently may be one reason why the bivalve class of this phylum, which includes clams and mussels, superseded the morphologically similar brachiopods in biodiversity.
Right, so it's mollusca, right? Mollusca.
Mollusca is correct for 10 on that bonus.
Let's go.
Toss up. A Roman tradition claims this figure was the grandson of Nestor by being born to Epicaste and Telemachus. This figure legendarily died after being unable to solve a riddle posed by boys fishing on the island of Ios, where his epitaph calls him the glorifier of hero men. For dwelling on war and slaughter, this figure lost a contest over a bronze tripod to Hesiod. This figure compared himself to the bard Demodocus in a self-referential passage. Emily Wilson used the line, "Tell me a..."
Homer.
That is, Homer is correct for 10.
Tell me about a complicated man, I guess.
These objects and cloaks together name a genre of drama that includes multiple plays by Lope de Vega
Oh, like
for 10 points each.
Diagram
Spanish
Club,
Golden Age
Historical
writers were
Club,
said to combine the pen with what weapons? A proverb states that the pen is mightier than one of these weapons.
Swords.
Swords is correct. Clotaldo recognizes Rosaura's sword at a tense moment in this Golden Age playwright's Life is a Dream.
Oh, they want the playwright on what, like Calderon?
Answer.
Calderon de la Vaca?
Calderon is correct. After Don Juan kills Don Gonzalo in a sword fight in a Tirso de Molina play, Don Gonzalo comes to dinner as a figure described by this phrase, which the play's title pairs with the Trickster of Seville.
There's another, bro, this was just picture view. Like,
Answer?
The uninvited guest.
This is the Stone Guest, so that was 20 on the bonus.
That's his name. Let's go.
Through a piano transcription, Myra Hess popularized an excerpt from a work in this genre titled Heart and Mouth and Deed in Life. In parallel thirds, 2 recorders play the melody F, F, D, F, F, D, F to begin a pastoral aria from one of these works. One of these works begins with a chorale fantasia based on Philip Nicolai's hymn Sleeper's Wake, or Wacht auf. For the Thomas Kirche in Leipzig, Bach wrote one of these pieces every week, totaling over 200. The aria Sheep May Safely Graze and the chorale Jesu Joy of Man's Desiring are exerted.
Oratorios.
No.
Oops. That's bad.
Are excerpted from Bach's works in this genre, examples of which include the hunting and coffee ones. For 10 points, name this choral genre whose name is Italian for sung.
Cantata.
Cantata is correct. Anne Bradstreet's husband, Simon, headed a council of safety that governed Massachusetts in the aftermath of this event. For 10 points each, name this event that ended the Dominion of New England. Sir Edmund Andros was deposed by angry Bostonians after news of this non-American event reached the colonies.
Glorious Revolution.
Glorious Revolution is correct. Andros's toppling in Boston inspired this German merchant to launch a coup against Francis Nicholson and take over New York, though he was deposed and hanged by Henry Sloughter.
Schmidt.
This is Jacob Lessler. After being deposed, Andros was appointed governor of this colony, where he helped found the College of William and Mary. Jamestown was constructed in what is now this state.
Virginia.
Virginia is correct. That is 20. And toss-up. The lambda term in Coulson's theorem represents the concentration of these entities in VBT, predicting distortions in geometry when just above or below root 3. One statement of Bent's rule is that these entities prefer electronegative groups more than their lower energy counterparts do. The character from these entities increases from the typical 3/4 to 5/6 in so-called banana interactions. Unhybridized examples of these entities overlap in a conjugated system, causing electrons to be delocalized. These entities have an angular momentum quantum number of 1, and there are 3 instances of them aligned with the x, y, and z axes in each subshell. For 10 points, name these dumbbell-shaped atomic
orbitals.
Prompt.
P orbitals.
Correct.
Took me so long to solve that, bro.
The namesake of this text's first section, Pryderi, dies in battle with Gwydion in its last section. For 10 points each, name this collection of myths divided into 4 branches.
Oh, like the Mabinogion, perhaps?
Answer?
Mabinogion?
Mabinogion is correct. The Mabinogion contains the mythology of this constituent country of the United Kingdom, whose
Wales.
flag references a myth of a red dragon defeating a white one.
Yeah, Wales.
Wales is correct. In the second branch of the Mabinogion, this giant's sister dies of a broken heart due to the bloodshed he causes while saving her. This king's severed head speaks for decades and is buried facing France to ward off future invasions.
King, Welsh king, you know.
I only know like Owen Glynder,
Answer?
but he's not.
Owen Glynder.
This is Bran the Blessed. That was
Yeah.
20.
Interesting.
Toss-up. Following Operation Gibraltar, Pakistan's Zia-ul-Haq launched a covert operation of this name to support anti-India militants in Jammu and Kashmir. It's not Jose, but a man with this first name won the Battle of Sangarara and inspired the name of a guerrilla group that in 1997 held a Japanese embassy hostage. A poet with this first name criticized the lack of opportunity in inner cities in The Rose That Grew from Concrete and was the godson of Black Liberation Army member Asada. The last Sapa Inca had this first name, as did a man...
Tupac.
Tupac is correct.
Crazy common link, by the way.
Should have got that earlier. Holy wow, that is
Note
insane.
to players, composer and genre required.
Okay,
The
great,
10th
again.
of these pieces is often described as 48 minutes of tragedy and 2 minutes of triumph, for 10 points each. Name these 15 pieces, 2 of which are named after the years 1905 and 1917.
Let's go.
The
I
7th
love
of these
this.
pieces quotes Franz Lehar's The Merry Widow in a 22-bar ostinato played by the flute, strings, and snare drum.
Symphonies by Dmitri Shostakovich, director.
That is correct. According to the oft-disputed memoir testimony, the Allegro of Shostakovich's 10th Symphony is a musical portrait of this Soviet dictator.
Stalin.
Stalin is correct. Arturo Toscanini led this ensemble in the U.S. premiere of Shostakovich's 7th Symphony. This radio orchestra was succeeded by the Symphony of the Air.
Dude, I read a whole book about the 7th. What's this called? It's not Washington. It's not Boston. NBC Philharmonic.
No, it's the NBC Symphony Orchestra, so that is 20 on the
Bruh.
bonus. Very close. Toss-up. A woman addresses a muse in turkey wings in this author's play satirizing photographer Juliet Margaret Cameron, Freshwater. A character in a novel by this author cries, "Praise God that I'm a woman," after a sailor nearly falls overboard from seeing her ankle. The subject of a mock biography by this author bites a suitor at Wimpole Street. This author imagined the life of Elizabeth Barrett Browning's dog in Flesh and wrote a novella whose...
Plath.
Incorrect. And wrote a novella whose title character writes, "The oak tree lives from the elite..."
Wolf.
Wolf is correct for 10.
Nice. Okay, that makes sense, I guess.
Bonnie Pruden's report that shocked the president identified a so-called gap in these things in 1955. For 10 points each, name these things that name a Christian movement practiced by Theodore Roosevelt and exemplified by the YMCA.
That's like a
Association.
health thing.
Like
Answer.
gyms.
No, this is muscles. This
I
1960
guess.
film parodies the gap panic of the Cold War with a mine shaft gap. Peter Sellers, president,
Yes,
roughly
this is so
declares,
good.
"Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room in this black comedy."
I love this. Wait, what's the full name? So Dr. Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying About the... Yeah, okay, Dr. Strangelove.
Yes, all you needed was Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah, but like, it's more fun
This
to say
president
than the
complained about a language gap in American schools after giving a poorly translated speech in Poland. This Democrat grew up on a peanut farm in Georgia.
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter is correct, and that's 20 on the bonus. Toss up. The reciprocal of a quantity related to this activity equals the simple Keynesian multiplier, and that quantity's complement is the MPC. An individual increase in the rate of this activity results in a national decrease in a paradox illustrated in Keynes' The General Theory. The rate of this activity is fixed in the Solo-Swan model, which can be used to find a golden rule rate of this activity where steady-state consumption is maximized. The rate of this activity equals investment in a classical assumption that fails to explain global gluts. This activity can be done with high-yield accounts that accrue.
Saving.
Saving is correct.
I mean, I just knew sort of what was going on. I just
A reaction for which this quantity is zero has a rate completely independent of concentration. For 10 points each, name this quantity that describes what exponents the concentrations of each reactant are raised to in a rate law. If this value is 1, a reaction's half-life is constant.
Rate constant.
Rate constant, yeah. You want me to say that? Rate constant?
No, this is order, reaction order.
Oh,
reaction order is always a whole number for this type of reaction, which occurs in a single step without any intermediates.
Well, like one pot, or is this a thing? One pot?
This is elementary.
I guess.
Reactions with this property, such as the decomposition of gases, have a reaction order dependent on partial pressure per the Lindemann mechanism. SN1 reactions are nucleophilic substitutions whose rate-limiting step has this property.
I was not listening at all. What its rate-limiting step is?
Answer?
Reversible.
This is unimolecular, so that was 0 on the bonus.
Hitler.
Toss up.
Go.
The cone 10 type of this material requires a high temperature to undergo a bisque or biscuit process. Types of this material used for the raku technique often contain high levels of grog, which tempers and adds grit to this material. White or gray-colored varieties of this raw material are named for a village in Jingdezhen. Wedging this material gives it an even texture, and 2 leather-hard pieces of this material can be attached together by scoring and adding slip. This material can be hand-built with the coil and pinch pot techniques, and objects made of this raw material can be colored.
Like terracotta?
No. Colored with glaze. For 10 points, name this raw material that is thrown on a wheel, then fired in a kiln to make pottery.
Clay.
Yes. I did not have terracotta in any of a long answer line.
Okay.
Bonus. In the 1990s, this country's leader renamed the town of Janga for himself, Kirki for his father, and Yelanye for his mother. For 10 points each, name this country where doctors were required to follow an oath to its president, Sapra Murat Niyazov, instead of the Hippocratic Oath.
Wait, Niyazov is a dude. Is he like Turkmenistan or what?
That
or
sounds about
Tajikistan?
right.
Tajikistan?
Is Turkmenistan. After having heart surgery, Niyazov banned this practice in Turkmenistan. Companies like Philip Morris have been criticized for promoting this practice through brands like Marlboro.
Smoking.
Yes, smoking. Under Niyazov, getting a driver's license in Turkmenistan required passage of an exam on this book. Niyazov promised that anyone who read this Book of the Soul 3 times was destined for heaven.
Wait, it's like the stupid epic he wrote about himself. What's it called? Yeah, bro, I don't memorize my sexual. Vermana.
What did you say?
Vermana.
Can you spell that?
Ruhrmana.
No, it's the Runama.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So you get 10 points.
Fine, I gotta go card Niyazov now.
Python 3.4 stopped constructing these data structures using the deterministic FNV function due to security vulnerabilities. A cuckoo method to implement these data structures uses 2 of them to check new entries. These data structures can contain tombstone values to ensure that open addressing does not fail while probing. The birthday paradox explains why the performance of these data structures is affected by the load factor's effect on collisions. These data structures...
Hash map?
1 second. Yes, that is fine.
Good, guys. Yeah. They probably had dictionary.
What word was that on? Data structures. Thank you so much. Okay. For 10, yes. The potters Lampo and Gelon direct Athenian prisoners of war to first perform this play in Ferdia Linon's 2024 novel Glorious Exploits. For 10 points each, name this play whose title character claims the sun from her grandfather Helios shines on all the deeds the same to justify sending poisoned robes to Glauce.
It's just Medea, right?
I think so.
Medea.
It is just Medea. Gelon proposes staging Medea to preserve the works of this playwright of the Trojan women and the Bacchae.
Should be like Euripides, right?
I have no clue.
Euripides?
It is Euripides, yes. Lampo argues that the same actor for Medea should play this character from the Trojan woman because her children were killed. This character barks, "Lift up your head," to begin a mournful soliloquy staring at the ruins of Troy.
Wait, was it the fortune teller maybe?
Yeah, Cassandra's her name. I mean, I'll say it. Cassandra?
No, this is Hecuba, so that was 20 on the bonus.
Yeah, I should have known that.
Toss
It's
up
fine.
10. To infiltrate a group founded by this person, J. Edgar Hoover sent the first black federal agent, James Wormley Jones. This person was convicted in the Orion affair. Chandler Owen led a campaign saying this person must go after his controversial meeting with KKK leader Edward Young Clark. This person aimed to support a self-sufficient economy by...
No, I'm so wrong. I don't know, Marcus Garvey.
That is correct for 20.
Nice.
What? We're tossing up Marcus Garvey?
After distancing himself from the styles of her father and grandfather, a painter from this family was known by the singular name Orovida. For 10 points each, name this family whose patriarch created 14 scenes of the Boulevard Montmartre. Paul Cézanne studied under an impressionist painter from this family named Camille.
Pissarro? Camille Pissarro was a guy, right? Pissarro?
Pissarro is correct. After abandoning Impressionism, Orovida painted these animals in the style of Chinese art. Jacques-Louis David painted Napoleon crossing the Alps on one of these animals.
It's the horse, right?
David, it's either horse or donkey, but I don't know if it's referring to that.
Answer?
You just go horse.
It is. Horse.
A horse is correct. Orovida helped develop this museum's Pissarro archive. This museum was created after its namesake antiquary donated his cabinet of curiosities to Oxford.
What's a museum name, dude? In Oxford? Do you remember from going?
Answer?
Tate.
Hmm?
Tate.
Nope, this is Ashmolean, and that's 20 on...
I guess.
And that is the half.
Okay.
Anyone's game.
A real cheese melter.
How can I adjust my reading speed, volume?
Perfect. Speed is fine, I think. Yeah, I think everything's fine, yeah.
Are we good?
Buzzer. It is Quizbowl more computer science than science bowl.
Okay, yeah, for some reason we love CS,
I'm crying.
Justice for your science majors.